Welcome, everybody. The PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing Decal Works. Coming at you. It's Monday, March 22nd, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in, too, if you do. 702-586-7857. 702-586-PULP. We will take your phone calls tonight. We will talk about last week's show. We will talk about this.
Yeah, but they don't know shit.
This week's show. Got a good show, this one. I'm really stoked on this one. Listen, we're going to be off for the next week, and there's no better way to go out than with the guests we have tonight, including the co-host I have in front of me here. So, again, thank you for listening. Cooper Webb will be on. He just swept Dallas. He's got a 16-point lead. He was just trailing Kenny not that long ago, and now he's up 16. Red Bull KTM's Cooper Webb will be on tonight on the show. We'll call in, talk about that success he had in Dallas and what he's going to do on these off weeks, probably outdoor testing. Friend of the show, Nick Way, will be on. The great Nick Way. He was in Texas for the amateur races, and so we'll have Nick call in. Multi-time Supercross Motocross champion Jeff Ward will call in. Love Wardy. I didn't love Wardy when he raced. I was an RJ guy. But now I love Wardy. And he will call in and talk about his work with Jet Reynolds, among others. And I don't know if he was in Texas or not, but we'll talk to him about that and so the current races and everything else. It's always good to have a guy like Jeff Ward on. Some guy named Alex Ray will call in. He's our privateer hero of our show. If he's not too busy with Swap Moto Live, he perhaps will find some time to give us a call. Don't forget the PulpMX app. You can listen live. You can get the sponsored deals on there. You can get the codes. We have codes for Guts Racing. We have codes for W. We have codes for Works Connection, Atlas Brace, Maxima, and Pro Filter, so on and so forth. You want to save yourself some money. If you're ordering some stuff, go through the app, go through sponsored deals on PulpMXShow.com, get the codes, save some money, damn it. Just do it. All right? And also Amazon, if you're going to buy through Amazon, go through the widget on PulpMX.com, and it takes you to Amazon, and we appreciate it. We get a small slice of that. Thanks for those guys. And again, the new app is coming any day. It's really coming. I saw a prototype of it. I've been using it on my phone, and man, it looks great. It looks fantastic. So please check that out real soon in the App Store. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Star Cross 5, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Scoche, Cambio CBD, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Get Data, Atlas Neck Brace. You know who wears Atlas Brace? Chiz. Chiz is all over the 450 Supercross main event every week with his Atlas Brace. PulpMX is the code to save with an Atlas Brace. Get your little one and a brace. Get yourself one. So please check those guys out. OGO Power Sports, Works Connection. Thanks to Eric and all the boys down there. Art of Sport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA. John Anderson and the guys down there. They got the Edge wheel sets for you. They also got Tallon hubs, complete with different sets of rims and colors, and they can Cerakote your hubs if you want for you. Ride Engineering, Works Chassis Labs, Intense Cycles, all on board with us tonight. And we got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, the Race Tech Rant of the Night, and the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment as well. Sitting here across from me, he is a 450 Supercross racer for PRMX Kawasaki. He is perhaps holding the title of Comeback Racer of the Year. He's a good buddy of mine. It's Cade Clason. What's up, man? How are you?
We're in, Steve. I'm here.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I'm pumped to be here.
We had a nice little taser ride this afternoon.
Great ride.
What'd you think?
It was good, man. It's like I'm usually here like every 2-3 months.
Something like that, yeah.
Man, just enough e-bike for me. I love it.
Yeah, you're not an e-bike guy normally, right?
No.
But you get a good workout.
Yeah. What do we do, 2 hours?
No, an hour and a half of riding time.
Oh,
2 hours of hanging out.
2 hours. All your breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Steve likes his breaks.
Oh, really? Did I break too much for you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just giving you crap.
All right. You witnessed me hit the deck too on the
did.
taser. Yeah,
It was good.
Pedal strike on the old rock and
That big rock too.
Yeah. You know what? I normally clear that thing, but of course you're there, so it's not going to happen when
front row seat for it
when somebody's watching me, right? And now my palm hurts. So ow to my palm.
Well, you could have been your head.
Do you think you have the most improved Supercross racer title? Is Aaron Plessinger taking that away from you? Is Cody Schock taking that away from you?
It's between me and Cody.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I had this debate with him and his mechanic the other day.
All right.
And they laughed. They said, "Yeah, but you could hit whoops last year." Because Cody could not.
Yeah, Cody was bad at Salt Lake.
So,
yeah. Good point.
That's where the title is. I told
Right.
him he needs to slow down
Well,
so I can claim it.
We got Alex Ray coming up, and we're going to get into that when he's on the phone.
It's one time we're talking about this.
And that's it.
That's it.
Okay, all right.
It's one and done.
All right, fantastic. Cade Clason here in studio, so looking forward to talking to him about Dallas 3 and everything else. Working the videos behind the scenes. Probably doing some coding. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks?
I do enjoy when you do that, so thank you.
Yeah, how's
That's
it going?
Probably my
What's
favorite
happening?
thing.
Thank you for wearing an approved T-shirt to the show. Thank you.
Pulp.
Yeah, appreciate
Can't see
that.
it. Can't
You can
see
get
it.
those on PulpMX.com under the shop tab, everybody.
It's a great shirt.
Yeah.
It's very comfortable.
Yep.
Fits nice.
Yep.
You know, I'm not as fit as I used to be, and this shirt makes me look okay. So we'll take it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, man, I've put on, from my lowest, I've put on probably 15 or 20 from my lowest, and it's a bummer, man. It's a real bummer. I'm trying to get back down. It's all in my diet. I know where I'm bicycling as much as ever.
You also had a large cherry Coke with lunch.
Yeah. I said it's my diet. I understand what I'm doing.
He's
So-
aware. It's freaking Cade bringing.
I mean,
Shots fired.
So I get it. I get not being, at your fittest is what I'm trying to get at.
Thank you for understanding.
Yeah, no problem. Good show though. Cooper Webb, Nick Way, Jeff Ward. Alex Ray.
I'm
Yeah.
excited.
It's gonna be a good show.
It's gonna
Two
be,
people coming on the show that have cleaned me out.
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
show.
It's a good point, right?
I already gave Cade crap. Now I don't have to do it all show. I got it out of the way.
Right. Yeah, you did. Also taking your calls over there. He's back in after being booted. It's Tallon. What's up, Tallon? How are you,
Hey,
man?
what's up?
What's going on?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, I forgot to ask you before the show if we want to talk about that thing that you texted us about.
That's up to you. I'm fine with it. I was trying to get her to call in, but I don't know if it's gonna happen.
All right, we gotta figure it out.
We can get to the bottom of it.
Damn it!
Now I don't know.
Did you tell him?
No.
Well, just tell me now.
Well, no.
Come on.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Text him.
Okay.
Do you have his number?
I do. Yeah.
Text him to ask him and tell him the story and all that.
Okay. We'll do.
All right. Yamaha LCQ Challenge, everybody. We're in the chase format now. It's $20 a ticket, 19 prizes. Number one prize is the Yamaha YZ450, brand new from the folks at Blue Crew. 2 Yamaha generators for second prize. Cade, with your little incident in Dallas 3, you're back in the running. But right now, I just got the points from our buddy Swisscore, and
It's a total shit show of a championship.
Starling's now just good. Starling's take it off with an LCQ win.
Mm-hmm.
Freddie Noren's a disaster. Okay, Freddie's fingers fucked, and you know what I mean. He's done. Paulie hasn't made the night show. Bubba Paulie hasn't made night shows. What's happened to Bubba Paulie?
I don't know.
And Carlin Gardner weeded himself right before the chase.
Yep.
So, and then you decided to make the main last week. So this week you get maximum points. You are in 5th spot for the money. Nick Schmidt is leading. Jeremy Smith second. Ronnie Stewart, the Cat, you, and Joan Cross. But you guys are throwing this whole thing up for.
It's really
Yeah.
a disaster. It's just like last year. Half the dudes aren't even in it.
So, anyways, we're doing that. The link is in my bio, Instagram, or on PulpMX.com. The lead story, $20. The 100% of the money goes to the riders. Kate, look, we gave you $30,000 last year, and you used that money to go to Club MX. Some of that money to go to Club MX, and your improvement in Supercross is great. So it's awesome. I do feel like we've helped you out with that. So that's cool.
I think it's been a giant help, really. I think that whoever wins it this year, hopefully it's not me.
Yeah.
Can do something similar with it to improve themselves. I think that's kind of what I looked at it as, is just trying to invest back into myself.
Yeah, absolutely. So good job on that. So please check that out, everybody, and
Buy a ticket.
Buy a ticket, $20. Marks puts it in the little randomizer thing.
Buy 2.
Why not? So yeah, thanks to everybody for supporting that. And again, Nick Schmidt's leading, 45 points. Jeremy Smith second. Ronnie Stewart third. And Starling, Noren, Bubba Paulie, and Gardner are just I don't know.
How many prizes did you say there were?
19 prizes.
Want to make it 20?
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
You want to do a jersey?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
Remember that or something.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Somebody write that down.
Even number.
Send me a picture for the site too. That'd be cool.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, everybody, firepowerparts.com on board with us. They're one of our big sponsors of the show, and you use Firepower?
I do.
Chains and batteries?
All the stuff they make.
You use everything?
All the stuff.
Okay.
I have a cool radiator cap that's got like a temp gauge on it.
I heard, yeah, they made. I didn't even know they made those.
It's
but,
snazzy.
So firepowerparts.com, everybody. Batteries and chains, among other things. The chains are made in Japan. The Featherlight lithium batteries. They support A-Ray. They support you. They support Chiz. They go for Dune's Honda team. Firepowerparts.com for more information on that. Go to your dealer and ask. Great prices and great quality also. And we gave DV a chain for one of his builds last week. So he'll be putting Firepower.
So he was happy.
He was happy. Quickly, did you hear that Rutledge Wood and DV show last week?
Hostile. So much hostility there.
I had to text Rutledge just to be like, hey man, like I'm fine with DV giving his opinion. Like I that's fine. Like whatever. That's what I love about this show. Like, you know, everybody's
open.
We don't really have any sort of things that are taboo here. We talk about whatever we want.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to text Rutledge to be like, hey man, you don't know me and I don't know you. I invited you on my show and then you just got blasted by this French guy. I just want you to know that wasn't set up. I did not know. He did not think highly of your commentary.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, dude, this guy's probably like, what the fuck?
Well, I don't think some people realize how raw this show is. Like, I just walk in the door, sit down, and put a headset on, and we chat.
Yeah.
You know?
DV was angry, though.
He was. I mean, I kind of agree with him in a sense. Like, I don't think Rutledge does a bad job, but I also think that Daniel does such a good job that people get upset that spot gets taken away from him for a stupid reason. But
Rutledge isn't the one being, hey man, let me go on there and talk about Pitbull. You know, Rutledge is NBC's like, hey dude, we send you to hockey, we send you to NASCAR, we send you all these dumb things to kind of be the man on the street.
But I don't think
and so I get it. Like
and I don't think DV was intentionally taking it out on Rutledge personally. It was just like the French English translation over to just shitting on NBC.
At some point, Marks or Tits, one of them we have a little
group chat.
Yeah, for the show. One of them texts, "Oh my, this isn't going well." And
I think that was Tits.
Kiefer texts me just an abort button. And I'm like,
it's gold though.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah,
he was great. But I was just like, poor Rutledge. He called me the next day and we talked again. He's just like, man, I'm just trying to get the sport bigger, and like, if you don't like what I'm doing, that's fine, but at least understand what I'm trying to do. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah. Like,
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to. I mean, I think he does an okay job.
Right.
I don't watch the whole broadcast. I fast forward and just watch my races, but.
Yeah. So that was a lot of views and stuff last week.
Yeah, it was a hot topic.
Right.
I'm all for that.
You like that?
Me too. Yeah. All the hostility.
Yeah, give me the views. I'm all about that.
Talon, were you wishing you were in for that one?
No, but it was fun to listen to for sure.
All right, way to play along. PulpMX show presented by Decal Works, motorsport.com, and Fly Racing. Cade Clason is brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. They did some great work on the Project 500 for me. They also do the Red Bull KTM graphics, which Cooper Webb now has a red plate, of course, for the last number of weeks. And he's using Decal Works for over 30 years. Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and more. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Cowie, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality of service and knowledgeable. Like I said, they sponsor the Red Bull KTM team. They do the Rockstar Energy Husky off-road team. Here's the best part. DecalMX.com, promo code PulpMX saves 20% off custom graphics. So thanks to those guys for coming on board. They are bringing you Cade Clason tonight from Decal Works. And, so he said no?
He said, please no.
Okay.
With the please.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have said go for it, but the please was there. So.
Okay. All right, I'll fill you in later.
Okay.
So Dallas 3, I wasn't there. We'll talk about Webb and Roxon in a second, but Cade, and we're going to talk about A-Rays coming up, so we'll leave it for then. What a track.
That was so sick.
What do you call when you jump 5? I don't even know. A sank? Sank
like a quintuplet?
That's a quintuplet.
Quintuplet?
Yes.
Quintuple.
Okay. There was that going on, table to table, which was 80 feet, you told me earlier?
Yeah.
80-something feet.
Yeah, Corey told me.
Big whoops.
Yeah.
A sand section that I don't understand why it gave guys problems, but it really did.
It was hard, man.
Yeah, so what'd you think?
Dude, the track was so fun. Like, there was so many options. Like, every rhythm, guys could do just different little things to just whatever, especially in that middle rhythm before the whoops. You know, there's like 6 different ways we could go through there.
Yep.
And they were all similar, but like different guys could do different ways a little bit faster. And it finally just opened up the track a little bit. You know, the first section you could go 2, 4, 3, or you could go 3 on, 3 off, 3. in the other rhythm, you didn't see anyone do it in the night show, but in practice, Barsha went step on, 3 off, 2, 3, 1, and he said it was super fast but very impractical because it was so big.
What did he do?
So normally we were going like on, off, 3,
yep.
and then you had to sit hard to 3 again.
Yep.
And it was.
But it looked kind of easy, not easy, but
it wasn't like the second 3 was really hard.
Yeah.
But the first part of it was easy, but to go 2, like step on, 3 off, you're going over a 5-footer.
Yep.
So no one did it, and I was talking to Barsha before the heat race, and he's like, "Yeah, one lap I misread my pit board, and I thought it said on, 3 off, and right after the mechanics area. So he said he just pinned it and did it." And he's like, "It was so sick. I did it twice, but then I couldn't do it again because it was big.
Yeah. Right.
But just stuff like that.
Yeah, just big rhythms gave you some options.
Yeah, and like the LCQ, I was the only guy going 3-3-1, where everyone else was going 3-2-2, and that opened it up for someone like myself. There was just lots of options and things to actually separate guys,
which I love. I love to see that. I love to see stuff that rewards the risk. Sexton goes down in the sand, Marvin goes down. Maybe the promoters are like, "Oh, we can't build a track like that." I hope not, but
track was sick.
Track was sick.
Oh, it was so fun.
But
the sand was just like it was. So they built like say 4 rollers.
Yeah.
And the last roller was the biggest, but then they just put like a foot of sand on top of them, and that sand is so thin. You like blow through it, and it kind of sucks you side to side. Where like a normal sand track, it's real thick, right?
Yep.
And it holds you. That stuff, it's really hard to ride through.
Because are you burning through the sand and getting traction, or
not really?
Oh,
so
okay.
like after so long, like in the main event, they were. So you could see there was those hard spots that they'd like kind of roll in and pop out of.
The first one looked like there was like a lip, like a double takeoff.
So that's from like getting wheel spin and then hooking up and creating that hole, and then they let off, pin it out of that pocket to then double it to make it a little easier. So it was just really tricky. It took most of practice to kind of figure out how to get through it cleanly. I almost crashed in there second lap of the LCQ. It was a nightmare.
It seemed to me like just come out of the corner and go 2-2.
Not that easy.
And Kenny was going on the right, which was taller and more pronounced, so easier, but that wasn't working.
The ruts were so you come out of the berm straight, but then every lap the ruts were like facing a little bit different direction. And you had to be straight to go double.
Right.
So some guys would just pin it over the first one, roll, and then double single across the inside.
Okay, yeah.
But
right.
It all depended on the rut on the very first one.
Yeah.
Because if you cased it, then you were getting squirrely as F.
Looked fun. The whole thing looked fun. The whole track looked good. And so when you see Dallas one or one of those indie tracks, you're just like, what are you guys doing? Like you have it in you. Mm-hmm. You have it in you to make.
And you saw this week, like they have plenty of dirt. Like the landing of the finish line was like 2 feet taller than the takeoff. It was so big.
Right.
And like there was just so much. Like how many tabletops were on that track?
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Did you eye up the table to table?
I never did the 3 out of the corner.
Oh, okay.
In B practice, it was too ruddy. I don't think anyone did it in B. Where I saw A-Ray do it once or twice in A, but even he wouldn't step onto the next table. So it's like if you go 3 in, you have to go onto it to make it worth it.
Yep.
Because you can stay low, go 2.
But it looked like it was easy to go onto it when you got the 3 in.
Yeah.
You know
it was.
I mean?
But the problem was being comfortable enough to ice the 3 in.
Right.
Those guys were struggling to do it in the main. I watched it on TV, so I don't know how many guys like behind them were doing it.
Got it. And so it was 80 feet going over the table to do it.
Yeah.
I love it.
And they'd hit the 3 in, and a couple feet before they'd land, they just hold it wicked and just sit.
Yeah.
So it was cool.
450s, everybody.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
PRMX, Cade Clason here in studio, brought to you by Decal Works, of course. Yeah, you've had a good year. We'll get to the incident here in a little bit with A-Ray. He's coming up in 11 minutes. But you've had a good year. You've been a most improved guy. Didn't start that way for you.
This year?
Yeah, this year. Didn't start that way, but, man, you have started to get hot here. Whenever, you had the LCQ collapse, whatever round that was.
3.
Okay. Houston 3?
Yeah.
Okay. And just that could have really mind-fucked you a little bit. It didn't. It probably gave you some confidence. Like, hey, yeah, I did screw up. I did completely fade. I mean, I looked like a complete loser. Looked like I couldn't ride a motorcycle out
Chill.
there. Just
chill.
Chill. I'm kidding. But you, honestly, you gain confidence from that where you're like, okay, if I just put together like a couple of laps and don't do those massive mistakes, I got this. So is that kind of what happened? Did that in that race, did it actually turn out to be a good thing?
Well, rounds 1 and 2 went good. my LCQs were bad.
Okay.
Houston 1, I crashed in turn 2. Someone crashed and I hit their bike. Houston 1, my whole shot device broke as I came off, or the fork guard broke.
Yep.
And I ran into Freddie, got trapped in his motorcycle. And then from then on, it's been good LCQs.
Yep.
And I'm just trying to put myself in good positions. We did a lot of testing for starts, and my starts have been really good. And you can't put yourself in good positions with bad starts, except for when I made it in Orlando 2. Dallas 2.
Dallas 2?
Yeah. Last place down the start straight.
Right.
But, I think I know I belong in there now, and I'm being super aggressive and just trying really hard. I mean, and even Julian, he knows, like, I have so much more in me. I think we're a top 18 guy every week, and, like this weekend, I think I could be hovering right around 15th with how many dudes DNF. I'm not expecting to go out and beat Marv and Chase.
Yeah.
But when a couple factory dudes maybe DNF, I can beat all the privateers.
Right.
I've put in a lot of work to be good in the mains, and it didn't start to show up until Dallas.
I think it's funny that you and A-Ray are buddies, and I started this podcast with you two guys, the Privateer Pod, and we did multiple episodes, and of course, you went and got suspended and went to Canada for a couple of years, and then you're kind of coming back, and then the rivalry has just started again, so you took him down at Dallas 2.
Yeah.
And he takes you out at Dallas 3.
He didn't take me out.
Well, okay, whatever. He put a hard pass on you.
Yeah.
He didn't knock you down, but
I didn't fall down.
All right.
He's soft.
So anyways, it's funny how these guys are now they're back in. They're actually friends of the show. Both of them, we've had you guys on multiple, and it's like working out where our listeners are just loving this. Like they're just loving the drama between you two guys. So
I don't think we're the only ones. Did you hear how loud the stadium got when?
I didn't notice that.
Yeah,
actually.
I could tell.
We
on this
said that
broadcast.
on the review pod, but yeah, I didn't notice that.
They love it.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the aggression. I don't shy away from people running into me. My family, our family group chat goes off.
Yeah.
They're hostile towards A-Ray and Bowers anymore ever since the 2 takeouts.
Right.
I don't shy away from it because I know it is what it is, and I'm just going to keep going for it too. I don't think I would do anything different than what Alex did. I think I would have probably been even more aggressive.
Yeah.
You have to be in that situation, and it's fun.
Yeah.
Like, as long as no one's getting hurt.
You gotta yeah, exactly. You gotta be stoked at where you're at though with these main events. Like you've got 16 points or something. You gotta be stoked. Like, last year it didn't go well. Salt Lake City you weren't really ready for those 7. Totally on your game for that. And then you gotta be stoked to kind of and look, we got it out of DV last week. We got it out of them. It's a deep field.
It's deep.
It's deep. We finally got it out of them. And you're in the main events here lately. So that's, you got to be happy, man. Yeah,
I am happy. Yeah. And I'm just proud of the people I have around me too. Like, I think everyone kind of stepped their game up, not just me, but my mechanic, I think he's doing a really good job, and they invested a lot into this as well. Cause to be honest, Julian didn't really think he was going to help.
Your team owner.
Yeah. Team owner. He didn't think he was going to help me this year to start the year off, and I didn't know if I was going to get to go racing or not. And he took a chance because he knew the speed was there. We just had to find it.
Right.
And a little bit of hard work went a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's really, really good to see Alex Ray coming up here shortly. Cooper Webb, Nick Way, Jeff Ward. You're a little too young for Jeff Ward, but he's a legend.
Yeah, a little
Supercross, motocross champion. He's just a legend. So
are you kidding me?
Do you think Phil's happy with your rides, or do we know?
He's been friendly with me at
club.
He
has?
He's not a total ass.
Yeah.
So
okay. Wow.
But
suck it, Steve.
Okay, well that's good. Good to hear.
So I'd hope so.
So
dude. He's been
doing motocross stuff.
Yeah, but I don't see him much because he's up at the club shop and I'm down the road.
Right.
So unless I stop up there in
the
the morning.
But if you do see him,
he's friendly.
He's friendly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But then again, he's friendly with Dylan Wright too, which is surprising. So
he likes Dylan.
I don't know why.
He said a few times last summer, like, if I didn't like the prick, it would make it worse. So somehow, Wright and him are okay. I have no idea why.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't either. Wright worked them all summer just about, but he's fine with it. So.
And like, I was talking to Logan Leitzel. He was a teammate or something around him a lot last year, and he's like, yeah, him and his mechanic both hated me. And then 2 weeks later, I was filling in for him, and his mechanic was my mechanic, and it was super awkward. So it's like the Phil stories never end.
Right. So Webb, we're gonna have Webb out here on the show shortly. Look, Kenny had to win that. Kenny had to win that one.
Yeah, and he didn't.
Thank you. Breaking news. Amazing, right? Amazing. Technical track. Kenny's a technical rider. He's up front. It's all there for him, and Webb tracks him down. Amazing. Amazing for Webb, or not so amazing for Roxon. I can't decide. Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah. You know what's crazy to me is I knew what gate Kenny was in when I was sitting there watching the race. I was like, oh, Kenny took the gate that was, for some reason the rut was super wide.
Okay.
And it was smooth as glass. I think it was Hartraft took it in the LCQ, and the rut next to it was terrible.
Right. Well,
super
actually,
squirrely.
I have a question for Webb about that.
And you could kind of see it on TV, but it was bad.
How does a dude? Well, I was going to say, how does a dude who gets 7th in a heat start next to the guy that wins?
Because the rut was so terrible.
Right. Exactly.
And I was like, man, if he can hole shot out of that rut, it's going to be mind-blowing. And he didn't. He actually got a really terrible jump, but he just sucked in right behind Kenny, and then he hit the brakes early and went right around the backside of the berm and came out like 3rd.
Yep.
And it was so cool to just see, like, he thought that through. So he's like, I know Kenny's going to get a good start because that rut's sick.
Yep.
So I'm just going to follow him.
Right.
And, man, it's cool to see. He thinks things through, like, 4 or 5 steps ahead. And
he was struggling in heat, couldn't get the whoops. Sexton put him down. Dallas too. He eats shit in the whoops in practice.
Yeah.
And
I have a funny story about that, actually.
Okay.
So the lap right before he started a fast lap like right behind me. And we get just after the whoops, and I was so bad in the whoops there in practice, and he gets right on me.
Yeah.
And I'm on a fast lap, and I'm like, you shouldn't have started right behind me. Like, I'm not going to let you by.
Right.
And he was revving his bike at me, and people kept asking me later in the day, like, could you hear Webb? I'm like, yeah, I could hear him.
Yeah.
And he's revving his bike. Well,
why don't you tell him tonight that you were on your fast lap?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
And I finished the lap, and he quit because obviously I was going too slow for him.
Yep.
And I cross the finish line, go down the start straight, and I look back, and he's coming, move over, go to the inside, roll around the whoops. That's the lap that he just cartwheels his brains
really?
out the
Yeah,
whoop.
yeah.
And I'm like, well, I wonder how much of a factor I played in that. So, I got Tomac and I got a front row seat to that cartwheel.
Right. If you're Webb, you're just so stoked on that win. You caught the guy. It's only 3 points. It's just the message.
Yeah.
And Kenny could have dirtied him a couple
He
times.
could have.
Why not? I'm not
Right?
saying you got to T-bone him and knock him down, but can you get in there?
Bump him.
Like
A-Ray and I battle harder for $1,000.
I know it's not in Kenny's nature. I get it. He's a clean guy. He doesn't want to do that. But come on. After what he did to you at Daytona, after the thing that you said on the podium at Daytona, you have this chance. He catches you. You can't. Cade.
I know, man. I hear you.
And I love Kenny. Kenny's a great dude.
I like
but
Kenny too.
Dude, you got to do that.
Kenny was my pick to win. I'd like to see Kenny win. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, and I don't have anything against Coop. It's just like, I think it would be badass for Kenny to win and come back from all that, and then next year have all those champions.
Why doesn't Kenny do something?
Dude, just make and like you said, you don't have to be blatant and T-bone him or.
I don't want to see that. Yeah, I don't want to see that.
But I want to see some orange plastic on some red plastic.
Right. Look, if you're gonna go down with a bit of a fight and take Coop out there. You had 2 chances.
Yep, I agree. And even down the straightaway, he moved him over and then just he's like, oh, I don't want anything to do with you, and ran away.
Yeah,
which isn't bad, but at the same time, it's like, man, if you slow him down a little bit and hold him up to Tomac, then Tomac becomes in, and you're the fast one out front. You can kind of run away while those two screw with each other. But
yeah, I mean,
bunch it.
Bunch it. I just, if you're Honda, you're bummed. You're just like, man, we had it, man. Again, nobody's saying you got to do stupid stuff out there, but he could have been greasier.
Do you think it's a fitness thing, or do you think it's a mental thing that Coop's behind him?
Dude, I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
I mean, he is a world champion. He is a motocross champion. You know what I mean? He's everything. He's won everything. And he's the he won Des Nations motos 3 or 4 years in a row against best route. He's a bad dude. Mm-hmm. I just can't see him being mentally mind-fucked by Cooper Webb, but maybe he is.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You know what I mean? I just can't see a champion, a race winner, a guy that's been through everything he's been through, start thinking about this small guy, number 2 on the behind. Like, you know what I mean? That seems mentally impossible that would work. That would psych him out.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm not sure. What I am sure about is Art of Sport. Do you need some more?
Sure.
All right, we'll get you some Art of Sport stuff. It's the fastest growing new body and skincare brands on the planet. Kenny Roxon, speaking of that, is a partner in this, along with guys like NBA MVP James Harden. I use the body wash. I use the shampoo. I use the deodorant. The products are formulated with a natural botanical ingredient to keep you smelling fresh all day. Over 7,000 5-star reviews, Cade, for Art of Sport.
Wow.
Did you ever get any?
Yeah, dude.
Did you like it?
Love it.
Here's the point where you just
I tell you all the
something.
I tell you all you're doing an ad. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Just
I buy
say-
the stuff now. Like I go to Target
Okay.
and I buy the stuff. It's good.
Well, it's available at more than Target now. It's
It
all
is?
over the place. Yeah, it's
Oh.
at Walgreens and CVS and everywhere now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Not just Target.
Okay. Sweet.
All products under $10. Please check them out. artofsport.com, bringing you our first guest of the night. He is SGB Kawasaki. He's a friend of the show. It's A-Ray. What's up, bud?
Not too much. Just got home actually from the Swap Moto Live headquarters. We had a lot of good things to talk about with PulpMX, like everything. We gave you a bunch of props on the Swap Moto Live podcast.
As far as like
Good.
what? What do you mean? What did you talk about?
I forgot. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I forgot.
Must not have been that good.
Yeah, must not have been that good. Right. Well, listen, and then I did a privateer pod with you two guys, the FXR guys. Give us some money to do the privateer pod. And then the guy across from me here is on a Swap Moto pod like later that day. Right. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Take it up with your boss, bro. He texts me while we're on the phone, and I'm like, well, I can't say no, but it's just poor timing. I started laughing.
So, okay, look,
I mean, hey.
A-Ray, everything's fine. Okay, everything's cool. You hit him hard. You got the spot. Congratulations. I didn't like the mocking. The taunting.
Okay, well, okay. I was just stoked. I was pumped up. It was just one of those things.
Okay. All right. Well, that wasn't.
The people in my DMs did not like the taunting.
And I got some DMs as well from people that are like, I like A-Ray, but that's bullshit.
I got people saying that they loved it, but I mean,
oh, shocking.
Yeah, that's just the A-Ray. That's the A-Ray fans out there. I mean, there's A-Ray fans and there's also A-Ray haters. So, I mean, I get it. I mean, it took him a whole year and a half to get me back. It took me 4 days. So,
yeah, you can blame your buddy Heartraft, dude. He saved your ass because he was a fucking roadblock the whole race.
He was bunching.
He was bunching for sure. That's why I was trying to pass Bowers.
Well, Bowers too. You went for Bowers, and you probably didn't have that. That slowed you down too.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay.
I got to get around him because A-Ray's gonna clean me out if I'm here.
No, yeah, for sure. Hartraff was bunching. He seen me in fifth, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to slow the pace down a little bit. And I'm going to let A-Ray catch up so we can all be in the main.
Except
No,
Cade.
but
Just screw Cade.
yeah. So pretty much, I was on the gate of the main event, and I was talking to Bowers and Hartraff. We were all sitting there. We were talking about the race, and Bowers didn't know that I was so close in fifth. He thought that we had a gap. And then Cade was yelling at him, telling him, like, yo, dude, like, go.
Were you?
Yeah, dude, I was yelling. I was like, we got to move.
Yeah, and then Bowers just thought that he was being a dick because, like, him and Bowers, I guess, have had their thing in the LCQ before. So Bowers just got pissed, and he hit him hard before the whoops. And that helped me out even more. And I was like, oh, well, thanks, guys. So I was able to reel him in a little bit quicker.
You made
because of Heartraff and Bowers.
You made some gains late, A-Ray.
You went from 3 seconds behind me to a second and a half in like 2 sections.
And you look like Minneapolis, A-Ray. Remember Minneapolis?
Oh, yes. Oh man, I was just on a terror. But no, like. My mechanic, he was giving me the pit board, and he was telling me, like, dude, you got to catch Cade. And then, like, the last lap is, like, it says payback and all kinds of stuff. So, I don't know, it was a crazy race.
So you took A-Ray down at Dallas, too. And then you started to claim Cade. It was for Daytona last year.
I did not start to claim. It was just it was a safety net for what happened.
I had his brother in my DMs telling me, oh, that was payback from Daytona.
God, dude.
I had Reese Clason in my DMs over here pissed.
Hey, man.
For Daytona. Yeah, you can't do that a year and a half later, dude.
You can claim whatever you need.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, whatever you need.
God, he hit you hard, Cade.
Who?
A-Ray hit you hard.
He didn't hit me hard.
I don't think
A-Ray
I did.
hit me like a little
I-
feather. I just had nowhere to go except into the tough blocks.
Oh, hey, no, because Cade DM'd me afterwards. Or he texted me or something. I forgot what he said, but he said, next time hit me like a fucking man or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
He did.
I mean, A-Ray, were you planning on that spot, or were you thinking, or it was just an
He
opening?
was already in front of me.
It was just an opening.
I was already in front of him, and then he started playing like the cat and mouse thing, and I was like, "All right, dude."
Hey,
I think that he assumed that once he parked me in that turn before the triple, that I was gonna roll it,
Right.
and I don't think he was expecting me to jump the triple and then land to the inside like that, because I think if he'd known that I jumped the triple, he would have jumped a little bit further left.
I was prepared to land on you when I went 3-1. I thought you were going to hard left it when you doubled into the corner, and I was mentally prepared for us to both go down because I thought you were going to sweep under me because you didn't know I was tripling that.
Yeah, I sort of felt you there. I knew you'd been doing it all day, so that's why I sort of, yeah. He said, this is what he DM'd me afterwards because I sent him a picture of Hugo naked. And then he said, notice how I didn't fall. Hit me like a man next time, bitch.
I texted you guys just the grimacing emoji. I'm on a group text with them, and I just was like, oh, God. So, honestly, you two guys are friends, but honestly, I feel like if you're together in an LCQ for the last spot, the fact that you're friends means nothing. Like you'll hit each other as hard, like
probably harder.
Right, harder.
Yeah, because I know I can hit him and him be okay with it and not have to come over to my pit screaming at me. Like we might be mad at each other for a couple days.
Right.
Like when he ran me off the side of the triple in Salt Lake City last year.
Yep.
I was very upset after that. Mm-hmm. But we get over it. Where there's a few other gentle flowers out there that will not even allow you to move over on them without getting yelled at.
Right.
I honestly think that he was more mad at Heart Raft than he was me.
Right.
Because, I mean, obviously he would have done the same thing in my position.
I spent every lap of the night show behind Heart Raft. I spent the whole heat race and the whole LCQ sitting behind him, just looking at that fucking 28. And
I better start next time, bro.
All I wanted to do, I was like, because I was behind him, and I'm like, look, I can't be too aggressive. We're in second and third. Like, if I'm too aggressive, then I'm a dick. So I'm like, I just got to be back here. But then he's slowing me down, and then Bowers gets by, and I see you back there, and I'm like.
Oh, so you saw him coming.
I saw him coming.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm in the sand, and I can hear A-Ray panic revved off the triple.
Right.
Like, just trying to make up time. And I'm like, bro, we got to go. We got to go. And this is like with 3 laps to go. And Bowers and Heart Raft, they're just out for a Sunday cruise, and I can't get by.
Go! You're yelling at Bowers.
Oh, dude. Every chance I got, I was just screaming at him, and finally I just ran it in on him. I was like, last lap, I'm like, I gotta get in front of him because A-Ray won't take down Tyler. But
right.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't think A-Ray would take down Tyler?
No, Tyler's too much of a wall.
They are enjoy the ride teammates now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The beef I feel like has been squashed between Bowers and I because we enjoy the ride.
Bowers and I got rather aggressive with each other in the main event the week on Tuesday. We ran each other into the tough blocks quite a few times. And like gently,
right?
Like no slamming, but like.
Cade, you do feel like if you had beaten A-Ray, you would have done more in the main event than he did.
I would have finished.
Right.
It wasn't my fault. I didn't just pull off. My bike shut off.
Okay, so we got a crash in practice and a bike problem in Dallas 3. We got no brakes in Dallas 2. We got a DNF for the bike problem in Dallas 3. Like, what the fuck's going on here, A-Ray?
A-Ray, there's one common denominator between all of these things, and it's the person on top of it twisting the gas and not knowing how to shift it.
Okay, so in I think the first qualifying practice, I hadn't, or no,
it was the last qualifying practice.
Yeah, I hadn't jumped either one of the quads. I had talked to Cade, and Cade had jumped all of them, and I'm like, shit. So I go out there, and I start boner airing shit.
Cade air, dude.
And, yeah, so I crashed, and then my steering, like, locked up. Like, the bearings or something, like, I must have bent something. I don't know what happened, but I couldn't turn my handlebars.
Yeah, that happens to a lot of people out there. Yeah, I see that all the time.
I warned you. I told you not to OJ it. And
I did. And then, yeah, I don't know. I think my bike must have overheated in the main event. I don't know what happened. I was coming down the straightaway and my bike just shut off. and I
Jesus.
pressed that E-start button 100 times, and I could not start the thing back. So I don't know what happened to that. I mean, it was just freak nature. I mean, and I was riding good prior to that. I had just got around Hot Raft, and then I washed the front. I was in front of him. I was in front of Bowers. Like, I was racing forward, and then I had a tip over, and then I was still, once I got up, I was still catching Starling, and then my bike shut off. So, I mean, it was sort of just
Too much rest.
I don't know.
How about Starling the LCQ just looking like, just gone?
He was icing
He ran
that.
a 51.
He
ran a 51 the first lap.
He was icing the 3-on, 3-off ever since the last practice, and I only did it twice all day because it was so hard to get onto that table, and he was just doing it like it was nothing. And I'm like,
Makes me even madder for picking him in PulpMX Fantasy.
you picked him?
No, earlier this year when he wasn't qualifying.
Oh, smooth. You picked him over me. Have you picked me at all this year?
Nope. But I did pick A-Ray.
Okay.
I did pick A-Ray at Dallas too.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Cade. And so did Marks.
And
Did
so did
Marks,
Truman.
have you picked me, Marks?
I'm sorry, I have not.
Okay, then
And
y'all
and
can suck it.
I'm mad that I haven't because you've done very well.
Suck it.
Yes.
Darkside picked me at an 11, and I'm like, man, that's brave at an 11. And he's like, you got it. I was like, okay, you just keep doing you, bro.
He picked you at 11 this week.
Yeah.
At Dallas 3.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right.
So he's mad at us for not picking him, and then the guy that picks him at 11, he's like,
yeah.
At an 11.
Yeah.
Come on. You look at the results and understand.
Speaking of that, Darkside, what's up, man? You pissed at A-Ray?
Yeah, A-Ray owes me another breakfast. I want payback because he fucked me out. He fucked me in fantasy.
Yep. Good job.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Darkside. I thought we were cool, but
Wow.
Well, we were until you took out Cade.
Yeah, and
oh jeez.
Cade screwed me at well, I don't know if you would have gone in with no rear brake, so I don't even know if Cade hadn't taken you down at Dallas 2.
He wasn't going my pace, so it don't matter.
Yeah,
He wasn't.
I don't
going
even
my
know
pace.
if he had no brake, so I don't know how the fuck he's gonna get in the main event with no brakes.
Yeah. You never know.
Yeah, you know, he could go faster.
Yeah.
So, Cade, I don't know if this has happened to you, but like where you put the rear brake pads in.
Hey, Ray, I have the
the
same
little
rear brake
flanges?
pads on my practice bike that I got on the bike when they gave me the bike in December. They gave me the
Okay,
motorcycle in
never mind.
December. It is now
Never
middle of
mind.
March. I have the same rear brake pads on it.
Okay, never mind. Then. Never mind. I was gonna try to explain. I was gonna like.
I understand how a rear
what was
brake
wrong with the
system
rear brake.
works and how you can melt it by dragging that bitch the whole race.
Hey,
but
Ray, you gotta.
No, I didn't melt it.
You
I
gotta-
did not
that is
melt
not
it.
what your mechanic told me. I played golf with your mechanic the next day. He
Yes,
told me you melted it.
Melted. Okay, it melted because of the way that the things were bent. But you know what? Never mind. Fuck you. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and explain it then. Since you had your fucking brake pads on there for so long, I'm just gonna be over here. I'm like, all right, I fucked up. I'm on my rear brakes. We're cool.
You're on your rear brakes, your clutch, and your gas all at the same time. It's fucking phenomenal. Phenomenal.
I don't know. That's got to be bad for me to be on my rear brakes.
Maybe
and
that's
still
why that thing
catch up to
overheated.
you.
Why did you make a DV last week saying he can't help you? He's done.
I mean, I don't know, man.
I'll take some DV coaching. You sign me up.
All right.
Fuck you, you're fired.
That's DV to A-Ray.
I like DB though. I like DB. Every time I see him at the track, he'll get his phone out and try to video me trying to
Right.
'cause every time I would see him at the track there for a while, he would stand right in front of a corner, and I would always something would happen, and I would just tip over.
Yep.
Well,
fall
he's probably
right in front
videoing
of
Dylan, and then he's videoing you, and he's going to post them back to back and be like, this is how you do it, and this is how you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I get up, pick my bike up, and I'm just standing there laughing at me. I'm like, damn it.
I don't know. But I got to say, though, I told Cade this earlier, A-Ray. Our listeners just love it. I get so many DMs and tweets when you two guys get together. It's just, and there's K guys, there's A-Ray. I didn't like the taunting. I did not like the taunting or the celebration, but.
Yeah, it was a bit much, but in the moment, like, I was pumped. I was stoked.
It is what it
I
is.
feel like I had
Sarah
to
was
look
about
back
ready
and
to
look
wring your
back
neck.
and
She
Yeah,
was
well, that's
she was
all right.
pissed about the taunting.
Yeah.
You can't do that, dude.
She's been pissed at me before, not for any like racing related reasons, but she's been pissed at me before.
I saw A-Ray's chick in the pits, and I went straight up to her. I'm like, please don't hate me.
Yeah.
I'm not that bad.
That's not
your
Dallas
guy's
too,
your guy's
yeah.
just a dick.
Right. Well, she's probably like, oh yeah, I got him back. You know, Dallas 3 got him back.
Oh, she told me she didn't hate me. She's like,
Oh, okay.
I know. She's like, I know. It's him. It's okay. I don't actually hate you.
Have you told your chick, A-Ray, like if you said like, hey, this is, it's yes, I understand it looks like Mad Max beyond the Thunderdome. This is how we race.
Yeah, like she didn't understand how people passed people prior to any of this, and I feel like she didn't even know that the tracks changed each weekend or each race.
Right.
She thought they was all. She asked me on the first day. She was like, "So what's usually your lap time?" I'm like, "It varies. The track changes." She's like, "Oh, I didn't know that."
Right.
I was like, "Okay, cool."
Well,
This ain't NASCAR.
Dark Side, how was it? Being the media guy in attendance there, Dallas 3.
It was good. Tons of content, so many interviews in the pits.
Right.
It was good. It was fun being there. Kevin Kelly was actually up in the press box for the mains, and man, the LCQ we were yelling like it was. We knew A-Ray was coming with like 3 to go, and I was like, "Fuck! I got Cade in fantasy. This is gonna go bad." And we yelled for 2 laps. It was pretty entertaining, actually.
I thought Cade. I'm like, Cade's gonna get Bowers. I thought you'd get Bowers. I'm like, he's running better.
Yo, Bowers slammed him pretty good before the whoops, though.
If he thought there was a gap, why couldn't he just let me by? Just let me by and you deal with it.
It's the bear, bro. It's the bear.
He was salty because I beat him in the main. I told him, I was like Saturday before practice, I'm like, hey man, you and I had that epic battle, but you kept me going. Like him and I charged the whole way through because we both wanted to beat each other.
Hey Ray, how much? Look, pre-suspension, there was a big debate. Cade was, better outdoors than you. You're a better indoor guy than you. But man, it's taken Cade a bit of time here. But maybe he's a little better indoors now.
I mean, he's definitely better indoors for sure.
Better than you.
Don't forget who out-qualified who at Thunder Valley.
I'm not gonna answer that.
Okay, listen. You have 19 points, A-Ray.
Yes.
Cade has 16. We have 5 races to go.
So how many main events has Cade made?
5. We both have made 5.
Okay, so if you would have beat me in the main event, how do I have more points than you do?
You waxed me in the first main I made, and you've gotten 18th twice, I think, right?
Yeah, and I have a 17th in there as well.
Yeah. So, but I have like a 20. I have 2 21s, a 20, and 19 and 18. So when I'm in the main event, everyone seems to fucking finish. When you're in the main event, everyone seems to DNF.
Here's what we're gonna do. Are you guys ready for this?
Oh, geez. Here we go.
19 to 16. So, Cade, you got a little bit of catching up to do here. The winner in the points at the end of the year after Salt Lake 2, I will donate $1,000 to the charity of your choice. And you can't be aray.com. A-Ray. It can't be aray.com. A charity of your choice to whoever beats who in this series. And you will get a prestigious trophy.
And a trophy?
And a trophy.
Could it go towards my engine parts?
No, charity.
I feel like Jason over there is a charity. Have you seen how big the number is on the door?
No,
it's like over. I think it's like $7,000 now.
God, A-Ray.
It's a lot. It is a lot.
Nope, charity. You got a charity, Cade, off the top of your head?
I mean, I have a couple, but I'd have to choose between one or the other.
A-Ray, you got a charity?
I'd have to think about it, but yeah, we can figure something out.
Mine would probably be something to do with animals.
Okay, I hope you win.
Okay.
All right.
A-Ray would probably.
Are you guys down with it? You down?
Yeah, I'm down.
You ready?
I'm down.
Okay, all right.
I don't get any sort of bonus if I win because I'm behind.
Nah, I thought about trying to weight it a little bit, but fuck it. Yeah.
So Cade's in it for both. He's in it for the LCQ challenge and this.
Yeah, dude, I'm in for all. You got to have a great season just like me. See, when you suck,
Cade
you still got to do good enough that you're in the top of the sucking board.
You're double dipping.
That thing is all fucked up because Starling is all of a sudden like great. So Starling's got no points.
Well, Starling's been good all year. He just finally started getting
Bubba Pauly
starts.
didn't make the night shows. Carlin Gardner weeded himself. Like the whole thing's a shit show. So, yeah, and as Mark says here, hey Ray, your charity can't be registered to a J-Bone Ray.
Oh man. Yeah, J-Bone doesn't need any charity. He's already too fat.
And,
like he's getting.
And the
thick.
pony pot will throw in 1,000 too, right, Darkside?
Sure, yeah.
Not a super positive.
Yeah, no.
Hey man,
definitely.
Darkside bought me dinner the other night, so I think we're square.
That didn't sound at all
No.
right. I bought Darkside dinner, so.
I bought Darkside breakfast, and he also bought me breakfast too. So.
And I bought Darkside dinner, so it sounds like he's doing fucking fine.
Hey, I bought Steve dinner one Friday night, and I text him the next weekend, and he's like, yeah, I went to dinner with A-Ray tonight. Of course, it's A-Ray, and I had to buy dinner.
Yeah.
I saved money on hotels because I stayed at the Berm Lords headquarters.
Oh, you did?
Way to get a plug.
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Yeah, just stickers everywhere. Just Darkside laid on a bed of stickers. Just everywhere.
Berm Lords did have Scotty Winterstrom in the 40th slot of the night show.
Silence. Well, yeah, $1,000. There we go. 19 points to 16. Here we go.
I'm into it.
When do we have to have our charities?
Let's tweet that out.
When do we have to have our charities decided by?
I don't know. But after Salt Lake City too.
Okay.
All right. And a prestigious trophy.
And the trophy.
Yes.
Okay.
I got to get one
Will
made.
this be like the belt? The belt.
Whatever happened to that
Yeah,
belt?
what if I get you guys like a photo of Chiz?
I mean,
The winner gets
I'm into
a
it.
signed photo of Chiz.
I mean, he's my idol at this point. Like,
He
what
is,
the
right?
hell?
Dude, like, he'll qualify 28th, and then
It
he'll go
doesn't
make it out
matter.
of the heat, dude.
It doesn't matter. It's fucking
He's
Chiz.
the
He
same
was-
pace all day.
He went
The same
3
pace all
seconds
day.
faster in the last qualifying practice than he did in the second one this
Really?
weekend. He didn't jump any of the quads
Right.
or anything.
No.
And he's doing like 56s.
Nah.
Comes out the next practice, does all the quads,
Right.
gets to like a 51.
Yeah,
And it's just
that's-
like, what the hell, man?
Chiz has only a limited number of jumps in him, so he has to save him up. That's it.
Hey, you know what he told me on HEP?
Huh.
That in the free practice, if the whoops are sketchy, he'll go around them every single lap because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
knows that they'll break down by the end of the
Right.
last practice.
Yep.
And he'll just hit them then whenever they're
Yeah, that's smart veteran Chiz.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, he's phenomenal. He'll figure it out, and he's a little. You see him on Twitter. He's a little mad about the infant Chiz comment.
Was that what that was?
Yeah.
He doesn't like the infant Chiz?
No, he says you're not even close to him enough main events to be infant Chiz.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Right.
We can blame, but that's what
Blair.
infancy grows. You
Yeah, I
know,
Blair,
you got to grow.
Blame Blair for that.
I yelled it to him. We were parked across from him one
Oh.
day, and I made it out of the heat. And I'm like, "Infant Chiz does it."
Jeez.
So all right, there we go. So yeah, $1,000 charity, your guys' choice
All right.
for the
I
winner.
seen you guys e-biking earlier this morning. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I'm ready to get. I got my DVO suspension on my e-bike.
So wait, why?
over the week.
Why do you have an issue with me wearing my? I didn't have a kit, so I wore shorts and a moto jersey. It's real sunny out
He
here.
wears his own jersey, bicycling.
I had a pack
Hey,
on,
Ray,
so
I
I didn't
mean,
have.
come
I didn't
on.
have.
Hey everybody, it's Cade Clason
I
out
had
here
a
on the
pa-
trail.
I mean,
Check me out.
When did you tell him that he was coming on the
So
show?
okay,
Oh, yeah,
hold
months
on.
ago.
So
Months ago.
I was at
Oh,
club.
my
I had
God.
my cycling stuff with me, and I packed it all.
It's Walker Fowler over here.
And I freaking throw my shoes and all my shit in my bag, and I'm like, oh, I got kits at home because
Yeah, you-
I have my enduros
you
at
and
home.
Walker talk to each other. Hey, let's run a jerseys.
I thought about wearing it tonight actually. And I'm like, oh, I'll just get a kit when I'm home. And then I got here and I'm like, oh, that wasn't very smart. I don't have a kit with me. And so I just wore shorts and a jersey to make up for it. And I mean, I'm
Sounds
not
gay.
Yeah, shut up. And it was great, you know. I was comfy. That jerseys are nice.
Soul Rider. I mean,
Dude,
that's
no,
Kiefer
you're-
wouldn't have an
you're
issue
not
with
a,
it.
You're not a soul rider if you wear your own jersey numbered and a name on the back of it. You're not your own. You're not a soul rider.
I didn't say I was.
Who was that? Who was that was wearing their own jersey at a Supercross, like a quad
Yeah,
rider?
Yeah, Walker Fowler.
Yeah, Walker Fowler.
Oh, okay, yeah,
where the
that's
joke
that's,
came from.
That's Cade.
Right. Dark side. That's something that
Yo.
I could see you doing a little bit, running the dark side jersey.
When I'm riding a dirt bike, or
No. When you're pedaling around your mountain bike.
No.
No, that's
No,
him
I
in the
just
skate
wear
park.
the
He's got a
fly
dark
mountain
side
bike.
jersey
Yeah.
on in the skate park.
Yeah, skate park.
I wear the fly
I
mountain
will
bike
say this.
stuff when I'm mountain biking.
Right.
I will say this: I was in the pits at Arlington 3, and the amount of O'Neal jerseys that were in the pits was sick. Dude,
Man, I didn't see any. I saw a lot of fly stuff.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, you were just.
I don't know, man.
You just noticed. You were just looking at Bowers. That was it. That's the only guy you noticed. Anyway.
Hey, O'Neal did have 4 guys in the main event.
By the way, too, what about Marty's crash that he posted on social?
Oh my!
That
God.
was
that
dirty.
was one thing that I was scared. That's one thing I was scared about. If you do that 3 in, doing that next jump, that was a fear of mine. So I was like, nope.
Oh my
Wait,
God!
what did Marty do? I gotta look this up.
It was on his story, so it's probably gone.
His front wheel went over the tabletop.
Yep. He clipped it, and that bike shot up in there off the berm, flipped a few times. It was rough.
Nasty Marty crash.
I thought that's what Oldenburg did in the B practice. His bike was laying up over the berm. Tough blocks were in the start straight, and I'm like, man, he must have tried that, and then yeah.
Art of Sport.
I know what it was.
What?
That we were giving you props on. Speaking of Marty's bike flying through the air, we were talking about the PulpMX nets saving lives.
Saving lives. Hunter
Saving
Lawrence,
lives.
absolutely. You think anybody will notice or give me any credit at all for talking about the nets 5-6 years ago, whenever it was? Nope. Nobody. Nothing. Hunter thanked me, though. That was cool. Artofsport.com. All the products under $10. Please check that out. Darkside, congratulations. You're a grandpa.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
I'm
I cannot believe you and your pony are old enough to be a grandfather.
Well, I can't either. I don't really like the G word. We're trying to go with something else. But,
Gramps?
I'm
Papa.
No, it's going to be the fifth.
But
what does the pony think of it?
I don't speak to the pony's gone. Most of it's gone, man. I don't know.
I couldn't believe how short it was.
I don't talk to my hair like you think I do. So
What's that?
I don't talk to the hair like you think I do.
Dude, that thing is its own animal. I can't believe you're old enough to have a kid that has a kid.
Yeah, my kid's 22, same age I was when I had him.
Damn.
Yeah, it's crazy, but she's awesome, so I appreciate it.
All right.
Fertile fellows over there.
Yeah, really. Darkside, who's on the wrap-up show? Do we know?
Yeah, this week I've got Jake and Jordan, the couple I told you about. That they play fantasy together, they battle, and they're big Pulp fans. They listen to Pulp every week together, so they'll be on this week.
Sweet. And I'm working on that Mission Tortillas wrap-up.
Yeah.
Wrap it up
Right on.
with Mission Tortillas.
Bring it. Hey, if it puts more money in my pocket, I'll take it.
Yeah, it will be. All right, thanks, Darkside.
All right, see ya.
Thank you. Before we go, Alex Ray on the show, brought to you by Art of Sport. It's John. Johnner, what's up, bud?
Hey, this is Cade's buddy.
Johnner, what's up, Johnner?
Hey, Cade, dude, you gotta stop wearing that jersey. Come on, dude.
Dude, get out of here, bro. You love it.
Yeah, name a number on the back of a jersey. Like I cannot believe it.
I just rep it, bro. Why you gotta judge?
Dude.
A-Ray, not cool, right, A-Ray?
I mean,
A-Ray wears his jersey when he's at the bike park.
Hey, you know what?
I did wear it whenever I went
his
downhill mountain
road
biking because I
cycling
didn't have
helmet
a
Okay, hold on, Johnner. What's that, A-Ray? You wore it actually?
I did wear one of my jerseys whenever I went downhill mountain biking because I didn't have a full long sleeve jersey.
Exactly. So what's the difference?
But I wore a full moto helmet and goggles too.
That's really bad on both of your parts.
Why?
I mean,
why are you judging? Why are you playing Kiefer right now and judging gear?
No, he's playing SWAT Moto right now with the cycling stuff.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Oh yeah, cool. All right, wear your name and number then everywhere you go.
Maybe I will.
Awesome. All right,
I'll go get it. I'll put it on for the rest of the show.
We'll see you at the mall with that.
Hey,
so.
Cade, keep wearing your roadie helmet with your mountain biking stuff too.
I got a helmet now. Get off my case,
he had
Grandpa.
a regular mountain bike helmet. Yeah.
Get off my case, Grandpa.
What do we vote on? What's the vote for? What poll?
On Twitter, I said we're giving away $1,000 to their charity of choice. Who you taking? And so far, it's 78% Cade, 21% A-Ray.
Wow.
Team Clade.
The people have spoken. They think you're going to make the 3 points up and pass A-Ray.
That's fine. I got to make one main to pass him. So
if you guys tie, do we split it or do we go on whoever had the best season finish?
I think we should split it.
Okay. We'll split it then.
Better for the charities.
Right. You guys are both getting fucked by the 250 East guys that are just racking up points, by the way, both of you. Just absolutely screwed. Some guy that's a plumber has probably got 64 points right now compared to your guys' 16 and 19 or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
Thanks, Johnner.
Very, very upsetting.
Thanks, Johnner.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
I really had to look for Cade's Instagram since I don't follow him.
Nice.
to see this.
We don't follow
the
each other.
jersey
It's
photo.
funny.
I like it. I like it. Well, listen.
We haven't followed each other since he cleaned me out in Daytona.
Right.
So it's perfectly okay for that to be payback.
Right. I felt like he hit you hard, but you said no. Okay. All right. Well,
just a love tap.
All right, A-Ray. Well, good job getting in. I really wish you could have got in Dallas too when I picked you in PulpMX Fantasy. But maybe I will start picking Cade from now on.
Doubtful.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Steve. Yeah, thanks, boys. I appreciate it.
What are you doing on the break? What's going on?
Well, I'm in the process of trying to Frankenstein some parts together to get my practice bikes together.
Two
of
them.
Yeah.
He's got two of them that are broken.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll have them ready here the next couple of days and hopefully get some riding in. But until then, I'm gonna have to ride my bicycles. But I mean, I know DV told me I need to ride my dirt bikes more, but I got to do what I got to do at this point.
Maybe you need Maybe you need the enduro model. That's what I'm repping. I'm riding the enduro models. Both my race bike and my practice bike both came with kickstands.
Oh wow!
By the way, the charity of choice for you guys, it can't be anything weird too. Don't be weird. Like, hey Ray, your charity.
No strippers.
Like, yeah. Don't. I'm getting some DMs right now and some text about your possible charity choices, Ray. So just be normal, okay? Also, by the way, DVO suspension. I got some on my Taser, and A-Ray got some on his e-bike. And use the code PulpMX if you're looking for a fork or a shock for your mountain bike. DVO guys, great dudes, and they make good products. So.
Yeah, I kept endoing, and then Swap Moto kept taking photos of me upside down in the rocks. So I needed to get some good suspension, and thankfully I got good friends like PulpMX, and you guys are freaking taking care of me with the DVO suspension. So that was awesome. So I'm stoked on that.
All right, A-Ray. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for calling in, and I look forward to part 34 of the Cade Clason Alex Ray battles when we pick up in Atlanta. So
just don't get salty when I get you back. You get so salty.
He does get salty, but then he kind of gets over it like soon.
Yeah, it's like a little salty period, and then I'm over it.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks, A-Ray.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Alex Ray, everybody. Coming up, JT. Andy, you're calling from Arizona to talk to Cade?
I am, yeah.
What's up, man?
Hello, Cade. Hey, this is Virgil's buddy, Andy.
Oh, hey, what's going on, man? How's my guy Virgil doing? Is he staying up on it?
Doing good, yeah. Hey, every LCQ, you tend to make it exciting, and you ought to see him jumping up and down. He can't even sit down in the last few laps.
Virgil's the guy, Steve. Remember I sent you a picture of him. He was on a Yamaha on the full fly kit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I coach him a lot at home. And dude, he's is he 49? Is he 50? I don't remember how old he is, but
almost 50.
And he's just into it now.
He loves it.
Yeah, he loves it.
And he got a bike, and Andy and him are neighbors, and they ride together, and yeah.
Right. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Cade told me the whole story. He sounds like a really cool guy, for sure.
Oh, he's awesome, yeah.
Why don't we get him something? Does he need anything?
Oh, man, he needs all sorts of stuff. But,
well, let's hook him up.
Oh, jeez.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll work some of our show guys and get him dialed in with whatever he needs. So, all right.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
Hey, I wanted to throw something in there on the rocks and the Webb thing there from the Peacock we have for watching the race. The last few laps definitely looked like Kenny was struggling through that sand as well, which was killing his time.
Yep,
for sure. So
he was.
I think as the season goes on, he tends to maybe wear down. I have to think it's something to do with his arms.
You think? All right, yeah, maybe. Definitely, he's had issues at the end of seasons, right?
Yeah, he always has.
At the end of seasons, end of the race, end of seasons, yeah.
Right. Yeah, maybe so. Thanks, Andy.
It's grueling.
Thanks for calling.
Take care.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Got some people on hold here as well. Something about Roxon and Webb and Fly. Fly Mesh. Fly Racing. Speaking of Fly Racing, Justin Brayton, Justin Bogle, Zach Osborne are out right now, but they wear Fly Racing. But Joey Savacci's there, and Jalik Swoll's crushing it at Fly Racing. Mitchell Oldenburg as well, getting the 450 main event. So, yeah, absolutely. The guys at flyracing.com are doing great things, whether it's the Formula helmet with Rheon technology, whether it's the Zone Pro goggle, whether it's the F4 boots or the all-new light pant. They have you covered. Thanks to the folks at Fly Racing. Go to your favorite dealer. Tell them you want to see Fly Racing, or go to your favorite e-tailer and check out the folks from Fly Racing and all the things that they got going. Let's bring our Fly Racing specialist in. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. Just listening to the banter as usual.
We have a question about the Fly mesh. Let's get that out of the way. LJ, what's up, man? Let's talk to JT about that Fly gear you're talking about.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when's that stuff coming out? I usually buy 2 or 3 sets a year.
It is coming soon. I would love to tell you that I can guarantee it for Atlanta 1. That is the tentative plan, and that's not even really public info, but why not? Let's break it right here. The plan is to go live at Atlanta 1. The only thing I have to make sure is that dealers have it in their stores for that to happen. So it's going to be a last-minute thing, but I'm 99.9% sure that it's going to happen in Atlanta. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news at all, but there's been some serious port delays going on, and the entire industry's really been suffering from it, and we're no different. So as soon as we can possibly get it into our warehouse and out to dealers, we're going with it. The racers all have their stuff built. Like we're really ready. We just want to make sure that we do it the right way.
Cool. So LJ, look for it in a couple weeks, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Oh, he doesn't sound that excited. JT was on the review show, Cade, and talking. He was at Dallas 3, and he was talking a lot about the track, and you were talking at the start of the show about how fun that thing was.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was really fun to ride. Did it look fun to watch, JT? I mean, the track. I mean, there was just so many options.
It looked a little bit intimidating, and remember, I've been retired for several years now. So yeah, some of the sections, like, to have to pull some of that stuff. I was good at that stuff. Like I was good at jumping, better than probably my results indicated. But man, some of that stuff, like you would just have to man up, like 3-3-3 and then 3 out of the corner, like to do the biggest rhythms. It was no joke. So it did look fun, but at the same time, I was walking through my own emotional process of having to pull the trigger on that stuff too.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like we've had so many tracks this year where everything just gets done first practice, and then it's
literally
just like,
second lap.
Yeah, second lap. Yeah. Everyone's doing all the jumps, and then it's just a speed fest, and there's nothing really that technical about it. Where this weekend you had to be super precise. There was a lot of options. You had to figure out which option was the best.
Yep.
And I feel like having to grow a set and just do some of the stuff, separated a lot of guys. This weekend they started lapping in the 450 main. Like 6 or 7 minutes in, where the week before, where the track was fairly simple and we were all doing the same thing, I didn't get lapped till almost 9 minutes to go. So,
right. I mean, honestly, as a fan, if I'm sitting there just, pounding, Miller Lite, it's awesome. But I was more trying to put myself in your guys' shoes, having to pull that stuff out. 15 minutes in, you're still having to go, tabletop over 2 and stuff like that. I'm all for it. I think it's better racing. I think it challenges you guys who are all so talented and your bikes are so capable. I'm all for it. I was just more trying to put myself back into my, riding boots and have to walk through that. But if I get to draw the tracks up every week, I'll take that every single time.
It was kind of cool. The first 250 heat takes off. They go around. They go through the first rhythm, or they go through the first lap, and then the leaders come around, and they go 2-4. The whole crowd kind of like does like a gasp because you were going 2 table over 2-3, and you went so high, and it was such a big table over 2 compared to the rest of the ones we've had this year, and it was fun to see the crowd get so like in awe of a jump that not everyone was doing, but most guys were doing, and it was just so big.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Did you ever do that 3 out of the corner after that?
No, I didn't. In practice, it was so ruddy, and I was like, I don't really want to pull the trigger on this. I saw A-Ray do it a couple times in his practice, But he never went on to the next table. So I'm like, if I can barely get it and then not do the next part, it's not worth it. So if I go 2 on off 4, that's super consistent. And then I can stay low in the berm and kind of, if you can stay super low in the berm and then get the double fast, you don't lose as much time as you think.
Right. Yeah, I could totally see that because I'd watched the 250 guys, and it looked pretty easy for Justin Cooper to kind of do it. But by the time you guys would get out there, not to mention forget about the B and C practices for the 450 class in practice. The track is completely gone by then. But even by the 450 heat races, that turn made it pretty challenging.
That's why I can't understand the last 2 weeks. Bowers is asked to be in the C group because it's less guys, he told me. But it's like, dude.
Yeah, but in the B practice, we can't do the rhythm most of the time
anyways.
If
you're not in A, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So, it was crazy how significantly better the track was for me when I was in A practice.
Right.
I rode half of each time practice because I had bike issues, but I still, qualified fairly good, and I only rode half the practice.
Yeah, to me, when I look at it, those guys in the A practice are accelerating out of a corner like that so damn hard compared to where the B guys, they are, but it's not the same, right? The deterioration from A to B is nothing compared, the A to B is much more significant than B to C. B to C is almost irrelevant, where A to B is a huge drop-off.
I've asked multiple times if for free practice the B or C guys could go first. Let us, go CBA for the 450s as well in the free practice, because they don't do it because of the fans and stuff and because of TV. But why can't we go first for the free practice? You know what I mean? Let us learn the track when it's a little bit fresher then, and then give them the fresher track when it matters. I mean, I've asked that. They've said no, but I still think it's a good idea.
Right. JT, would have liked to seen Roxon get a little aggressive with Coop. Not really sure why he didn't.
Well, I agree with the McGrath take that you were swooning over at Arlington too. Until Kenny forces Cooper to respect him or have any glimpse of fear whatsoever, why would he? Why would you ever check up or ever have any hesitation until you're forced to? He really has no reason to. Kenny has been so nice and so patient with any sort of aggression from Cooper, and I don't know, at some point you just have to draw a line in the sand, and in the words of Jeffrey the Dude Lebowski, you just have to say this aggression will not stand. And you have to stand your ground and make a move back to where if you have the inside, Webb's not going to just commit to the outside. Where right now I believe he will. I believe he will commit to the outside and just say, you know what, Kenny's not going to knock me down here, so I'm going to go for it.
Yeah.
And until you put some sort of fear there where he has to think a little bit about, I don't know, if this is Jason Anderson, I can't go outside because I'm going to end up on the ground, And there's something to be said for that. Kenny just has to force the issue a little bit. And I know Kenny just wants to be courteous, and that's the way he's always raced. But when you have a guy like Cooper Webb who's willing to take advantage of that scenario, you almost can't be. You're going to have to up the aggression level and fight back a little bit.
It's amazing you didn't. Absolutely. And now this thing feels, I'll start with you, Cade. I mean, look, anything can happen, a bike problem or a big crash from Cooper. But, dude, this thing feels.
I mean, it's not out of there, but it's definitely getting there. It's getting stressful. I think everyone knows if Kenny hole shots, Coop's coming.
Yeah.
And he's going to keep coming the whole race. He's not going to get tired. He's just going to keep plugging away. He doesn't make any mistakes, really, and it's crazy.
Dallas, too, he crashes, probably has a concussion of some sort, comes back, sets a top 3 time in the next practice. This one gets knocked down in the heat by Sexton, can't do the whoops, struggling, comes back and wins. Like the guy, and he's coming on later tonight.
He's an animal, man.
Yeah.
And it's just nothing seems to phase him. And when there's adversity, I feel like it just fuels the fire.
Right. I might agree with that for sure.
Well, and it gets, the thing about this for me is it gets tougher, I believe, towards the end of the season. I think it gets tougher to make up points. So if you're Kenny, the job is going to get more difficult as we go towards Salt Lake because these guys are going to lose interest. The days of everybody just sending it, trying to get a result, and if Cooper gets a bad start, these guys are going to start like at the end of the year, and they just start losing their intensity a little bit, where everything's going to be on the line for Cooper, and he's going to find his way to the front anyway. It just seems to work out that way towards the end of the year. It's so difficult to make up big points gaps because of the waning interest of these guys.
I mean, I'm almost wondering if we're seeing it now with these top 4 guys checking out the last 2 weeks.
Sure. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It definitely it goes that way, right? It's a stair step that direction, and it's hard to say when you see it. I think everybody notices that at different times, but it steadily progresses as the season wears on.
Right. JT, most improved Supercross racer this year: Cade Clason, Cody Schock, or AP?
I think all 3 of them should be mentioned. You're talking about different levels, right? AP, the step he's got to make is so brutal. But I think, Cody, I didn't really expect anything. Watching him last year at Salt Lake was almost comical. He was the butt end of many jokes. It
wasn't comical. Come on.
Well, he was the butt end of many jokes.
He still made a main in Salt Lake.
Right. Yeah. But we were almost like counting down the seconds until he was going to be ghost riding his bike across the track.
Yeah.
At some point, So to see him running inside the top 10 is a huge move. But then for Cade, I think to be consistently qualifying in this class right now is no joke, and it's a tribute to the hard work he's done, and you can really see that dedication and that hard work playing out on Saturday nights and I guess Tuesday nights as well. So for myself, I was pretty skeptical about him getting in consistently, and I've been proven wrong. So when I'm wrong, I will own it, and I think Cade deserves a lot of credit.
Deep sleeper, I called Cade.
Well, you were a year early.
Yeah, I was. We actually, after DV finished yelling at Rutledge Wood, he admitted on the show last week that it was a deep field.
Oh, he did.
Oh yeah, he finally had to say it. Yeah, it was a monumental moment here.
Yeah, he's been very much on the other side of that.
Right. Yeah, he actually said that. So
and actually, Denny Stevenson was railing against that this weekend as well.
Oh, he was?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Debo, our guy Debo, he's tough to please.
Where was he? I never heard the gist.
What do you mean?
Denny Stevenson, where was he when he disappeared?
Oh, I don't even know. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Do you JT?
No, I don't think anybody knows.
I don't know. I don't think it was anywhere good.
Oh.
Right.
Fly
Racing, flyracing.com. Please check them out if you're in the market. JT never named a guy. He just broke down AP. Like, he never actually said one person.
Yeah.
No, I honestly, I don't think.
That's a solid podium, though.
Well,
all 3 of us.
I would hate to discourage any of those guys because I think they've all killed it. Like, how do you even? It would just be like,
where's the waffle?
JT, I'm fueled by how much you think I suck, so you just got to keep shitting on me.
Honestly, okay, I'll go with the most unlikely. How about that? And for the most unlikely improvement, like the level, I would say Cody Schock.
Okay.
His ride at Daytona, I was like, oh my God, who is that?
Right.
That was so cool. Yeah. Did you guys see his wheelie video through the whoops?
Yeah.
Oh, that was so sick.
Yeah. So please check out Fly Racing for all the things going on there. 2 weeks. Kinetic Mesh could be out, we hope. For those guys, you'll see the riders wearing it. And, of course, Maxima USA, of course, the Pro Circuit Cowie team with McAdoo, and also Tomac and AC, and all of the gang, Faulkner and the gang, all using Maxima USA, whether it's 927 two-stroke stuff. It's the #1 selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. Whether it's the 4-stroke engine oil with the new Peak system in it, please check them out, MaximaUSA.com. Pulp20 is the code to save with Maxima USA. I love the SC1. It's fantastic. Chain lube, great. MPPL, great. So thanks to the folks at Maxima USA. Great stuff as well. Great grease, too. Can't overlook the grease. I've been using it to do the Project 500 bike. So thanks to Maxima USA. We do have the X-Men.
Are you not done with that thing yet?
There's a lot of pieces in the garage.
It's no, it's I've really been taking my time. I've been slacking. I have big plans for this weekend. Like,
I will say those forks look good.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but also I've had a lot of issues with it. I've had some issues going on, and things have been in and out. Lots of ins and outs to this thing. So
I'm gonna get a 1992 Peak Pro Circuit CR125 with the #1 plates, the black #1 plates that McGrath had.
Yep.
I'm gonna have a replica built. Max Steffens of Fly Racing fame is gonna build it for me. I'm very excited.
Oh, okay, good to hear. Actually, let's go to Andy. Andy, you want to talk about the Nets? Because I'll talk for an hour on the Nets, Andy.
Yeah, it's Alex.
Oh, Alex, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to see if we can get Lucas Myrtle on the phone and talk about your net worth.
I know, right? Absolutely.
Anything Hunter Lawrence wins after this is thanks to you.
Look, I wasn't at the race, so they showed him. I heard the crowd go, oh, and then Hunter disappeared. The most amazing thing is, the Nets saved his life, and I am to be paid off for that, and I am to get all the gratitude that I deserve. The most amazing thing is somehow he got off of the net, grabbed his bike, and still got fifth. Like, that to me was like, what? In the main event? Like, how do you get fifth from going into a net?
He's lucky his bike didn't get stuck like Carnell's did.
Totally. So
honestly, he's lucky that the net was there. He would have been, if not injured, I mean, it's for sure a DNF.
There have been multiple times when I've had to jump something into a berm that the net is behind, and it's like, if I OJ it, just stay on my motorcycle and commit to hitting the net.
Yeah, like bag it. Just grab onto it.
Just grab it.
Right.
I have thought about this.
And when Carnell was going over, I don't. We still don't even know what Carnell was thinking in that situation, but when he was leading and he sent it into there, like that bike would have hit AP.
Oh, there was a bunch of us standing there. Right. We would have been done.
Right.
Steve, have you ever seen the video of the guy in Miami in the late 80s that
missed the net? Yes.
Bounced off the net.
He was a stunt rider. I don't forget his name now, but yes, yeah. Yep.
The Butler brothers were in attendance and watched this.
Oh, they were? Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Watched this man fall to his death.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, Alex, I mean, I just want a little credit. JT and Weege don't think that they can pull Carmichael aside, and get it done. I would like some public credit for this from somebody.
You get lots of public credit.
Yeah, but from somebody important.
They did give it a name on the broadcast. I just can't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was the A-Star net or something. I don't know. How about we get more of them? Like, seriously, what's stopping them? How much are those things? Couple grand? God, you see corners every time that you're like, that could use a net. That could use a net.
Yeah.
What's stopping them? How expensive can they be?
Yeah, but there's not, like this weekend, there weren't really that many necessary.
But some weekends there are.
Yeah.
Well, there's two. We have two nets. Could be more. Thanks, Andy.
I don't think it's
or Alex. Alex, thank you.
I know you've been there, but the Feld facilities, they can build anything. I mean, literally anything that you can dream up, they can build.
More nets.
I've always wondered why Feld, like they have their monster truck test track there, why they don't build a test track and have the Florida guys come and do shoots and test things there, I've always thought that like you could hire a privateer to come out and like test different obstacles and different cool shit that they could build us, They've got the monster truck thing. Why not just have a little supercross sections?
I don't know what they would feel the upside of that is for them.
I mean, cooler things.
I know. I understand. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, I know. Yeah.
He likes to do that. Trust me.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. It's time for the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do it.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. Hey, you know who uses X-Brand goggles?
Angry.
Not me.
Chiz. Chiz uses X-Brand goggles.
Not Baby Chiz.
Yeah, but the Chiz. X-Brand. Fast Freddie Norn. X-Brand. Josh Strang. X-Brand.
I have a question.
Yep.
Did I used to chiz?
Fuck. I can't know. I don't know because, yeah, I feel like you did. Like, it also goes on qualifying times, right? So that kind of stuff as well. Yeah. Most weekends, I don't know. Like,
am I like Granddaddy Chiz?
Don't you feel like you qualified inside the top 20 all the time?
I feel like Nick Way is Granddaddy Chiz.
No, Nick was faster.
He was too good.
Yeah, he was too good.
He was too good for that. You can't be on the podium multiple times and do Chiz.
Yeah, I feel like JT, you qualified pretty decent. I
don't know. When Chiz was at his best, he was qualifying really well too.
Yeah, true. X-Brand goggles.
When I watched Chiz, Chiz was better than I was. Okay, I'll go with that. But our racing tactics are very similar. There's nothing exciting about it.
Right.
There's no one's getting out of their seat.
Yeah.
But we just find a way into the main event every single time.
Yeah, peak Chiz is better than peak JT.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Chiz was legit when he turned pro in 2000.
I mean, he's number 11.
Yeah, 2002, 99, whenever he turned pro.
I would have been number 13, 14, 15, like multiple years, but our system sucks.
So thanks to X Brand Goggles, of course. Choice of champions everywhere. The new Lucid goggle is out, and it is amazing. And so please check that out. And go through the folks at Motorsport for a deal on X Brand goggles right now. EKS20 is the code to save with X Brand. Save on the Lucid goggle, save on the other one. Whatever it is, X Brand goggles will have you working well, seeing clearly. It's the choice of champions everywhere. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him, Cade?
No.
No. All right.
I've seen some grilling stuff, like barbecue stuff on YouTube with him, but that's about as close as I've gotten.
All right.
I have a Chris Moser in my phone.
Not different guy.
Different guy.
Yeah. All right, Marks, let's do this. 30 seconds.
Steve, if this was the best track of the season, dirt obviously isn't the issue, so who can improve the track designs?
Well, they can. Dirtworks can. How about letting the Grinders do it again? How about that?
They have the ability. That's the whole thing. Like, it's not like it's magic. They know what to do.
Let's let Chad Reed just design one so he'll shut up.
Right? Yeah. Chad will design the best
thing
track.
is,
right.
You know what the funny thing is? So when the riders got to do it, he did Indy 2008, and he didn't even do it. Larry Brooks did it.
All right, next question.
Cade, besides A-Ray, who's a rider you owe one to, and who's a rider that owes you one?
Lots of guys owe me one. Jeez, I like to run into people. I'm not very friendly. Carnell owes me one because I screwed his fast lap this weekend. Man, I still owe Gardner one. So that's a fair square right there.
And you're gonna go like a year later. You're gonna get him back.
It's gonna have to be now.
2022, Carlin Gardner. He's coming for you. All right.
JT,
26 seconds. Good job.
Is Cade faster now than he's ever been? And if not, when was he the fastest?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Ideally, you continue to improve your skills and then you'll reach a breaking point where it's downhill from there. But yeah, this is the best Cade I've seen.
Nah. 11 seconds.
No?
Nah. Cade was better.
No way.
80.
What?
I'm closer to the factory times now than I was back then.
Nah, you were better then.
No, I
Eye
wasn't.
test, bro.
When?
Yeah, no. Back.
What are you talking
the
about?
last year before when he was
17?
jumping the pole and all that, when he was cutting the corner.
Jumping the pole.
Yeah.
JT doesn't remember my awesome last corner pass.
No, that was great.
Oh yeah, where was that?
San Diego.
San Diego.
Yeah, San Diego.
There was no pole, and that's why it was okay.
Yeah, Cade was faster.
You are better now than you were then. Like you are moving up and catching like Brandon Hartraft, who was a podium guy last year. Like I fully disagree.
All right, next question.
Steve, what is your proudest contribution to Supercross?
The nets. I mean, nobody will give me credit. Just looking for a little credit.
Time.
Little public credit. 4 seconds.
Cade, how many bikes do you think A-Ray has broken this year?
4 to 5. I know 4 for sure.
JT, we diagnosed A-Ray's problem right before you came on. He goes through
15,000 RPM.
He goes through clutches. He overheats his bike, and he goes through rear brakes. So he's doing all those things at once.
I put my second clutch in this weekend.
Yeah.
My second clutch.
Of the year.
Yes. And this was round 12.
Right. Yep. He is on the brake, on the clutch, and on the gas.
Yep.
Yep.
He's like, have you ever been to like a crappy go-kart place where they let you just hold both down wide, like hold the gas wide open and then you can brake while that's what he does.
Right. All right.
JT, do you think Webb carries this momentum and dominance outdoors?
That's a great question, actually.
Wow,
I will say dominance, no. I think he will be in the mix to win, but I don't think I'll go on the record and say he is not your outdoor champion.
16 seconds. All right.
No waffling there. I gave you a hard answer.
Yeah. That's very surprising.
Very good.
Yep.
Steve, how many riders do you think have gotten COVID this Supercross season?
Well, A-Ray got it. We know that. Was there another guy?
Yeah, but I mean, we're just not going to bring it up. Remember, we had this conversation earlier.
Oh, but I mean, like officially.
Officially, no.
Yeah. A-Ray, of course. If there's anybody, it was going to be A-Ray.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing that no one's tested positive. I gotta say, like rider-wise, like big rider, like big-time guys,
or anybody.
Yep. Every time I take my test, I'm like, I'm gonna test positive.
How has Greco not tested positive? That dude's in the bar every night when he's at the races.
I'm not in the bar every night, but I still am just waiting.
It's very stressful. Like when you show up on Friday and you're like, the next 2 races are riding on me testing negative in the next 10 minutes.
Right.
Very stressful.
I don't have that worry at all. I'm just more worried about being stuck in a hotel for 2 weeks or whatever they make you do.
Right.
All right. Cade, what are you so obsessed with? Why? See, I'm going to read it how it's written. What are you so obsessed with what JT thinks about you? Abs, who's the last media guy to write something that pissed you off? I think that's supposed to be and who's the...
Yeah. No, I like JT's opinion. I think he's smart and has a good opinion, so that's why I
disagree.
I think highly of what he says. So when he says I suck, I feel like Coop and it kind of fuels the fire. I got mad at Davey right after I got suspended because he wrote some stuff in a magazine about me getting suspended that I did not find factual.
That I did not find factual.
And it was not factual, and it is what it is. But
did you talk to him about it?
No.
Okay.
And but it is what it is.
Okay, just for it's definitely not personal, right? Like
I get it. Totally.
You have to, and honestly, like I will go the opposite way if you deserve it. And you deserve it. Like you're riding really, really well. So it's really hard, and Steve can attest to this. Like no matter what you say, if it's anything but that guy's awesome, you're gonna take heat for it. Like there's no other way around it. So
well, I mean, there's plenty of people that say, "Oh, you're doing awesome," and that doesn't really help encourage me to get better. I give my dad crap, but every week he calls me. He's like, "Great job," and I could have gotten last in the LCQ, and I'm just like furiated, and he's just telling me how good I did, and it's like sometimes I just want to beat my head against the wall. And like Julian, he goes, I'm all mad after practice one day, and he's like trying to talk to me, and I'm just pissed off sitting in the rig. And he's like, fine, you know what? Sit up here and be miserable and alone. And I did.
There we go. Yeah.
That's what I wanted to be. Honestly, when I was riding like shit, I wanted to be up there alone. Leave me alone. Give me a few minutes. I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. That's it?
Well, we got one more.
Okay.
JT, where is Tomac's balls out sped? And do you think he will find it again, or is this the beginning of the end? Do you think he writes company emails like this?
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does.
Incredible.
You know what? I'm a little curious to see where this goes for Tomac, because there has been some sort of change that went on ever since we left Salt Lake City last June. So I don't know if it's the relief of a title finally, or if it's the birth of his first child, but he's still great. But it is not the same Eli Tomac as we left Salt Lake with. So I don't know. I'm more curious and have more questions than answers at this point.
I wrote this. I think this outdoor season's big for Tomac on which way he's going.
Yep.
And if he's just happy to win once in a while and be in the mix, great. Like that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Incredible. But he has not been dominant. Like
he's not the same guy.
No,
he's not the same guy. There's like a 0.5% or a 1%
right.
lesser Eli Tomac than we're seeing now.
I think everyone else is a little bit better too, though. I don't think you can totally attest.
Everyone else is better.
Well, I mean,
like
Coop and Kenny. I think they both stepped up.
Dude,
there's no way.
Why was Tomac tired at some of the races this year? I've never in my life ever seen Eli Tomac tired.
What?
And I think you'll agree, Steve. He was freaking tired at Orlando.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've said this a few times. It's
but
amazing.
There's so many times where like Tomac is like charging through the pack, and if there's one moment of adversity, it's like it all just unravels.
But I think that's mental, though. Like I literally saw for the first time in my life a physically tired, not where he's just falling apart, but he didn't want anything to do with moving forward at Orlando, and I've never seen that. And it was physical. Like I could see his body just kind of dragging. And I've never seen that. Not in 10 years of watching Tomac race professionally have I ever seen that. So I don't know what to make of that. I mean, if he did take some time off and maybe his effort level was a little lower this year, that's fine. He's earned that. But it is noticeable, I think. I see it and have seen it multiple times this season for the first time ever.
Let's get this phone call here. John for JT. John, go ahead. Jason Thomas
is
on
John
the line.
Tomac already? He's already called in.
Yeah, it's John Tomac, right. Go ahead, John.
Hey, guys. I got a question. Do y'all think that Webb and Auden Baker have figured out how to way to get or to train to where they peak, where Webb peaks mid-season?
What do you think, JT?
Well, that's always been a big part of Alden's program is not peaking too early and making sure that, you're rested. And they do a lot of blood testing and lactic acid testing to make sure that those things are going to happen. So do I think they figured out a way to do it? No, because I think that's been a big part of Alden's program for a long time, going back to, Ricky, when Ricky first started with him. But I do think it's effective, and I think you see that play out year in and year out with Alden's guys.
From what I hear from people who have left there, and, they have maybe access to grind, or they have grudges or whatever it is, some of them. From what I hear, there's no backing off, and that's an issue. Alden grinds these guys. There's no, hey, we're going to peak here. Hey, we're going to do less and then more. Like it is 100% in November to September. And the guys that have left there are like, dude, if you're not feeling it one day, like he doesn't care. Like you're doing the whole bike ride.
Yeah, but I think the other side of that would be he's looking at the science behind it.
Yeah.
And saying, okay, well, you don't feel it. You don't feel great today, but your body scientifically is telling me you're fine. So we're gonna fight through this mentally, and until your body tells me that you need to rest, tough shit.
But
we're
I'm
gonna
just
push harder.
Right. And I'm just saying for John, like there's no, it's balls out every time all week.
But that's his job. Well, his job is to push those dudes.
Yeah.
If I was paying somebody $150,000 a year, I'd expect him to be on my ass 22 hours a day.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Then I would say, I guess Webb has just got the mental strength to push through that.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, if you look over history and you basically accept the fact, and you have the talent, right? That's a big part of it. You have to have the talent and the bike and the program and all that. But if you have all those prerequisites and you just look at it and say, okay, I'm going to do whatever this guy tells me, and whether you're Zach Osborne last summer or in his 250 championships, or if you're Cooper Webb, or if you're Ricky Carmichael, or if you're Ryan Villopoto, if you're Ryan Dungey, or you just go down the list. If you have all of the necessary ingredients, which those guys do, and you're willing to do what that guy tells you, things typically work out.
Yeah. You're ready. You're good. Yep. So, all right. Thanks for the call, John. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Bass.
All right. Before we go to the commercial, Darren, you want to talk about the Rutledge interview?
Hey, Steve. Good evening. Yeah, I wanted to give you some feedback, and hopefully it'll have some benefit for you. My wife and I were listening to the show last Wednesday, and of course we always listen to your show. Love it. It's very exciting. I felt like Rutledge kind of got on a stream of consciousness there, and he just kept going on and on and on and on and on. Some of it was interesting. Some of it was very useful for us, and it got away from you a little bit. I kind of
it got away from me. Oh yeah, it did. It did.
Yeah, and it got away from DV for sure.
Oh yeah,
and
it got away from everybody. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And so, like tonight's show so far, it's been so good back and forth with all of your guests and the guys calling in and whatnot. And that's the way that we're used to seeing your show, and I love it when you guys run it that way. So I hope in the future you can reflect back, and it was a bummer for Rutledge, bummer for DV, bummer for us all. And even in the industry, there was a whole lot of fallout from that. You're such a heavy hitter in the industry. I hope you really recognize that. I think that's a wonderful thing.
Do you want me to just start yelling at Steve and just freak out so he loses his mind and we can really ramp this up?
Yeah, I mean, I can do it. Listen,
don't poke the bear.
I didn't know that DV felt that way, and then I felt like both guys just weren't letting the other guy speak, right? And then I think I came in a couple times and I tried to defuse it, like talk about the floor is lava, and then that didn't really work.
So wait, I'm confused. Are you saying you enjoyed that aggressive debate?
This is for Darren, right?
Yeah.
Online.
And are you saying you enjoyed that aggressive debate, or you enjoy more like tonight where everyone's kind of getting their turn to voice their opinion consciously?
Yeah, I did not enjoy that aggressive debate. It was terrible. It was terrible.
I love a good hostile takeover every once in a while.
I don't know, Darren. I lost control. I did. I was like, Jerry Springer when they start throwing the chairs and then the bald guy's got to step in.
Steve, we were feeling for you so much here in my house, and we were wondering how long it was going to go on that way, and we just felt bad for you.
I felt bad for Rutledge because imagine that. He doesn't know this guy. He doesn't know me. He's never met me. I send him an email and say, hey, I'm Steve Mathis. I have this internet radio show, and love you to come on and talk about, your gig and your stuff you do at Netflix and the stuff with NASCAR. And he's like, yeah, sure. And then he comes on, and then this French guy just starts yelling at him and says, I go to the bathroom when you come on. and then the guy says, I've never heard of you. Rutledge is like, I've never heard of you, and that gets the DV even madder. And fuck, yeah, Darren. So, right.
That was rough for sure. I can appreciate the spot that you were in, and I can appreciate these two guys.
Yeah, honestly, I wanted
having a clash.
Yeah, I wanted to stop it earlier. Marks wouldn't let me. Marks wanted to keep it going. So I couldn't
Absolutely,
I couldn't do
You
anything.
rein Marks in there a little bit.
Thanks, Darren. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you for listening.
All right, Steve. Thanks a million, buddy. Bye-bye.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Thanks, JT. Appreciate the time. Enjoy your 2 weeks off, and we're off next week, but then we're going to do a show the week after that. So, thanks,
all right,
man.
guys.
All right.
Great job this year, kid.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See ya.
Jason Thomas, making peace with Cade Clason before he goes.
I enjoyed the beef him and I had. It was good. I'm just gonna hope that he keeps shitting on me on the fantasy pod, and then I can just keep using that to.
I would say this. I'm not want to make this sound like I'm talking shit on JT because I just hung up with him. I would have said this on the line. He's got his look. I really feel like Adam Cianciarillo, Zach Osborne are my guys. I talk to him a lot.
But you're not afraid to shit on him.
I am not afraid to shit on him. with
in a non-literal term.
Wow.
Right. JT plays the sides. He's got his guys, and he's got his guys that he doesn't like. Not you. I'm not putting you in this conversation. And he's very,
I was on that side.
Yeah, and I just feel like I just call it like I see it. And he's got fly stuff, and he wants to protect that end of things, and he wants to do the VIP stuff, and he's got Feld guys, and he wants to make them happy. And MXGP, he does stuff with MXGP TV, so he's got to watch that. I don't care about any of that. I'm DGAF. I just call it like I see it. I'm not always right. Obviously, I've made plenty of mistakes. I feel like once you're here or here with JT on either side, that's it. You know what I mean? And then he just works that way.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyways, let's go to commercial break here. Cade Clason, brought to you by Decal Works. Look at the motorsport.com guys. Fly Racing. Nick Way's coming up. Cooper Webb's coming up. Jeff Ward's coming up. Race Tech Rants coming up. Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon's coming up. We got a lot of things coming up. So stick around. We'll be right back after this. Everyone love everybody.
He's just in my ass.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Racetech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Racetech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green.
Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 123 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
that. And I wore the short shirt all day yesterday and was thinking at some point, like, hey, maybe I should take this off and wear it for the show tomorrow night when Cade is here. And then the Augie Doggy jumped on me at one point, and then that was it for the shirt. So I plan to wear your shirt tonight in kind of like in honor of you being here, but it didn't quite work out.
It's okay.
But how's it going with the merch?
Good. I think it's doing really well. I think the guy who helped me do it is pretty stoked on it. So, yeah, I'm happy. I think we're going to do some hats pretty soon. And, I think...
Where do people go to go buy some?
The link's in my bio. I think it's privateerrideco.com/Cade Clason.
Okay.
I don't even remember the URL. I'll just throw it in the bio, and it's easy.
All right. Fair enough.
Or privateer, PRVTR rideshop.com. It's confusing. It's in my bio. Everyone knows how.
So it's a good quality shirt you gave me. It's got a cool logo on it. I'm not stoked with Clason 280 on the back of it.
No.
See,
that's what the guy who helped me. He wanted to do one-sided stuff, like just the front. And I don't know. I just didn't really love the single-sided stuff, so we did half and half. Some of it's single-sided, some of it's not.
Listen, I love the front. Is cool. It's a cool design. It looks good, and the shirt was a high-quality shirt. So yeah. Thanks for all that. Also, I want to thank the folks at Michelin, whether it's the E-Wild mountain bike tires that you had on your bike today.
I don't know.
Or the V-Twin Rider, the Commander 3 Cruiser. For the sport bike guys, they got the Michelin Power 5 tire. They got the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire as well. They also help out and support the GNCC series. The Michelin guys do this year. So they are the official tire of GNCC, and they have support, and they have a contingency program and everything. So if you race GNCC, please go over to the Michelin rig and tell them you know Randy. Tell them Randy said you got a free tire. And
they probably won't give it to you.
They won't give it to you, but just, anyways.
It's always worth a shot.
Just get Randy in trouble back at the office. And so motorcycle.michelinman.com for more information. Go to @MichelinMotorcycle on Instagram and Facebook as well. The Starcross 5, of course, work great off-road tires. So I just saw on Twitter the other day, somebody asked me for that. So thank you to Michelin for coming on board the show. And again, if you have a small bike, a big bike, an off-road bike, an on-road bike, a pedal bike, Michelin makes a tire for it. So thank you to Michelin for coming on board. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Blue Crew, Yamaha, an ATV side-by-side product planner. Full-time job in Marietta, Georgia. I've been to their headquarters in Georgia there. Full-time job. They've got an excellent opportunity for an ATV side-by-side product planner to join the motorsports team in Marietta, Georgia. This position will provide direction for the development of color and graphics and maintain a cohesive model lineup for all ATV and side-by-side models. That sounds like a really important job.
Yeah.
Like big time.
Not something I could do.
Probably not me either. But it's a full-time job. It's in engineering, manufacturing, production, product design, product development, that kind of stuff. If you want to learn more about this job, go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com, search for the Yamaha category. Or if you want to upload your resume for free today and have somebody check you out, or if you need somebody and you're in the industry, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Please go there and check it out. Let's get Nick Way on the line if we can.
Can you go on there and just upload your resume and things that you've done, and people can search you?
Yes, people can find you on there. Yeah, it's really good. If you want, and like we said, look, not everybody can get started being, basically the head of PulpMX, like Travis Marks, Well,
like a guy.
Well, actually, Swizz the head.
Yeah, I'm kind of the butt, I would say.
So I'd like to see you and Swizz, in a Russell Crowe Gladiator, fight it out for my love. And I'll go thumbs up or thumbs down. So I'd like to see that.
Oh, Swizz can have it.
Okay. So back to the point. Not everybody can be Travis Marks right away and be running PulpMX.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Well, I was wondering because a guy dropped in my DMs.
I'm sorry, Tits.
About being a truck driver for a team.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, why don't you just upload your thing saying you want to drive a truck for?
Yeah. I don't know if people can do that for. Well, yeah, you can. I mean, I don't know if race teams advertise on motorcycleindustryjobs.com, but if they do, it's on there. But if you want to get started in the industry, it's a great place to go. Sure. And just what my whole point is you may not get a job right away to be the gear guy at Fly Racing, but you can start somewhere at WPS and work your way up. That's the point I was trying to get at.
Got it.
Okay. Nick Way coming up here on the PulpMX show, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Of course, Cade Clason's here to talk about Dallas 3 and all that happened there. We got the Race Tech rant coming up. Do you have one? Do we have?
I'm not ready. I haven't decided which one.
No. But are you?
I'm working.
You're
on
loading on one.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Let's get to our next guest of the night. Dylan Ferrandis, the Star Racing guys, and Justin Cooper and James Stewart and Chad Reed in the past. They all use Vortex Racing sprockets. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com to get a deal on a sprocket or a set of bars. The V3 bar is 29% stronger than the competition. They put years of R&D and testing into these bars. They've got the sprockets as well. Like I said, the Star Yamaha guys are running all the sprockets, all the colors. They've got oversized bars. They got the 7/8 bar. And lots of things at Vortex Racing. They've been with us for a long time. So email Kyle at vortexracing.com to get a deal. Bringing you our next guest on the show. He's a friend of the show, of course. Former factory rider, former top privateer. He's done it all. It's Nick Way. What's up, buddy?
What's happening, Steve?
Cade Clason is here with me. He's a lot better than he was, Nick.
He's definitely been riding pretty well for sure. I've been watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were debating on whose clean out was worse, you cleaning me out back in the day in New York, or A-Ray running me off the track. Which one was worse? And the hostility is still towards Nick, but we've crushed the beef.
Yeah. Which from this weekend?
Yeah, it wasn't. Everyone's like saying how bad it was, and I'm like, man, the one Nick Way cleaned me out, it was way worse.
Yeah, you were swerving me.
I was swerving. There was a lot of.
Look at.
But that was a bad one. I apologize.
It's okay.
Listen, it's the LCQ, man. That was for the spot.
I was 40 feet into the start straight upside down.
I love it when guys like Nick back in the day that year, or other factory guys are in the LCQ, and you can kind of see them be like, "Oh shit, like I'm not gonna make this." And you guys, Nick, guys at your level, like when you need to, you can really lay it down to catch the privateer guys.
Yeah, there was too many times that I had to get in the last chance and get a little sketchy. My knee is still sore from one time I think it was 2003 at the first race.
Yeah.
And my bike blew up in the heat race in the last chance. And I don't know, one of the races it was like super tight, and then the Yamaha guys helped to get my bike back going. And it was stock for the last chance. And I had like the very last gate pick.
Oh yeah.
And then I ran into the side of Voss after the over-under, and my knee's still not the same.
Dude, it's got to be like if you're sitting on the line, and whether you're factory Suzuki, I don't know if you raced any that year, or Mach 1, or any of your teams where you're the number one guy, or one of the highly paid guys, and you're on the line for an LCQ. I mean, Dino's done 4 of them this year, I think.
Does Scuba come down and stand in the tower for the LCQ?
Yeah, they do. But you're sitting on the line, Nick, and you're just like, shit, right? Like, I mean, it's so much pressure, I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely Cade knows, you take inventory on who's in there, and then who you want to stay away from.
Oh, man. Welcome to the show. Appreciate it. How was Texas amateur racing? How was that?
It was a lot. I went to, I guess this is the first time I went to the underground event that Moto Playground puts on, which is the week before Freestone.
Oh, okay. I didn't know anything about that. All right.
Yeah, so it's like, I guess Regal's owned it originally, so that's where he rode and trained when he was first turn pro. And now Regal, somebody else owns it, but Regal trains a bunch of kids out of there. But the track is, I don't know, I guess Randy Poulter owned it second, which he does most of the track preps for the Nationals, and I think he built the Supercross track at Daytona, so he's a pretty good track builder. So the track layout's pretty cool. It's kind of like a facility type deal where all the jumps are like elevated and kind of taller, but the dirt itself's pretty sandy. So my little dude had showed me a bunch of YouTube videos of it, so I was like, well, it's not ideal for me to be spending this much time away from home, but we're going to Texas for one anyways, and then I'm going to go to the race Saturday with Cameron.
Right.
Plus, like the track turned out to be like super good experience for them, because my little dude's, like we live in California.
Right.
So it rained, and it was what was considered really muddy for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. California kids are like, oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So it was cool. And the one day I missed, because I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like my kid's 8 and 11, so It's not like that big a deal. As long as they can be safe and learn something, that's all I'm cool with. Really.
Right.
I mean, obviously, I want them to do their best, but So I didn't go. I think I went to the race on Saturday with Cameron, the first Dallas one. So like all day I was at the race with Cameron, and
Mom was
Nicole handled it. But like, so Vincent's sponsored by Husqvarna now, so Nathan helps us a bunch. Nathan Ramsey, he's like the team manager, so he was like helping around the gate and whatever. And then Wyndham happened to be there too. I guess he helps some kids that ride a 60 and 80. He must have a bunch of kids at his place right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right, that's cool.
So he was there, and then they were like, all working on the gate, and then Vincent didn't get a very good start. And then the next day they're sweating me about my start technique. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, basically like, don't worry about what I'm doing, idiots. Then he started 13th with their help, and then all three motors that I was there for, he hole shot, and they were Wyndham's like, yeah, I mean, F us, what do we know?
Yeah. I think it's so funny that like you, Wyndham, Nate, Timmy, you guys are just all there now at these races, looking at each other, going, "Yep, here we are."
No, dude, I was parked 15 feet from Timmy, and I said probably 5 words to him because we were both so busy washing bikes and working on them.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Literally, we parked next to each other, and I literally said like, I don't know, 7 sentences to him.
Right. Yeah, dude, it's gnarly. You guys are deep. You guys are deep in. Does Vince need X brand or fly? Do you want to ask him? You want to check it out? I
feel like you've already been grilling him.
I have been. Yeah. I want to do a sticker deal with him, but his terms were crazy.
I'm sure I jumped in there.
Vince wanted a $20 a position or something at some rate. I'm like, no, I'm not paying you that much. Like,
what does that mean?
$20 for every guy he beats.
Oh, that's
He
aggressive.
doesn't know what that means. He doesn't know what that means either.
I'm like, yeah, bro, that's too much. That's I'm not doing a contingency deal. That's way too much.
Especially for how many classes he probably races.
Right. So, anyways, yeah, it's crazy the stuff you're doing, and then Freestone was after that, right?
Yeah. So then I went. I went to the race with Cameron Saturday, and the boys raced Sunday, which it downpoured.
Mm-hmm.
And then practice was Monday at Freestone. So I packed all the stuff. I was obviously up late, drove back.
Yeah.
After being at the Supercross, went back, got the stuff ready early the next morning for the next day, and then they raced, and then packed all this, washed up, packed this stuff up, went to Freestone, did the same, signed them up, whatever, and then practice was again Monday.
God.
Which I signed Vincent up for 4 classes at this underground one and 5 at Freestone.
Okay.
So Operation Toughen Up is a go.
Just bikes everywhere. Stock bike, mod bikes, limited bikes, just everything. Yeah.
Stock bike, mod bikes. He rode a 60.
All of your favorite guys, Steve, are just turning into amateur dads, and now you have to be a fan of amateur racing.
No, Timmy's like, hey man, all the amateur people hate you. I'm like, okay, all right, it's cool. That's what Timmy told me. I'm like, all right. Oh,
except Hymus's dad.
Yeah. Hymus is cool. Mumford was cool when he was amateur. So yeah, I'm working on him.
Hi, Des guys.
Right. Yeah. So did you go to Tuesday's race?
Well, I went Tuesday, but not until the night show.
No, not for the night show. Okay. God, dude. Yeah, you put some miles on. You put some hours in. Jesus.
So like Donovan raced at like 4:45.
Okay.
Like it was like pretty late in the evening.
Yep.
And then I had like pretty much everything ready for the next morning before I left, and then drove up, and then I got there just before the heat race, I guess.
Oh, jeez. Is Donovan getting into it? Is he getting more into it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's a little bit of a problem. Like because he's usually like he's that guy that is just like chasing butterflies out there, but
right.
His older brother's always giving him a hard time. So then now he's like half reckless because he's not really ready to be going as fast as he thinks he wants to. And then Nicole told him to give him $100 if he hole shot, and then like Freestone's first corner is a little bit dicey.
Yeah.
And he got closed off, didn't let off, went straight.
Oh no way.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, dude! What a night.
I'm like, please no.
Right. I heard Levi Kitchen was a big star there. Really impressive. I don't know. This is what I heard, Nick. I mean, I don't really know, but.
Yeah, I mean, he rode well.
Okay, all right.
Don't sound so thrilled on him, but I heard Hymus was good too, though.
Yeah, Hymus. All those guys are pretty good. But Hymus doesn't start great,
the Kitchen kid starts well, but then even if Kitchen didn't hole shot, he would get to the lead quickly. But some of the times, like in the morning, they would ride it. I think they ride it like 10-1. But at 10, it was like pretty flat for A class still.
Right.
And so he could still make a gap even when the track was flat, which was kind of impressive because, obviously there's not a lot of separation there.
Right. Do you have any desire for yourself to race any of these event classes and get in there? Any desire?
I really would like to ride more. I got a new bike. It's been like a month since I've ridden at all.
Okay.
So this week I'm gonna definitely ride at least once this week.
Oh, you're back. Coming back.
Well, I'm gonna ride. I'm not gonna racing.
Right. But do you want to race? I mean, could you go to Loretta's? Do you see this happening for yourself?
Well, I have to ride 25 plus now because like 40 plus is Sportsman or something.
I heard all about it. There's a co-host of mine that's very upset. He's not going to get to run the number 1 plate. Very angry. So,
isn't there a 25 plus A and a 25 plus?
I don't know. I think there's just 25 plus.
Don't ask me. Yeah, I'm out.
But I think Alessi's racing this year.
I know Kiefer was kicked out. I know that because he got 1 point in one main event.
A main event.
Yeah, if you make a main or if you score a national point, you're booted.
Yeah, but that at that time, if he got a Supercross point in 125, that wasn't a national point.
It still counts. Main event, whatever.
Well, you see what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, for sure.
It didn't count towards your national number.
So, I know.
He could argue it, I guess.
Maybe he should get Coombs on the line and start yelling at him.
Yeah.
But he's that one main event that was a highlight for him. When he was a kid, screwing him over 30 years later.
I remember the heat race because he was leading.
Yeah, he was. He had a big bore then. That was a big bore.
I was like, who is this dude? And then he had a Chirby's gear or something on.
Yep.
I could tell he was like some sort of test rider for KTM. And then at the time, Brock Sellers would show up to the U.S. Open or whatever with that 200.
Yep.
And then instantly my brain went, yeah, he's probably got that 200 cylinder with the 125 pipe.
No, that was different because I was at
I know, but that's just what I thought.
Right. I was at KTM when Sellers raced that 200 at the U.S. Open. We did some work on that. So anyways, that didn't really work out too well. Nick Way on the show, brought to you by Vortex Racing. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com to save with those guys. So, hey, McAdoo, obviously you're working with him and – look, he had a steady race. I wasn't at Dallas 3, but I was watching it, and it looked like him and Cooper were pretty much the same. Cooper maybe a little quicker, but, I mean, still a good race. A runner-up spot, he's second in the points, all of that stuff. You got to be stoked.
Yeah, I mean, he's been riding really well. He's obviously made a lot of improvement. I think certainly in the Tuesday race, he panicked once he crashed.
Yes.
And then maybe I don't necessarily feel it was just to get 3 points taken away, but certainly he had, at least a point for skipping the turn and such. But I think he obviously rode really well then, and I think in his mind that he thought that if he could have made some passes, that win was his.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously getting docked, he was maybe a little embarrassed there. So I felt like this weekend maybe he was thinking a little bit too much about.
Okay.
Not feeling great about how Tuesday went. He could have been maybe a little bit more offensive with how he was riding.
Right.
Maybe close the gap on Cooper.
Yep.
But Cooper was riding really well, for sure.
Yeah. I feel like, I just feel like, ram it and send it, and we make all these jokes about him, and, he's given us some great entertainment. He looks just solid this year. I mean, I'll ignore the fact of OJing the triple in the first untimed at Dallas 2. And then jumping onto the elevated lane because he couldn't make the turn. I'll block that out of my mind.
He did that.
Yeah, he went. What's a triple? 67 feet? 65 feet?
65, I think.
He went.
That triple was small though.
He went 75, couldn't make the turn, and just bounced and pinned it and went right up on top of that elevated turn. It was great.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll take that out of my mind. He looks like a different guy though, Nick. He looks calm. He looks steady. He looks like a championship guy where if he's in 7th, he just picks them off, right? He just picks them off. Their fitness is there. He just looks like a confident rider this year.
Well, I mean, he's definitely made a lot of gains. But going back to Dallas, with it being so slippery, you have to be pretty perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was another a little struggle for him on
him wanting to try hard. And he lost a tiny bit of time here and there, a little bit with lappers, a little bit with like being too aggressive with the throttle in the slick conditions. And for him, I was proud of how he rode, because those conditions certainly do not, favor him. So I think that with I expect Atlanta to be
better.
It's going to have more grip for sure. Whether it rains or it doesn't, I feel like it's a track's going to have more grip, which will allow him to be a little bit more aggressive. And so I think he's in a good spot.
What'd you make of A-Ray on Cade in the LCQ there, getting that last spot, and then A-Ray taunting Cade?
I don't really know. I don't really know the backstory.
Just the backstory of these two guys hitting each other over and over.
Well, I mean, certainly, like, Cade tried to cover the inside, and A-Ray went in. So I mean, it's the next to last turn. So both of them would expect that, I think, there.
Yeah.
See, Nick gets it.
No, yeah.
All these softies on social media claiming it was dirty, claiming something else.
Yeah. You can't do anything anymore without upsetting the people on social media, though.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. There's nothing you can do either way.
Yeah.
AC gonna be back in Atlanta, you think, or are we sitting it out till motocross?
Well, we're gonna see how he feels.
Yeah.
He'll be back. He's gonna do a partial riding schedule this week, as it's been. He's got cleared from the doc. He's gonna go get X-rays to confirm, but
right.
I plan to ride this week and then see how he feels from there. We'll evaluate and see what the team thinks, and I expect him to come to California here shortly so we can get to work.
Do you have a preference for yourself? Like if it was you or advice for him? Obviously, like you said, the team is involved in all this, and you guys are as well. Do you have a preference on what you'd like to see?
Certainly the goal is to be a championship contender next year. So the more, in my personal opinion, the more experience he can get, the better.
Yep.
But that being said, I do think he's an honest-to-goodness championship contender outdoors as well this year.
Right.
So there's arguments either way, but certainly if we can get him to where he's comfortable and his fitness is good enough to do 20+1 without stretching the distance or put himself at risk, then I feel like maybe he should get out there. But if he can't, or if we don't feel like he's capable of reaching his goals, which would be winning, then we need to take our time to be 100% ready, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to go out there and put yourself at risk if you're not ready.
No. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Nick Way, give us a call on the PulpMX show here. Yeah, Cade, I mean, for me, like, if you put him out there and he's not quite ready to go 20+1, that's okay in my opinion, because you're all learning. You're learning.
Yeah, but the way I look at it is,
what's the flip side?
I'm thinking, I think he can win outdoors.
Right.
He can win multiple motos. He was there last year. If he can just get a little extra prep time, make sure, I don't really remember what the extent of like his groin or whatever was bothering him in his leg or something. As long as that's better and his collarbone's better, if you can get 2 extra weeks of outdoor testing with the team and be at home and be totally fresh and, a few steps ahead of those guys come the first outdoor race, you win the first outdoor race, that's a lot of confidence for the rest of the season, where if you come out and you suck.
We do have an extra week in there for the outdoors. 2 extra weeks, I think, from normal, right, Nick? Only 3? Yeah.
So there's definitely a fair bit more prep time.
Right.
1st to the 29th.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? So I don't – both sides, Nick, I see both sides on this. Yep.
Totally, but just the last thing we want to do is put them at risk. So we're definitely not going to do anything that doesn't make sense.
Nick, do you do all their off-the-bike stuff for Cam and Adam, or do they have somebody else that does that, or do they do it themselves?
No, I do all that stuff too.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah. I started when I first started helping Adam, I was just coaching him, and he had help with training through another guy, and then I kind of need to be, like, for me to help as much as I can, I need to be like one-stop shop where I'm kind of in control of it all to really get the most out of it. And so I think this is the 3rd year. Yeah. So do that all at 19, 20, and then this year I did all of Adam's stuff, and then I obviously worked with Cameron last year and this year, which I knew that, it was going to take probably like 2 years to get Cameron to where I saw, he was going to be able to be a contender for race wins and things like that. So he's coming along nice.
How much do you have to hold Cameron back on the bicycle? Because that dude just loves to hammer.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely likes to try hard for sure. But I mean, yeah, we're getting like some pretty quality riding in, so he's not super amped on like just hammering down riding bicycles. There's just he's using a lot more energy at the track than he used to.
Right.
Dude, our club days, like if he was coming on our road bike ride, we knew it was just going to be like an extra 2 miles an hour the whole time because Hammer
I've
Time
heard that,
Cameron
yeah,
would freaking pound out.
But you got to work smarter, not harder, right, Nick? Right?
Exactly.
There's a little bit of that involved.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely still he's still. I mean, yeah, he's a lot. There's a lot of arguing on bicycle rides now between Adam and Cameron. Talk about where you going.
Cam's hitting all the hills. He's hitting the biggest hills he can find.
Listen, bring him up here. I'll put him through an e-bike grind torture test. We'll get a base going of where they're at, right? You know how you got to take that concussion test at the beginning of the year, Nick, as a racer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you bring him up here. I'll put him through the paces of an e-bike ride.
You're going to give him the baseline?
And then then we go baseline, and then we'll go halfway through you bring them back up. We'll see how they are on the baseline.
Make sure they're peaking mid-season.
Yes, but bring the e-bikes. It's only e-bikes. We don't ride regular bikes here. So, hey, how much?
I did listen to your last show with DV, dude. You made me laugh,
dude. So you were teammates with DV, and so I was on his team, and we know him. That is DV, isn't it?
I've gone through like not knowing DV and being like, wow, this dude's too much. So like him being on the MDK team with me when he was like, at the end of his career, where he definitely wasn't as intense as he was at the beginning.
Right.
And then his wife and my wife are friends. So like we've known them for a long time.
Yeah.
Or his ex-wife.
Yep. We've
We've known them for a long time, and it started off as like me being like, wow, this dude is a lot, right? But now, like, I genuinely like respect. I respect him a lot.
Yes.
And but yeah, he is a crazy talker.
he's unbelievable. Poor Rutledge Wood.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I know. In Rutledge Wood, it made me feel like Rutledge Wood offended DV when he had the comment about the affliction shirt.
Yes.
DV was wearing one at the time.
No, believe me, it went off the handle, and I was just like, "What's going on here? Why is DV so upset?" And then it went into, "Hey, listen, I go to the bathroom when you come on the TV." It's like, okay, we didn't need to do that. We didn't need to say that.
Rutledge got him when he said, "Do you ever even cross your mind that you could be wrong?" He was. Right then, DV was like, I can't argue with this guy.
Right.
I'm out.
Oh, trust me, it was. It went sideways, and I was like, I actually talked to Rutledge the next day, and we talked it over a little bit, and he was cool with it. But I was like, hey, dude, I just want to let you know that wasn't like an ambush where I had this like French guy. Well, and then Rutledge's like, I've never heard of you, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go.
I know, because like we both know him enough to where like stuff he would say triggered DV.
Yes, yeah.
Because DV hit it with I'm the most qualified guy to even say anything.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, oh boy. Oh, it was great. It was fantastic. It was great to have him in here. Our listeners, they love him. They loved him. Like they just thought it was great. So,
well, really, we just need someone to trigger him somehow, and we're running out of options.
Well,
evidently, Rutledge Wood is it.
It's like you with RV. Like you know how to trigger RV. You know. The buttons.
Yeah, but I feel like DV now is like in his life at this point, he's like super aware of the fact that people get him to say what he shouldn't say, so he's like watches what he says, but he just couldn't with that guy.
No, not at all. How much of your job is just to keep Chris Betts like just away from Adam and just calm and all of that? Speaking of guys on our show, we have Betts on every once in a while for an update. He's a hype man. It's great.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless they talk more often than I think they do, I don't necessarily know if they're in communication that often.
Well, I want you to know that Betts has Adam's back at all times.
Oh no! Oh, I know that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Triple digit assholes get the fuck.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a super good dude.
Oh, awesome guy.
I love his enthusiasm for the sport.
Oh, it's next level. It's unfortunate he's in training camp, spring training right now. For baseball, because I feel like he'd be on this, So,
I'm hoping the best for him. It'd be cool to see him
Yeah.
move up to the big leagues here soon.
Yeah, no, if he makes the big leagues, we're going. His team this year though, it's something. What's the nickname of his minor league team this year? The Potato Chips or something? It was the
Potato Chips.
His minor league team is nicknamed the Potato Chips or something.
Oh, let me look it up here.
It's amazing. So we're planning on maybe going to a minor league game and checking it out. So I don't know. I'll let you know, Nick. If we're
Yeah, it's funny because there's a lot of like little. I mean, in Lansing, the next town over from DeWitt, there's a minor league team called the Lugnuts.
Yeah.
And he said he spent like a lot of time playing with that team and in some other cities like around there, like Midland, I think.
Yeah.
I grew up racing at a track in Midland, so
right.
I'm shocked that he knows of all these places, and he would tell me of like riding a bus from here to there and like where they would stay, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you got to really want it.
Yeah, those minor league guys, they don't get treated very nicely. Thankfully, he got that big contract, so at least he's all right with that. But yeah,
They're the privateers of Major League Baseball making $1 million. I think they're okay.
No. Betts is a second round pick, but those minor league guys, they're making $25K a year.
Oh,
yeah, I think it's like $500 a week or something.
Yeah.
So wait, what does Betts play in?
Well, he's a minor league guy, but he was drafted high. But most of those guys aren't drafted as high as Betts in the minor leagues, and they're making nothing.
So Betts is like the Ken Roxon of the minor leagues.
Yeah, Betts
Betts got drafted, right, and then he got like a signing bonus.
Yep.
But then beyond that signing bonus, he's on the same pay as like everybody else, I guess.
Right.
Which I would assume that there's a lot of guys in the same boat, but there's probably a lot of guys that are just on the 500.
Oh yeah. There's a ton of those guys that aren't anywhere near his money, and they're chasing the dream just like you, Cade.
Chase it away.
Right. All right, Nick. What else? Hey, how about this Cooper Webb guy? He's coming on next, dude. Like just tracking Kenny down. First of all, he eats a whoop at Dallas too, and then he comes back and he wins. And then this weekend, Kenny's gone. On a good track. Webb's got a shitty rut in front of his gate, as Cade told us earlier, and seventh in the heat or whatever it was. And then the freaking guy wins again. He's on fire, man.
Yeah, he's determined for sure.
Yeah,
you can even see him in practice. He gets frustrated and then he keeps at it.
Yeah. He's
keeps on chugging.
You know what? This is a crazy comparison, so just let me know if I'm stupid with this. But he reminds me of RC a little bit. Obviously not as dominant. Obviously not as wins, but Nick, you were around. Ricky would have back practice. He would crash in practice. I can't tell you how many times we were like, oh, Chad's got him tonight or whatever, and then Ricky would make it happen.
Yeah, but I think Carmichael was always, if he wasn't the fastest, he was close to being the fastest.
Mm-hmm.
Where sometimes Cooper comes from, I don't know. Not recently, but he'll be sixth in practice and it won't really bother him. I don't think Carmichael ever came from that far off.
Probably a good point. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Right.
It's like
but you're right. You're right though. I mean, it's kind of it's very Carmichael-esque the way he goes about it for sure.
Yeah. Not that not that kind of win records or anything else. He's got a long way to go for that. But I'm just saying that fortitude a little bit is impressive for the guy for sure.
No, 100%. There's definitely similarities.
Right. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. You must be just worked. You must be so happy there's no race this weekend. So happy. So you get to spend time at home.
Yeah, I just got home a couple hours ago because I waited till after the race and then brought engines and suspension home for pro circuit guys.
Oh, jeez.
And then I parked the motorhome after Free Zone at the STACYC headquarters, and then I drove my van down to the stadium and back, and then I left Sunday morning early, so I just got home. So I'm pumped to be home.
Yes.
Super pumped.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. That's awesome.
Did the rest of the family fly?
Oh, yeah, they flew.
Oh, top of the line amateur crew.
Betts' team is going to be called the Montgomery Biscuits.
No way.
Yes, not potato chips, biscuits.
No, that's awesome.
That's impressive.
You got to love it. Well, thanks for coming on, buddy. I appreciate it. I especially appreciate you coming on after driving and doing everything else. So I really know you probably just want to relax. So I appreciate you calling in and giving us some time.
Yeah, I had a lot of time driving, so I actually even listened to your show, and the DV one killed me, dude. It was fun.
Right. I'm glad that it was fun too to have him here for sure. So
yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you, man.
All right. Good luck to you this next race, Cade.
Thank you.
All right. See you, man.
See you guys.
That's Nick Away, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Vortex Racing, of course. Email Kyle at Vortex Racing. What?
He goes, you were swerving.
Yeah.
You were swerving a lot on me. I thought that was funny.
For 25 years, Vertex piston guys are doing great. 4-stroke, 2-stroke piston, 65 years ago. Vertex Pistons founded in a small technical workshop in northern Italy. Did you know that, Cade?
I have.
Today, because of the renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex is an OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Gas, Beta, TM. Yeah. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons, replica high compression, GP style configurations. If you want a deal on the Wrench Rabbit stuff, Vertex Pistons, sales at pivotworks.com.
Sick.
Wrench Rabbit, Pivot Works, Hot Cams, Vertex Pistons, all of that. All one company, all sponsoring us. And sales at pivotworks.com. So simply email them or email us on the show and we'll get you a deal. Speaking of KTM, we got the winner of the last main events, last 3 main events here. Calling in, he's got the points lead as well in 450 Supercross. It's Cooper Webb. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, Steve. What's up? We're good, man. We're good.
So, Cade, you wanna tell Cooper about what was going on in practice there? He was very upset at you.
He was you were upset at me, and I'm sorry. You know,
No,
I'm not.
man.
I heard the revs. I think everyone in the stadium heard the revs, but
Yeah,
I was on the fast lap. I was gonna ask how much you attributed your crash to anger. you came into those whoops rather angry, and I think it was all just aimed right at me as I was rolling by, and I just watched you pile drive into him. I'm like, well, that was probably all my fault.
Nah, it's I mean, you know how it goes. It's hot laps are like gold, and us racers get fired up really for no reason and look like idiots afterwards.
The worst thing is Cade was like, you know, I'm on my fast lap, and then he just really, I'm holding him up. So it's like Cade is going balls out. Cade's going balls out, and you're just like, get out of the way, dude.
I'm trying so hard. You could have given me like 2 more seconds at the finish line, and you wouldn't have caught me.
Right.
But like, I lost it all on the whoops. I lose it all on the whoops.
Right. Well, congratulations, Coop. Listen, you've had some impressive race wins, including Dallas too, where you took that crash on the whoops, like Cade was saying. This one was, man, after that heat race, you know, you were struggling a bit with the whoops and some combinations, and dude, and then like, so I was wondering at the start of the show, I said to Cade, I don't know how he got that gate pick because, like, Kenny, you know, you were 7th pick, but Cade, the rut was terrible.
So yeah, I think I started in that gate in the heat race because I obviously didn't have a great heat race gate pick, but nobody chose it, and I'd rather be on the inside. But the gate next to me was perfect. The rut was like super wide and smooth, and I was like, that has to be the gate that Kenny took, and the one you took had to be it. And I'm assuming that you were just thinking, hey, if I can't beat him out of the gate, I can at least follow him because I know he's probably going to start up front, and I can just tuck the inside then.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you said, it was when I went down in the heat, it kind of, you know, I think I was 10th pick, so you don't know what you're going to get. I mean, I was assuming I was going to be outside, and a lot of guys went outside, and I mean, yeah, it's sometimes for me, like the rut is important, but you know, also where you're at and situations and stuff is also important. So, yeah, the rut was no good at all, but I felt like it was, a safe spot to start, and even with the bad start, I think it worked out to where you could still come out the first turn with a good track position. And to be honest, my start was still good. Like, he beat me out, but it was, you know, better than the 6 or so guys inside of me. So it all, like you said, it worked out. But
Ricky,
it's not always like that.
Ricky always says condition over position, right? And meaning the condition of that rut. And so I've had riders when I was a mechanic definitely be like, look, I'm not starting with that rut. I'm going outside. But not for you though, Coop. Not for you that time. So generally, are you generally a condition over position guy, or do you not? You're just always going to go inside if you can, as far as inside as you can go.
I think I mean, every race is different. Like, I always look at the angle of the first turn and try to get the straightest angle, but also kind of understand the next few turns too. And when you have back-to-back left-handers, you know, it's
you got the inside 2 corners in a row.
Inside is important, in my opinion, to be on the left side, you know.
Right.
But you never know. I mean,
Yeah.
I've gotten good starts from all over. Sometimes, I genuinely like to be by the box just to have that little bit of extra room on
Mhm.
whatever side you choose. But sometimes that's way out there. And so, yeah, I think it just depends. I mean, I always look, the rut's important, but like you're saying, I tend to look at how things have played out all day.
Yeah.
I watch like every start and kind of just see where they're coming from, and
Sure.
that's usually where I try to be around.
Right. Yeah. No. It was a good move. Did you give Kenny a little bit of a rev in the one turn? Looked like you came in hot, and I don't know if you yelled or Rev pulled the clutch in and revved, because in that battle in the main event, it looked like he hesitated for a second, like, oh shit, Coop's coming.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
Okay.
It was weird. Like that kind of happened to me in the heat with Chase. The way that section was, I think because we were landing super hard and turning right away, it happened to me too, where Chase was behind me.
Okay.
And just the way he in the air, when you take off and land, and if he like revved in the air, you feel like the guy was like on your rear wheel.
Yeah.
when they weren't. So I think it was just kind of like an area where you're off the gas. If I think Kenny was off the gas.
Sure.
And I was still mid-air, to where it kind of sounds like, oh man, he's right there. So, and I'm sure, I think like earlier in the main event, I kind of ran that line similar. I wasn't close enough to make the pass, but I think like second lap just to kind of show a wheel. So I'm sure maybe that's what he was thinking is this is a passing spot. But I think it was a good. I was close, but like you said, for me, it was more just to kind of let him know I'm right there, and hopefully have him hesitate, which he did, and missed that rhythm, and then that set up the eventual pass.
The sand section, Cade and I were breaking down a little bit. He was struggling there a little bit. You look like you nailed it. I wasn't there. I guess that doesn't matter anyways, because I don't get to walk the track or anything. But I couldn't on TV. I'm like, hey, that looks fairly simple, double to the inside, and there we go. But man, it was giving a lot of guys trouble.
It was tough. I think because you couldn't see on TV, there was ruts all the way across, and they weren't straight. Like it was, I don't know how, but they were angled every direction but straight. So
guys like Cade are fucking it up every time. Yeah,
I don't know what was going on, but I mean, it was tough. I mean, and I think I noticed Kenny in the heat race was doing that same line he was doing in the main event, and on that right side it was way smoother.
Yep.
But I think what happened in the main event, from everyone just kind of going down the middle, it almost got knocked down and almost easier. It almost got to a point where it got so rough that it was just kind of one main line with holes, opposed to just soft sand.
Right.
And also they put a clay base underneath it, opposed to normally it's just a pile of sand.
Right.
And we were down to the base on the face of it there in the middle. So I think it was looking back, like when I watched the race and stuff, I feel like that was where I was making some good time, and then that's where he made his few mistakes. And but it was tough. I mean, I'm not a fan of sand in Supercross, so I'm never a fan of it, to be fair. But anyway, that particular sand section actually did set up some passing, or at least opportunities for mistakes, opposed to normally just one line and get roosted and you can't see anything.
Yeah, the sand turns in the corner. What are you guys doing? What's Supercross guys doing? Why are you putting sand in this turn where everybody's just going to go inside and blast everybody in the face? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, Supercross suspension doesn't make it fun too.
No. 702-586-PULP. Give us a call. Cooper Webb's on the phone. He's a points leader right now in 450 Supercross. Brought to you by VertexPistons.com.
Coop, did you guys, I don't know if you guys use like the Dartfish program at your rig, or obviously you guys do film and stuff, but in the heat you came out and you were going 2-4-3, and then obviously Kenny passed you there, and then you switched it up and started going 3 on 3 off. Do you guys break that stuff down? Like, did you just assume that 2-4 was close enough? Because when I watched film, I don't have the Dartfish stuff. It looked so similar because you gave up so much at the beginning, But then
Right.
in the heat race, it was clearly better to just pin it to the outside, pin it across, 3 on, 3 off, and
Yeah. No, we do. We use, all that stuff, and like you said, in practice there was really nothing in it time wise. The amount of track you would give up to go way out there to get onto the 3, through the actual rhythm was faster, but when we did the times and stuff and the segments and me doing it, I actually did it faster doing the 2, 4, 3. So that's what I kind of just stuck to, and I was like, hey, it's the inside. No one can pass you, in my opinion, in that section because you got the inside line. And yeah, for whatever reason, the way they prepped it, I think they made it quite a bit steeper for the night show. And man, it was slow to do that line as we saw in the heat race. And
right.
I should have probably, I couldn't really see from the first heat, but that's where I guess Tomac had passed Barsha and, doing that line. And then that's where I was getting eaten up pretty heavy and also passed. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough when little sections, not that they change, deliberately, but
right.
with prep, every time you prep something, it can change just that little bit. And I think they just lifted up, a lot more and seemed to, went so much higher than we were going in practice. But yeah, like you said, in practice, I didn't think there was any difference, to be honest.
And that thing was lippy to begin with. It was big.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
There was some big ones on that track all night. Those rhythms were definitely bigger.
Cade said that table to table was 80 feet. 80 feet. Jeez.
Really?
That's what the one Dirtworks guy told me when we were in the tunnel. He's like, yeah, it's like 81, 82 feet.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Big. I mean, when we went table to table was big, but to go all the way,
yeah,
it was big. I mean, it didn't feel it like it wasn't as sketchy as I guess you would think, going from table to table and such a big gap. But I mean, it was big. It was everything the 450 had, and
right. Damn,
yeah, that's big.
Do you enjoy racing? Obviously, that track was more technical than the first 2 Dallases we had with all the options and different rhythms and stuff. Do you enjoy something more like that where the risk is a lot higher but the reward of doing that stuff? Because obviously there was only like 3 guys in the main doing 3, 5, 2, and not everyone was going 3 on, 3 off. So it's like, do you enjoy that stuff?
I did. I mean, it's tough because, like you said, right, it depends what situation you're in. I think if you're coming through the pack and it's a big obstacle like that guys aren't doing in front of you, then it becomes kind of sketchy because you might be jumping over top of someone type deal. But I think as you saw too, in 25 laps, it's key to make it every lap, because there's so much time to be lost. So I liked it. I mean, we were just talking too, like I felt like all the rhythms gave us options. Like we saw that there was two options, and the one we're talking now had 3 or 4 options.
3 options, yeah, for sure, right? Yeah.
It is crazy too, though. Like we discussed, in this day and age, it seems like of racing with the dartfish in the video. It's like for me, I did that big one time in the free practice, and then by the first qualifying practice, 3 or 4 other guys are doing
everybody
it.
sees it. Yep.
It's like, so we all kind of learn the rhythms so fast just from that technology anyways.
Yep.
But I do think it's nice to have those style rhythms where, hey, if you don't get the corner right, then it's going to affect the rhythm lane, and you're going to lose time, so it's not so it's more, I guess you got to have technique, I guess, a bit more than just hammering and scrubbing as hard as you can, or driving through a rhythm as hard as you can. So I enjoyed it. I thought the track was actually a good track. I thought all of them they got better, I felt like, as the Dallas races went on, which I was pumped on because I feel like with the turnaround time, it's hard to do that, and they changed them entirely, which was cool. I felt like before, maybe at like Orlando and some of the Salt Lakes last year and stuff, they would almost just leave the same rhythms. And it's like, man, that's, in my opinion, that's one of the coolest things about Supercross is we get a brand new track every weekend, and that's a challenge is learning the track every weekend. And so I was pumped to kind of get like 3, in my opinion, totally different tracks under one roof.
I thought Dallas 1 would be awesome, and it turned out to be terrible. I was like, oh, look at a split lane. You got some speed. You got some bowl turns. I'm like, this thing's going to be great. And it was follow the leader because everybody's doing exactly the same pace. And I'm like, okay, never mind. I guess I can't design a track because I thought.
No, and that's like you said, man. We had that conversation a lot. It's tough. It's tough when we're all so close in time to make a track racy.
Yep.
But with Dartfish too, I mean, it's like, like you said, you have a split lane, but after free practice, you already know which lane's faster by how much.
Yep.
And it's like, man, it makes it tough. I mean.
Yeah, you got to cut them some slack. You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
Cade, is there anybody? I don't think the fans realize at the end of a 25-lap main event, the track is hammered. It's almost unsafe. Cade, is there a better guy than Coop at figuring that stuff out? It's incredible. Like, the tracks get sketchy. They get so rutted up. They get so beat up. And I've been so impressed with Coop on figuring that out as it goes.
Well, Coop's so good at staying low in the berms.
Yep.
I think a lot of the other guys struggle. And I tend to lean on that as well because I don't love 3ing out of tight corners. So, like, if you can stay low and just double out really fast, it's almost as fast as going high and tripling out of it, right?
Yeah.
So
and you can do that for 20 laps.
Easily.
Right.
Where
right.
like once the track starts to go away, Coop just resorts to like, hey, I'm gonna smash into the bottom of this berm, pivot around, and double out of the corner really fast. And I think he's really good at that, and it makes it easy for him to make up time that way. Where if you have to slow down to set up for this rut, and then pin it out of the rut and then clip the 3 out of the corner, it's not as fast.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. It's a special skill, I think. We got some phone calls for you, Coop. All the lines are full. This guy's been on hold for 2 hours and 40 minutes to talk to you, so we better get to him. It is Jake. Jake, welcome to the show. Thanks for holding for so long. What are you going to ask Cooper Webb?
Yeah, what's up, guys? First of all, I just want to say congratulations, Coop. Man, that was awesome sweeping Dallas like you did.
Thank you,
Yeah, for sure. My question was, rewind back to 2020, and you crashed out in the Dragon's back, and obviously.
Oh, we never saw any replays of that or anything. I never really saw any replays of that. Good God, dude. Anyway,
right. No, so you fought through that injury, and you were still super competitive, going through 2020, and I personally think that it cost you the championship. I think you would have won it 100%. Had you been 100%, So my question was, coming into Dallas and sweeping like you did, do you feel like that was, a redemption coming in here and doing what you did?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, like you said, it's crazy in racing. We were talking about it even yesterday. There's so many highs and lows in this sport, and like you said, a year ago I was getting scraped off the floor. Like you said, in my opinion, lost the championship right then and there, or any hope at really winning it at that point. And, even cost me points, but pain and whatever you want to call it, you get injured. And like, I still have, I had lingering effects from that crash from outdoors. So, to rewind and then fast forward to a year and have the ultimate success in racing being winning, but winning all 3 in the stadium that took you out the year before is honestly pretty special. And just to prove to yourself that you can mentally, get through that and come back a year later and say, you know what, I'm going to tackle this thing and, grab it by the balls, I guess, and own it, and instead of being kind of fearful or thinking about that. And so I think that's the cool thing, like you said, when you look back on, for me, I just always try to overcome things, and to be able to do that, I felt was huge, not only for the points and the way the series and all that, but just for mentality and just proving to yourself, like, hey, you can have a season-altering crash and an incident, but be able to, a year later, have the ultimate redemption.
Cool. Thanks, thanks, Jake.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude, you are one tough dude. I got to tell you, man. Toughest guy.
Well, I don't, Jake, I don't know, because Phil was calling him a pussy for not finishing that race. Phil thought that he should have got up and finished. So I don't know. I'm fucking Phil.
Yeah, well, but that's
God
just Phil.
bless.
Phil's going to give him shit, and that's how it's going to be. And the way.
Right. So thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah, no problem. One last thing. I got to give a shout-out to my Rocket Farm riders.
All right. Sounds good. Consider it done.
Y'all have a good night. Take
All
care.
right. Thank you. Yeah, Phil, just being like, oh, he raced the next race. I mean, how bad could he have been? Shut up, Phil.
Yeah.
Moron.
Fucking Phil.
That's what I told Phil. He didn't race because he had a little cut on his hand. Like,
yeah, exactly, right?
nah, just kidding.
Luke, what's your question for Cooper Webb?
No, I didn't have a question. I just want to tell him thank you. He back in 2016, my daughter had a bad wreck in a barbed wire fence, and Coop didn't know me from anybody, and actually through Marshall Plum, he signed a jersey to my daughter, and Marshall gave it to us. And I just want to say thanks, man. You didn't have to do that. You didn't know me from anybody or my family. I just appreciate it, and that's a big reason why I love this sport.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. No worries. Glad I could help out, man.
Cool.
Like I said, I appreciate it, and congrats on the win. Let's bring it home, man.
Yeah, thank you, man. We'll try.
Thanks, Luke. Appreciate it. Next up is Herb's on 3. Herb, what's going on? You're a friend of Coop?
Yeah. Hey, Cooper. It's Herb Roberts.
Hey, how are you, man?
What's going on, dude?
Just here on Pulp, man, and having some fun.
Good deal. Look, I just wanted to let you know, man, I'm over at Richie and Jamie's every race night, and we always watch the race together, and I just want to give you huge props, huge congratulations on the Arlington sweep. That was about as impressive as anything as I've ever seen.
Yeah, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. It was, like you said, it was super special, and, man, I'm pumped.
Yeah, that's well said, Herb. Thanks for calling, man.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the turnover that we've had in this series, and you've just grabbed a hold of this thing, Coop. It's been amazing for sure. Dark Side, you want to talk about Sexton? Are you going to try to start beef with Coop and Sexton, Dark Side?
No, I haven't got a chance to talk to him in a little while, so I figured I'd have to do it on your show. Two things real quick, Coop. In the heat race, when Chase took out your front wheel and you went down, how much, knowing you, I feel like that was a lot of motivation for the main event. Like, I know how those things fire you up. So I'd like you to talk about that, and then I want you to answer. Usually, when a track has big whoops, you're not as good as the other guy sometimes. That's your weakness, it seems like. You figured it out. You figured out a blitz and then kind of a double-double or something at the end that was working. Did that break Kenny, in your opinion? Does that break him for the season?
I guess I answer your first question.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a racing incident, no big deal, but at the same time, yeah, I was pissed. I mean, as a racer, anytime you get taken out, intentional or not, you're not pumped. I mean, and for me, being in the position I'm in, it's important to get those good gate picks and stuff. So yeah, I was super fired up, and honestly, I think that kind of helped me in the main event because I was, the Raj and Ian came to me like, hey, just let it go. And I just told them, I said, all right, I'm going to let it go, but I'm going to go out here and I'm going to win this main event and that'll be my redemption.
Mm-hmm.
And, so they were all pumped on that, but yeah, I mean, it was, like I said, I think for me, I fuel off of situations like that. I feel like I'm in that area. It's pretty good. So, for me, it was definitely as bad as the heat race went for me riding and then getting, taken out. It was like almost took my mind off of how bad I rode to like, screw this. I'm going out there and I'm going to try to kick some ass. So, yeah, it worked out. And then, I feel like for me this year, I really did try to improve the whoops, and I'm not the best guy in them by any means, but I feel like I've improved a lot. And obviously, I'm good when I can jump them, but I feel like I'm still quite good now, even with them getting bigger. Or so far this season, I don't feel like I've been hindered in the whoops like maybe I have been in the past. And so, for me, I think it's good to, like you said, ironically, passing Kenny in the whoops is something that I've probably never done. So, it is pretty cool. But I agree. I think for the guys, they used to kind of bank on me struggling in the whoops and knew, hey, if there's big whoops tonight, he's not going to be in the mix. And I think that's not necessarily the case anymore. So, it's nice to have that kind of in my arsenal to obviously still plenty of improvement on that end, but to be able to be competitive and especially Kenny, I mean, he's exceptional in the whoops. So I think it is good to have improved that this year and be able to be in the mix, no matter what kind of tracks we get, or big whoops, small whoops, jumpers, whatever.
We had James and Chad blitz whoops like nobody else. Jeremy, of course. Then Marvin comes around. He jumps whoops like nobody else. Coop, you're bringing the jump blitz program to many sections, and it's impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's it worked out. I mean, like you're saying, I think it's getting to where the tracks are just getting rough, and it's tough. But I think, like you said, those guys back in the day had some incredible speed in the whoops, but there was times too where I think it just kind of depends what the track does. I mean, sometimes it's faster to, I don't know how, but sometimes it is faster to jump. But like I said, I think for me this year, being able to have the ability to do both is good.
I think, Chad's going on Instagram about, blitz. He's jumping, DV and Chad are yelling and screaming on social media about blitzing whoops and nobody wants to blitz whoops, blah, blah, blah. I think what they forget or what they don't remember is the four strokes are beating the hell out of whoops, right? And these things are not blitzable by halfway through the main or early. Like, they're just not. And these guys, I think they forget about that. Like, guys, that two-stroke days, whoops stayed that way all night. You're right, but
and I feel go ahead, Coop.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. I feel like they're also the unevenness of them plays a huge factor in that. I mean, at least for me, like, when they're fresh and like you're saying in free practice and even in the first few practices, we don't jump them because they're still good enough to blitz. But like you're saying, there's the amount of bikes we have on them, and I think what people don't think about too is back in just a few years ago, everything was laps.
Yeah.
Well, now that it's time, what people don't realize is you're adding 2 to 3 more laps in a heat race, times that by 4. You're adding 2 to 3 more laps in an LCQ, times that by 2, and then you're adding 5 to 10 more laps in a 250 main, as well as a 450 main sometimes.
Yep.
So you do the math on all that, you're adding 40 or 50 laps to a track in total, and that's back in the day 40 or 50 laps less than what they did. And yes, 2 strokes and the evolution and whatever you want to call it, but I think that's a factor that a lot of people kind of tend to overlook as well.
Yeah, I agree. Dark Side, anything else?
Yeah, I was just going to tell him, like, honestly, Coop, I had you at second on the night until Chase took your wheel out, and I told Kevin Kelly that was a mistake.
Yeah.
And, I think, again, like what Steve said, you were not very good those first couple laps of the main and the whoops, and then you changed. What everybody keeps saying about you is you adapt, right? That's the word everybody keeps using, and you proved it, man, and it was impressive, dude. So
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah, man. All right, thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Darkside. Appreciate it. All right, Coop. So motocross testing in California for a little bit here?
Yeah. We're came to California, do some riding, and
sweet.
Probably not test. I feel like I made that mistake we always do where it's, hey, first day back on outdoors, let's go test when we're not ridden it and still on Supercross mode. So I think for now we're just going to do some riding and kind of get some motos in to start some things on the outdoor program.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, thanks for your time tonight. I appreciate it. I know you're a busy guy. You get hit up by a lot of us jerky media guys, so I always appreciate you taking the time, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. See you.
All right, thanks,
See you
Cooper. All right, see you. That's Cooper Webb, everybody.
I like
Listen, I was going to tell him this on the show. I just didn't get around to it. I would have bet a huge sum of money that he was not going to win when Kenny was out front.
Well, I would have bet.
I would have bet
wrong.
I would have bet a huge sum of money that Cooper's going to be like, look, it's been a rough night. I'm going to lose 3 points. Kenny's going to be motivated like hell. Blah, blah, blah. So, fun guy.
That would have been a bet I would have taken. I'm just saying, you can't bet against the guy.
Vertex Pistons bringing you Cooper Webb, everybody. Thanks to Vertex Pistons. 2-stroke and 4-stroke.
Whatever.
See, the fake news media just silences you and they don't want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, right? Just hits the mute button right over there.
Hey, do you use CBD?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Cambio CBD, cambio-usa.com. Visit cambio-usa.com today. Look for the PulpMX link on their webpage to get a hell of a deal on CBD stuff. They offer the finest pure and organic CBD products available, including athlete-inspired performance and recovery packs. I use CBD on my tendonitis I got on my elbow going on a little bit. I take some sleep stuff, so yeah, I've used it. I'm a believer in it. Not for everything. Hasn't worked for everything I've done, but yeah.
I send my dad a lot of stuff that Sweet Aroma sends me.
Yep.
And he uses it for his shoulder that
I think it works.
Yeah, I think it works
I
too.
do. I think it works. Also working well, Skosh. Skosh.com is on aboard our show, of course. PulpMX 2021 is the code to save with Skosh. Whether it's charging cables for your iPhones, whether it's mounts for the cars, for the bicycles, for the motorcycles, Skosh.com. They got a BiceLink modular charging system. They got the boom bottle.
We're going to have to chat about that.
Why?
When my truck got stolen, my car mount got taken.
All right, we'll dial you in, folks.
We might need a phone mount.
Well, PulpMX 2021 is the code to save.
I still got my magnet on my phone. I just need the part
mount
for the dash.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get it figured out. Thanks to the folks at Skosh. Use the code and save. They got a lot of cool electronics on their site, of course, and they support the sport for a number of years, a number of ways. So thanks to those guys for coming on board. They're bringing you our next guest on the show. This man is a legend in the sport, multi-time Supercross and motocross champion. He's been a trainer for a number of riders over the years, and we're lucky to have him on the line. It's Jeff Ward. What's up, Wardy? How are you, man?
Hey, Steve. Doing good. Thanks.
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Did you go to Texas?
I went to the amateur races there.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, the Freestone. You were there?
Yeah,
yep.
That's the Supercross. Yeah, I was at both of them, Spring Ding and Freestone, yeah.
And you're working with Jet Reynolds, among others, I see?
Yeah, Ryder DeFrancisco
yep.
and Dylan Cunha.
I thought it was Jet. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I suck at this amateur stuff, Wardy.
Yeah, Jet Reynolds and then Ryder D. Yeah.
Okay. All right, got it.
Yeah, so it's been fun. I've been working with Jet since early November. He's been injured and had some stuff. The first day I was riding with him, he had a shoulder problem, and then he broke his collarbone, but was supposed to have the plate taken out before it got broke, so he had to have that fixed, and had the shoulder done and 4 other surgeries to take out stuff, and he's all healed up, and so yeah, we've just been working with him and then Ryder D from Bakersfield. Right. It's been working well to have them ride together, push one another.
Yeah.
And Ryder's improved quite a bit. He won, I think, 4 out of 6 races he raced. And he kind of got hurt a little bit there at Freestone, and packed in a little early, but he's doing fine now. So yeah, just enjoying doing that and taking them mountain biking and trying to push them harder than they probably want to be pushed at this early age.
Well, that's where my next question was, Wardy. Do you have to find yourself, times have changed, kids have changed, people have changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you find yourself being okay, I can't tell them that. I got to talk to them this way. I can't load them up with all this information right away. I can't load them up with this program right away. They're not ready. Do you find yourself, and you were certainly one of the fittest guys around when you raced, and even now, I follow you on Strava. It's fucking insane for people who are wondering. Do you find yourself having to be okay, I got to back it off a little bit?
Well, yeah. It's because if it's not fun, I enjoyed running and cycling and doing triathlons on my off weekend. That was just my passion of, I don't know. Just a racer wanting to be better and pushing myself, and it helped for my motocross. I don't think it ever hurt me by I was made sure I didn't go overboard, and I did it when I had the time off, and off season, I just enjoyed it. Where a lot of the guys, I mean, they just like enjoy, riding their bike. But Supercross, if you do too many laps and you start getting tired to push that cardio, it's just 6 inches off here and there, and you're down and you're hurt. Where on a bicycle, you can bury yourself a little bit,
right?
Find that that zone where it's hurting and get through it like you'd be in a national and not freak out. But you got to make sure they enjoy it. I mean, you got to get a base going, and where you don't take them out on this first 30-mile ride that lasts 3 hours. They never want to go again.
Yeah.
I don't blame them. I was in situations like that a lot of times too, with people I've in over my head when I was younger to go ride with, and it's like even doing the motocross stuff back when we had 40-minute motos. They were the week I died. I was scared to go the next week. It's like I don't want to feel that way again.
Right.
Felt like I was going to die. So then you work into it. You train harder, and it becomes easier, but it's never easy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to bring them along and make it enjoyable. Recovery rides for me are easy, but maybe to have them go on an e-bike where they still spin their legs and get moving and don't have to put down the power when you head up a hill, which you have to in mountain biking. No matter how slow you want to go, there's still power to be put down. So yeah, it's just finding a fine line and to get them to enjoy it and try to get some of that off-bike training a little harder. And because they can ride. All these kids are extremely fast.
Yep.
And keeping them healthy is the hardest thing. And they're also so young at this age, 15 and 16. They still have a lot of growth and strength just naturally with age.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're going to get that as they get older. I mean, there's some kids that can make it happen at 16, 17, but there's downfalls and injuries. And seems to be when they get to their 20s or 22, they seem to be a little stronger physically just because of the body itself. But, just trying to get them going and have them enjoy it and not be too scared of the workouts.
Yeah, I can imagine. Was this, I pulled up your Strava, was this a mountain bike ride, 43 miles, 3 hours and 25 minutes?
Yeah, I was, like I said, I was in tag. I went to Daytona first for the Supercross, the amateur, so then I stayed back in Florida to work with this little kid. I was working with Peter, and then I flew straight there. So I was gone for like 14 days, which feels like a lifetime.
So you were just dying.
But I did do a lot of stationary stuff because they have a warm-up there. I went to a gym once, and then I rode somebody's e-bike at Freestone on the road out front. There's like a 2-mile road with no cars, and I rode the e-bike with the power off for 25 miles back and forth up and down the road like 8 times, for a couple of days. So I'm kind of sick and mentally, deranged. But then I came back, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I did like 37, 43, and then 25, and 12,000 or 13,000 feet of climbing just because I missed it. So
43
I took a day off today.
Oh, that's good to hear, Wardy. How old are you?
I'm getting lazy.
How old?
I'll be 60 in June.
43-mile mountain bike ride, 3 hours and 25 minutes, 4,000 feet of climbing. Good God.
Yeah. So, but I still enjoy it, and I think it keeps me sane. Keeps me healthy for one thing. If I did have problems, I'd certainly know.
Wardy, what's the most elevation you've done in one ride?
Let me think. Probably around 12,000 feet. Well, I shouldn't say that. We did the Ram at 17, so across the country. So that wasn't one ride, but that was a continued 7 days straight. We probably ended up getting 50,000 feet of climbing in that week. So
you're fucking kidding me.
I think about 12,000 feet. I mean, I did a time trial, 12-hour time trial like a year and a half ago. For 12 hours, I did 217 miles, and I think it had 1,000 feet per loop or something. So
now you gotta do your Everest. You got to do your Everest, and you'll be
good. There's that challenge. I got plenty of guys here that do it at this one hill that they do 33,000 feet or something. You got to do, and
I don't know what it was. I did a 10,000 feet up and down on the top of the mountain I live on, and I did 10,000 feet at 9,000 feet of elevation, just up and down, and I wanted to die when I was done. I was like, well, I'm good. I'm never probably going to do more. I never really need to.
That's a lot harder almost than like doing it long. Like the hill's a mile long, so you're doing this hill a mile. Of course, it's going to take you only about a minute and a half to get down because you do about 40 miles an hour. It's so steep, 50 miles an hour, and then you're climbing. So it's like a constant climb to where if you're doing, I'd rather do 150 miles and get that 20 back because you're not continually climbing all the time. You're rolling and you're going somewhere, and it kind of goes by faster. I mean, slower, but not as straining of like every second you're on a climb. But I got friends that do it, and I just haven't had really have wanted to do that right now. So.
It's unbelievable. Wardy hit me up. He was coming up to Vegas for his dentist is up here, so he was like, "Hey, maybe we'll go for a mountain bike ride." I'm like, "Yeah, well, I got an e-bike, Wardy, like, you know." And he's just like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, you're good." like he wasn't really like. And afterwards I was like, "Why did I text him that? Like, what does it matter? I got a fucking rocket bike. It doesn't matter. Wardy's fine."
Yeah.
I was just like thinking like, "Hey, just to let you know, like, I have an e-bike." But
I think he'll hang.
Yeah. I think he's fine.
I know the hills out there; they're not too bad, too
No.
long. But
Yeah.
the e-bikes are cool, man. I mean, it's cool seeing you out on them, and
yeah,
I have tons of friends that go riding sometimes that would never been able to go where we go, and have fun and still get a workout.
Yeah.
I've ridden them quite a few times in recovery, or we'll go up stuff that we'd never go up on our other bike because it's too long and steep, and
right.
It's just they're fun, and you still get out and you still get a good workout. So,
yeah, for me, it's been a lifesaver. I mean, literally, I've lost a bunch of weight.
Exactly.
Like I bicycled 4,500 miles last year. Like I never, I love it. It's great, and so for me, it's been a total game changer, right? So, I'm stoked that you recognize the fun of e-bikes for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm sure if you would have gone out on the regular bike, the first ride you did, you would have said, "I ain't doing it. I'm not doing this again."
No,
exactly. You'd almost die 3 times going up a hill, and stop and sit, and you're like,
"Yep."
Well,
I'll never get to enjoy this. You know?
No.
Well, it's like some people, they go out with, say, if say someone older went out with you for the first time, they're not going to hang. So they're just going to feel deflated right off the bat, where if you go out and they're on an e-bike and you can ride together and enjoy conversation and do cool things, you still get a workout. They get the enjoyment of a workout, but still getting to do it with you and not feeling like a total loser because they just got waxed. It's the worst feeling because you're like, you go with a group ride. I mean, I got some good cyclists. I'll get dropped a lot. And it's like you went with a group ride and it ends up being a solo ride because you get dropped on the first hill. But on mountain biking, it's worse because they usually wait for you at the top.
Yep.
And then when you get there, they're rested.
Yep.
They waited for you for a minute, and then they take off. And then you got to catch up, and you're still trying to, so it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
But the e-bikes, they saved a lot of people. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I want to thank the folks at Scotia for bringing Jeff Ward on the show. Pulp 2021 is the code to save with those guys. Also, Wardy, you know the guys at Maxima and ProFilter as well, profilter.com. Enter the code PULP20 at checkout. Side-by-sides, dirt bikes, street bikes, everything in between. These ProFilters sold through power sports dealers nationwide. You can easily pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter oil filter for your next service. Our buddy Dogger down there at Maxima ProFilter, just crushing it.
He's got good mountain bike chain lift too. They have mountain bike chain lift.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
cool.
Yep, I use that a lot. They've got the SE1, of course, making my intense tasers looking like brand new.
Exactly. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the series this year. I'm really interested in some of your thoughts and opinions on this stuff. So, first of all, look, you came from a different era. You won titles in a different era, and so it is different now than it is back then. But I think a lot of what yourself and RJ and Jeremy and Stanton and these guys, in my mind, a champion is a champion is a champion in any era. The bikes are better now, but I really believe this. So let me pick your brain a little bit on this stuff. So Coop takes Kenny wide at Daytona, causes a social media meltdown, which mad to make you laugh, by the way. And then Kenny has those words on the podium about I can play this game too, and no problem, know. And then this week in Dallas 3, Wardy, he's got a chance to. And I don't mean Cade and I were talking earlier, don't T-bone the guy, don't knock him, don't take yourself down, all this kind of bullshit. But send a message.
Yeah.
And nothing. We got nothing.
I don't know what he's afraid of because even when Webb passed him, he went high and stayed high.
Yeah.
I mean, he had to know. And Webb's notorious for diving under low and making a tight cut, and so he's going there, and he still went high, and he was almost afraid he was going to get hit. He and Cooper didn't even hit him.
No,
it wasn't Cooper passed cleanly. So, it's just not Kenny. I mean, I wasn't the guy that went out there but you have to be a little more aggressive, I think, and it's hard to say, but yeah, I would have definitely
right.
I mean, he's behind in points, so what do you got to lose if you slam the, even if you're leading, you know he's coming, close the door, and if he hits you and you both go down, maybe you get up first and his bike breaks or something. But he doesn't even take that risk of wanting to get hit. He goes high and lets them turn underneath and pass them, and I don't know.
Well, especially those after that speech on Daytona where he's like, "Hey, I can play this game too. I'm ready." And you're like, "Okay, great." Like Coop took you wide, probably cost you maybe a race win, but podium for sure. So that was all fair, and nothing wrong with Coop's move.
Yeah.
But now's your time, Kenny, and there was nothing, and I was surprised.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like that's been his MO for the last few years, always, even with, Tomac, and that's just the way he is, and maybe when he's out there, I don't know, maybe he's, nobody knows. Maybe he is tired. Maybe his wrists aren't as strong or his arms aren't as strong as they should be, and he can't afford that confrontation or that impact. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He doesn't say why, so
you're
just assuming he's just not being aggressive.
But in your position, you're sending a message, I think, back in your day. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wasn't going to get hit and then not hit somebody the next week if I had the opportunity.
Right.
I mean, the only reason why, if you didn't, then all of a sudden you're just going to get pushed over. If you don't push the issue, you'll know every time he sticks something in there, you're going to let him have it. Or if he does something to you, the guy's thinking, well, he's not going to get back to me anyway, so what's it matter? But,
I'm not saying you need to be Rollerball or Jimmy or Hollywood out there, but can we be aggressive?
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say what he's thinking, but if you're definitely going to say you're going to do it, and you have opportunities and you don't, then don't say it. I liked your interview the other night with the Cobra there.
Oh yeah,
yeah, DB. I thought he was pretty good actually, and I agreed about almost 100% of everything he said. I was like, that guy's spot on.
Yeah. That's the Cobra for you. That's what he does. It's great.
Yeah, but I think he was exactly right on all accounts and all that. And I liked him, talking with RC about being the GOAT and all that. I thought it was pretty cool.
Right. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Another theory I want to run by you. So, look, Eli Tomac's one of the greats. He's going to go down that way. He's passed you in records and stuff like that. I mean, Eli Tomac is going to be, when it's all said and done, on the select 5, 6, 7 riders in the sports history, along with yourself and other guys. So I'm not bagging on him here, but he hasn't been the same guy since he won a Supercross last year. He's got wins. We've yet to see that afterburner. We have yet to see him dominate. We've seen a lot of rides that are mystifying a little bit. Last summer included. Once in a while he got on it, but most weekends outdoors, he didn't quite have it. And I just think, Wardy, and again, back me, like him and John, they're in Colorado, and they are hammering, right? He's hammering, and he's doing more work than maybe everybody. And he's got a child now, and he's, in a relationship, and he's older, and he's got certainly all these records and all the money. I just think, and I don't know because he's reclusive, right? I don't talk to him much at all. It's hard to keep your nose to that grindstone as much as he did in today's day and age, and it's showing a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's like they all say, eye of the tiger. I mean, there's always somebody coming up young and hungry and is willing to push. I don't know if he's going any slow. I mean, there's times he's still amazing, but I think everybody else has kind of picked up the pace a little bit, especially the front, 3 or 4, and then even down to 10th. Everybody seems to be like really on it. So I don't know, but I know he wanted that Supercross, and then you get it, and you kind of let your guard down. That's why it's hard to repeat Supercross champion, because you work so hard to get it. You take that little breath, and it's like, okay, I got it, and then you get out there, and it's that urgency of wanting it as bad as you ever wanted it isn't the same.
Yeah,
because you already have it.
Yep.
So that's something, but these guys still all want to win. But he's in a different place for sure. I mean, he's got a kid, family. He's done everything. He's broken record, so what's the motivation, just to still be the best?
Did you go through that? Did you go through that? Did it hit you ever? Like, okay, so you win 87 Supercross title, 88, you're still, maybe the second or first best rider in the world. 89, 90, things start to change a little bit as far as, younger guys coming up. But did you get to a point where you were like, man, I don't know?
No, that's why I retired. You know, I mean, I was still in pretty good shape, but
Yep.
the injuries, they go through injuries just because you don't hear about it. You know,
Right.
he's heard something on the weekend. Your therapy somewhere, doing something, and it's just a lot of work. But I had the same, you know, thing. I still won the championship in '90 on the 500. I was close in '91, and I was really close in '93. I won a race, my second to last race on the 500.
Yep.
I was still competitive. Supercross was tougher because, you're getting the young 125 guys coming in, and they're just sending it everywhere. And
Right.
Your speed is probably, you know, good for the whole race, but not, you know, to close the gap from how big a gap they get at the beginning because of their speed. But it's just, I think that's just in any sport as you get older and the fire's gone, and not that they still don't want to win. I mean, I still want to win today on everything I do.
Right.
So it's like that never leaves.
Yeah.
It's just the fact is that you can't do it anymore. But your brain still thinks you can, so you still give it the effort, and it just doesn't come as easy.
What year how old were you when you retired?
I was 32.
Okay, yeah, so you're fine,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at the age of like Larocco or Ferry or Wyndham or whatever, right there.
Yeah. And back then, I think that was the old, you know, I mean, everybody was done in their late 20s. And,
Yep.
I mean, it seemed like if you were 25 or 27, you were old.
Yeah.
You know, so now it's like now you're prime. So, 32 is just, you know, really old. And, but I wanted to go into, you know, get into something else, car racing. And I felt like if I drug it out 2 more years and didn't do anything, and, you know, I wouldn't be able to draw some sponsorship or some attention that way. I'd just be a ex-motocrosser instead of a, you know, somebody coming out of it. So that helped.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching an old race, and they're like, Hannah, he's 28. He's just like, he's so old. He was 28.
Yeah.
And they were yelling. Larry Huffman was yelling about how old he was.
Yeah. So they were hyping on it already, you know, about the age. So, and times are different. I mean, therapy, everything, medicine, just the body, stuff you take, you know, there's just so much more stuff that I think can push everything up. You know, look at Brayton, you know, and Chad.
Yeah.
The problem is just with our sport is one of the most physically demanding and scariest of all the sports put together, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the big issue at that age is you don't bounce off the ground as good. And of course, when you do hit, then you're wondering, should I still be out here? And then as soon as you say that, you're pretty much done. You know, that's usually the name of the game. It was like when I did Indy cars and I was 41 or 2, you know, and then it's like you take all these risks for almost 10 years. I did it and crashes, and then you just kind of, when you start thinking about, I don't want to hit that wall, then, you know, man, you're pretty much done.
Right.
It's like, you know, it's in the back of your head.
You also had years lopped off your career by trying to look out for chicken and dogger off the track. You know, like you're just like, listen, can I just focus on training and myself instead of Turner?
I was basically the most expensive babysitter that
right,
anybody ever hired.
Right. Turner's like, listen, Morty, you've got to keep chicken and dogger like focused, and you know, and you're just like, God.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a different time for sure. I mean, I'd be picking up chicken to go riding, or he wouldn't go riding, and then dogger, you know, pulling him out the hotel room after the first night of the double header and get him to the track, and then he, you know, still win the second night after his bit, you know, stealing my mini bar from the night before. And
it's
good stories, good times, and definitely different than it is now.
Do you think, like, there's so many dogger stories, right? And we need to get into all of them, but there's so many. I mean, are any of them made up? I feel like they're not, Wardy. I feel like they're all true.
They're all true. And I didn't even know half of them until Dogger came out and, you know, went to jail and did the whole thing. You know, I was clueless because I was just so naive pretty much, I think.
Right.
I was so clean cut, and I would never think that somebody could beat me that did that.
Right.
So, when you heard about the stories and running from cops on the moped and hiding in his attic, they're all true.
Yep.
So there's nothing to be made up because they're all good.
Yeah.
So,
or 88 Nations out all night, you know, and then.
Oh yeah. We pulled up to the hotel room, you know, because the door's out front with Roger and Ricky, and the dogger's door opens up and it looked like Cheech and Chong, and big old cloud comes rolling out, and Dogger sees, you know, Roger, and it's like, oh my God. And so then I had to pee in a bag the next day because there was supposed to be a blood test, and drug test, and Dogger was freaked out. But then he went out and won both motos hands down.
Yep.
You know, everybody and
gone.
Typical Dogger style.
It's it's amazing.
Good time.
It's amazing. We got a call for you here, Wardy, from Eric. Eric, welcome to the PulpMX show. Jeff Ward brought to you by the folks at Scotia. What's your question for him?
Hey, guys. Great show tonight.
Thank you.
So, Jeff, I was at Washougal in 1984 and got to see you wrap up the 125 title.
Yeah.
And watch you and Johnny O race there that day. And, man, you guys were amazing on the 125s. And, getting to the rivalry thing, you and Johnny always seem to keep it pretty clean. But I'm just wondering, was there any point in any of those battles with him where you really had to maybe send a message?
High Point. There was some fireworks at High Point, I think, in '84.
There was fireworks at Saddleback. I took him out the first moto. He went wide over to go up the step up. I came in. I did hit a bump. He didn't believe me, and I didn't miss the break, but I rode the front wheel a long ways, and I just cleaned him out. I thought I was going down, but I cleaned it. I won the first moto, and then he came looking for me in the pits. I hadn't got back yet because I think I was in winter circle, and when I got back, my mechanic was saying, "Man, Johnny's coming over here to fight." And I'm like, "Okay," so then the next moto he actually won, which he only beat me like 2 times that year in the second moto, so he was pissed off. But then, Mount Morris was one. He missed in the last corner. I got him there, and then the Washougal race you're talking about, I had like an 18-point lead going into the first moto, so I had the lead. He seemed to not always beat me the first moto, but I always just seemed to be a little tight the first moto, or he was just on it, and he beat me. So I'm leading the whole time, and so in the back, coming up to the mechanics area, right in front, the starting gate used to be up top, you know where the finish line is, and the right-hander, then there's a tight left, and the mechanics area was there where you entered exit the track. So he caught me a little bit, and it's probably like 5-6 laps from the end to go. So I go in the mechanics area and I pull wide and I go to wave him by I'm not even racing with you, dude, because I got the championship. The only thing that could happen is you clean me out and then my bike breaks. So I had my hand out waving him by, going through the left, way outside the berm. Well, he came straight up and cleaned me out while I had my hand off the bar.
Shit.
Took me down. So I got up. And
I don't remember that. Shit, we were up on the hill.
Yeah, he cleaned me out. And the mechanics were fighting like the next lap I came around, and I believe I chased him down and I won the first moto, which I probably shouldn't have done, but that was his tactic. Like if he didn't do it, I was just going to cruise and get second. So if he got me mad to come after him, maybe I'd cartwheel or maybe he could get me again. So yeah, we were really not friends at all. We didn't talk to each other the whole season. But now he's a good buddy. So
when you guys were buddies, you helped him get the ride at Cowie, right, in '90. You were a big part of that, right? Yep.
Yeah, I was talking to Roy, and because like I said, I was getting older too, and I knew how hard Johnny trained, and I actually was riding with him before he was even at Cowie. Then we do some biathlon stuff together for fun, and so we needed to get another rider, but we needed somebody for testing, and Johnny was a really good test rider and could go all day, because I was the only one doing the testing at Cowie between Chicken and Dogger. So Dogger would just be like, I don't need to go, I'll just run my Wardy's running.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let's get Osho. So he came on for the 2 years, and it was super cool. But
Eric, you didn't notice when up on the hill when Mike Byer came by in first that year, or whatever year that was? Like you were like, where's Wardy O'Mara?
You don't really know what happened, right?
Oh, I know,
And,
sure.
And the rest of the stuff in the series, like I was like you, Steve, like I was a kid up in Canada, reading MXA that I got at the 7-Eleven, just like panting at the door as they unpacked the boxes. So you didn't have all the series information, right? And that was like my first ever U.S. national I ever went to, and I was just like this Ward O'Mara rivalry, like it was bigger than life to me because I only knew what I knew from MXA, right?
Right, yep. Yeah, for sure.
That's what was cool back then. It's like, you only saw these people, or myself, Hannah, Marty Smith, all the guys in magazines. And then I remember meeting Marty for the first time, and it's not like today where you see him on Instagram every day. You feel like you know him.
Right.
You've seen so many pictures and see him talking, and the magazines, you never saw that, except in maybe an interview on TV. But then when you saw them, they were bigger than life, and I thought that was just a cool time. But
And Eric,
it was
Eric, 83, 125 Nationals. Wardy, O'Mara, Lachine, Bomber. That would have been amazing.
Just crazy.
Lachine
on the 224.
He was fast.
I was bummed, Wardy. I was bummed because I was a Barnett guy at that time. I would have been 9 years old, I think, then. And I rode a Suzuki, and I love Barnett, and you guys worked them, and I was like, Bomber.
Yeah, that was the first year we did, because the 2 or 3 years before he made mincemeat out of us little boys. He was a man with a mustache and was like foaming at the mouth at these races, and we were just like puppy dogs going, "Oh my God!"
Yeah.
And he killed us. We finally figured it out a little bit. But,
a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, cool, Eric. Anything else, Eric?
Thanks, Eric.
No, that's all good. Great to talk to you, Jeff. Take care.
Appreciate it, Eric. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you. Next call for Wardy from Mike. Mike, what's going on? Welcome to the show. What's your question for Jeff Ward?
I raced nationals back in 83 to 85, and it seemed like if you weren't on a works bike, you were getting lapped in fifth place, from what I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how much better was that bike than, say, a production bike, or even was it as good as O'Mara's motor? I mean, those 83 to 85 work Hondas, I think, were just so superior, but obviously you beat them in 84, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was no secret that Honda had, really Suzuki had some of the best bikes in the early 80s, 79, 81, and then Honda came in, but the Honda 250s, 500, 125s in 83, 84 were unbelievable. Our Cowie in the early 80s was junk, too heavy, just it had a good motor. Suspension was terrible, but then 83 it came around. That's when I won a couple. I mean, I won a couple in 82, and then overalls, and then 83 I was in the title hunt, the whole season. 84 the bike stepped up another notch where I felt it was. I don't know if it was better than the Hondas, but it was certainly equal with them. Production bike. I was the only Cowie on the line, so there was no other. Nobody rode a production Kawasaki because, I mean, the works bike was barely making it at the time. So, the production bike wasn't going to be great. They were always the last to get disc brakes, the last to be water-cooled, the last to have the linkage. It seemed like Cowie was always behind the curve with the development. And then we finally kind of hit it in 84 and 85 when I won the 250 Nationals and the Supercross on the 250. The bikes had stepped up. And 84 too was my first Supercross win too. So we just got our bikes going good, and then they went to the production mule in 86, and then we were back to square one again behind. So
but by 89 they were good. You were back on good bikes by 89.
Well, the 500s were good.
Yeah.
86 500, but the production 500 was the best bike. Hands down, I feel. Would I want another bike? I think I could have still figured it out. But Cowie definitely was a good 500 bike. 250s took a year or two to 87 was pretty good, 88. And then I thought we came pretty equal with the Hondas when we went to production rule, but the factory bikes for sure. But nobody could beat the factory bikes on a production bike.
Mm-hmm.
Except Marty Mose at Carlsbad.
Yeah, true.
That's about it. That's about the only guy I know that did something like that against all the factory Euros and American guys on a production Yamaha he bought, I think, or something to run.
Cool, Mike. Thanks for the call, man.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
Mike.
Appreciate it. I don't know if I've ever asked you this before, but so like 87, 88. Dogger's getting a few wins, but basically it's you and Rick, right? You and Rick Johnson are winning everything, and you guys are trading off titles. You guys are number 1 and 2 all the time. Like I said, once in a while some guys would squeak in some wins here, but basically it was you two guys. Were you taught? And there's a famous story that you've told us about being out at a practice track where one of you guys were running out of gas.
Track.
Right.
Yeah.
But were you guys talking? Like, I mean, I imagine it's like Coop and Kenny, or James and Chad, or like whatever two champions you want to make it. Did you guys have like a fuck you RJ and fuck you Wardy, or would you talk back then?
No, we didn't. We didn't talk at all.
Okay. Yeah. Nothing.
At all. Even that day, we parked different places, and
Yep.
It's a flower track that was like Carlsbad. It's a single lane, like just a technical, fun little. And we're on 500s, which made it really hard to ride. And I was there riding 2 or 3 laps where he got dressed, and we ran out of gas. just because nobody wanted to pull in. And
right.
So, and it was just loaded up and took home, went left, never said a word, and we never said a word at races. It's like when you're up in the podium or something, you'll say something about something or whatever, but never.
It was never like track walk. Yeah, it was never like track walk time. Like, hey man, how you doing? Or nothing.
Yeah, how was your week? Or how's
right
doing? Or something. But that kind of that way. I was a loner.
Right.
Like I trained by myself. I mean, I had Jeff Spencer for like 10 years, but I went up to see him. But I did everything. He told me what to do, and I did it. And then my riding, I'd go ride at Elsinore. I'd be out there by myself if I had to, and do my motos. It was scary because it wasn't a racetrack. I was the only one there. It's in the hills. So, if I crashed, I did one time pretty hard. And I remember I broke a chain one time and had to push my 500 out over a couple hills to get back to my truck. Because I didn't want to leave it there because, somebody would go 4 by and find it, and I didn't have a 4-wheel drive to go back there.
Oh, jeez.
So just stuff like that I did all on my own. So I really wasn't until later when things, got kind of settled down. And,
right.
Johnny and I kind of had pretty good friendship. I always loved, David. David was always super cool. Jean-Michel Bale was cool. But Ricky and I he was wanted the limelight, and I kind of wanted to stay away from it. So it was like, and then I'd get mad just because he'd search it out. It was like vinegar and oil.
Yeah, he was, like I've said this many times on my shows, like you were either an RJ guy or you're a Wardy guy, depending on your personality, depending on what you rode, raced at home. Like you liked one guy was flashy, one guy was the crowd favorite, one guy was pandering to everybody, one guy was super serious, super quiet, hardworking, right? Like it was hilarious looking back on it. You just had to be an RJ or a Wardy guy.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I know everybody's saying like, how come he doesn't? It's just who you are. It's my personality. It's RJ's personality. He's not doing it on purpose. It's just who he is.
Yeah.
And it's like it's like Webb. He's serious. Then you got Jet Lawrence. It's just. Nobody's that. You just go up and do your job, but some people just have a different personality that you can't force it.
Right.
You can't go up there and make stuff up and look stupid. You just kind of do what you do. And Stanton, God, Stanton's interviews, you go, did he ever smile? Did he ever say anything that, I at least laugh and I would say stuff, but I would never be like
he was
attention and be cocky. But man, he was just straight to the point, and then also he'd say his own name. Jeff Stanton feels pretty good today. It was fun, He speaks to himself as a third party, like a second party or whatever. So
no, I know, and now like I asked Stanton for a jersey once when I was a kid. He almost bit my head off. Like I was like, oh my god, like you know what I mean? Like I was like, holy shit! Like I was at Millville one year as a kid, and so you are who you are, right?
So you get these impressions by people. People don't like you for some reason because they catch you at the wrong time, and that's not New York. Stanton's one of the nicest guys in the world.
Absolutely.
I love that guy. And even when we were racing, even though we were that competitive, he was still the type of guy that you could kind of have fun, talk to, and travel with or something.
Right.
The nations and stuff, And RJ, just for some reason, we just could never get on the same page.
Yep.
Except that, the donations, we travel and ride together, but we didn't go eat too much or anything like that. But it wasn't too bad. We had some good times. I can't say that always.
Cade, in one of Wardy's prime years, he told this story to Wygan and I. How many days in a row did you ride, Wardy?
Oh, I don't know. It was over 95 or 100, something like that.
You rode 95 days in a row.
Sometimes he would just do some starts, like if you had an early flight or a later flight, like it wouldn't be full motos every day, but he would be on a bike 90 straight days.
Yeah, even Christmas Day, everything. I went for a ride, like just to go moto somewhere, like out in the hills. So.
Yeah.
I don't know how it started. It was like our stupid things back when we'd see how long we could go without taking a shower. It was like, or how long you could go without riding your washing your riding gear.
Right.
It'd be weeks. It was just like your socks would stand up in the corner and they're wet from the day before. So we'd have a bunch of stupid stuff that nobody'd ever do today. But maybe because we didn't get too much stuff, we had to use our stuff more. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm that dedicated. I don't think I'm that committed to winning a bet.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I raced in '85. Like we didn't have helmet liners that you could change out. So my helmet I wore in '85. I wore the whole year.
Right.
I wore one helmet.
Yeah.
That whole year. and one pair of boots. I just leave the boots in the thing and bring my helmet home, and I
put it on.
I think
You're just immune to COVID.
Yeah.
You won't catch
I
COVID.
haven't
You're just
gotten
immune.
it. I haven't got it. My son's got it. 2 sons have had it. My daughter.
Yeah.
I've been around it, and I haven't got it. So, yeah, I've got a good immune system from all that fungus stuff.
It's been built up over the years. David's got an old school question for you. David, welcome to the show. What's your question for Jeff Ward?
Hey, thanks. Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
Good. How you doing, David?
Good. I'm going to take you way back, 1976. You guys pull into Las Vegas with that van. It had a van body behind it.
Yeah.
Okay,
that was
racing Brian Myerscough and Mike Brown, Lenny Geiger, and Paul Emerson in Vegas. You remember that?
Yeah, I think Joey D was there. Some other Vegas guys. Yeah, I know all those
exactly. Guys. Okay, I was just curious if you remembered way back then. That was some impressive stuff. That was really impressive.
Well, we did a race called the Mini Mint out there at Prim, which is Prim now. Out there by Buffalo Bills. We did a desert race out there one time too. My one and only desert race. I soloed it. It was like a super long loop on an XR75 in the desert, and I remember my dad made me do it for some reason. Those guys were all there, but it was a team race. But my dad made me ride by myself. So I just kept doing the lap, filling up the tank, and they traded off every time. And I still think I won it, but that was my last desert race. It's like the story we're talking about with taking the kids on hard bicycle rides and never want to do it again. That cured me of desert racing.
Yeah, that was it.
That was it.
Oh,
never
that's funny.
again.
Cool. Cool deal. Love hearing about it.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right, Wardy, we've kept you long enough. I really appreciate. I really appreciate the chat. It's been a while since we had you on. I know that. I was looking through the archives, and I'm like, hey, man, we haven't had Ward on for a while. So,
Yeah, listen to you guys. I mean, my rides, I go on your web thing there, and I pick out one of the episodes, and I put it on my headphones when I go up for my ride, and I listen to it while I'm riding.
Oh, awesome.
So
cool.
Yeah, so that's how I can. Otherwise, I mean, you need 3 hours to listen to a lot of them. So,
yeah.
That's the only time I can do it.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man, for sure. Go ahead, Cade.
Wardy, have you ever ridden Mount Lemmon in Arizona?
No, I've only been out a couple trails out there. The Rubber Ducky one that's over there by Red Rock, I think, or something.
Oh, that's here. Yeah, that's he was saying Arizona.
Arizona, though. I live down in Tucson.
Arizona.
Yeah.
I know I didn't, but when I was out, I raced. What was I out there doing? The rally cars out there when they had it at the where the Bondurant is out there. There's some hills before you get there.
Yeah, South Mountain. South Mountain's there.
Yeah, I went over there. I saw on Strava and bought my bike. Went over there and rode some of those. Pretty fun hills. I mean, the rocks are sharp.
Real sharp.
But, yeah. You go down to one of those, you're not going to have a leg left. I mean, they're like sandpaper.
Jeez.
Wardy. I wanted to go to the Cactus Cup, but I was gone last week when they had that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Have you ever done the 24-hour race? I can't think of what it's called. The old something to Old Pueblo.
No, I know. Well, I've never done 24 hours. I mean, besides doing the Ram the whole time, but we've done some 12-hour mountain bike races, but not with the team stuff, but never solo.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I'd want to do that. No.
Oh yeah, they have like different categories, like every size team that you can basically go up with, and we were supposed
to. Our 12-hour one was called the Salty Dogs or something because you have an age like. They pick a number of like 220, so you could have somebody 350-year-olds or 180 or something, a 30-year-old, or you could have a 60, so there's an age number you have to get to on your team, which is pretty cool because then you're racing against guys your own age, and
right.
That's cool.
A lot of fun. It's pretty cool.
You remember that when we on the trail today, Cade? We stopped at that where I said it was good scenery. There's that sign there, and we hung a left. Mm-hmm. And we went straight down there, and there was those drops. Yeah. There was like a left and right drops.
Yep.
Wardy's still like I think 6th or 7th fastest on Strava on those drops, and we kept going up that hill. That's all Wardy's up there, like 6th or 7th still.
Just rushing.
Yeah, you're still in the top 10. I'm pretty sure you're still in the top 10 for that section. So.
Steve would know
didn't
because he
I
doesn't put
didn't
it on
know the
e-bike
trail.
mode.
What's that, Wardy?
Yeah, okay. So I've only been there once, so I didn't know the trail. So
Yeah,
I was
yeah. See, exactly.
yeah, once you learn it, then you can get a little more time out of it. But yeah, that's a fun area.
It is fun. Yeah,
pretty cool.
I don't put it on e-bike, Cade, because there's no segments.
There's segments.
There's not, dude. That ride today, if I switch it to e-bike, there'd be 6 segments.
So make them.
Dude, I got busy in my life. I'm not making segments on Strava. Like, what sucks is like if they would just port them over just from before there was an e-bike category. Just
right.
I would only put mountain bike, right? Because there was nothing else to do. And so then I get these guys on my Strava being like, oh, you fucking, like if I get a KOM, I delete it. I don't fucking run around like I got a KOM on an e-bike. But I'll be top 10 in some sections. But big fucking deal. I'm 6th fastest in this one segment on an e-bike that I took the guy's fake trophy. I mean. Listen, if you're on Strava, if Mr. Strava's listening, it's got to be easy to port the segments all over to an e-bike. Why not?
Yeah,
Mr. Strava.
I'm just saying, like, there's no segments for e-bikes. So what am I supposed to do?
Yeah. We have them out here. I mean, well, I don't know if we have them. I mean, you just put like you rode an e-bike and it changes it.
I know, but
it takes you off.
Yeah, it takes you off. But then there's no segments. And when you do e-bike, like for out here, there'll be like 6 segments in an hour and a half ride.
He's just saying he wants the segments that are all there for all the mountain bikes.
Yes.
Like when you click it into e-bike mode, he just wants the same segments, but just people who have ridden them on e-bikes.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about the trophies. I just want to compare it to myself to when I rode when there was no e-bike category. You know what I'm saying? So that's all.
Okay.
I don't care about the fake trophies, all right?
I care about the fake trophies, man. KOMs.
Yeah.
They make the legs stronger.
Well, like I said, I've gotten some KOMs.
Exactly.
I delete them. I'm not taking a KOM. That's fucked up to do that.
Yeah.
So.
No, that guy would be really pissed because he worked pretty hard.
What about the guys? What about the guys that like go out on the trails? And I'll let you go, Wardy, in a second. But you got like a little like switchback, right? And then eventually the guys will go straight, right? The line will just start.
I had guys that did that. This one's called Trail to Altuez or something. It's got like 40 switchbacks.
Yep.
And I was top 3 or something, and I know this guy that rides, and I just know how he rides. And next thing you know, he had the KOM, and I'm like, well, how do you? If you go on the maps, like if you go on the map and scroll in, it doesn't bring it in close enough, but then if you tap it again and go to this other map, you can zoom in, and then it changes the line. It doesn't follow that. It shows exactly where he went. It's just a straight line.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's a way you could figure. There's 2 maps. Like one's on the first page. You look at it, it'll follow the route just because you went from the start to the finish.
Right.
It doesn't. But then if you click over to the real page, like when you go to look at your segments and go on the map and zoom in, it'll show a straight line like you cut. And if you go, and it was pretty funny. I called him out kind of like just kiddingly, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to delete that."
Shit. Well, on some of my trails, like I don't know who these people are, but they'll erect a rock wall to stop people from going straight, and I'm like, I'm fine with that. I don't care. But I'm not spending. These look like the Pyramid of Egypt. Yeah. They look like they spent 30 minutes looking for and stacking rocks so that you don't go straight and cut that corner. And I'm like, look, I'm fine with it. Like I don't cut the corner, whatever. But I'm not out in the desert for 30 minutes piling rocks to stop people from going straight. I'm just not.
I mean, there's people who go work on the trails, trail advocacy groups.
Yeah.
They do that because it's supposed to keep you on the trail.
They need to get a life because
it's a volunteer thing, Steve. Listen, you use the trails probably just more than anybody. You should join one.
It's the desert. We're not hurting any plants or animals. There's nothing. It's a gravel trail. Anyways.
It's a new line.
Help me out here, Wardy.
New line.
All right. Wardy, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. As always, good to talk to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right, see ya. That's Jeff Ward, everybody. Supercross, motocross legend.
I feel like I just went to history class.
Dude, legend.
I didn't have a fucking clue what you were talking about for half.
Really?
Yeah.
Like you didn't follow? I mean, I know it's a long time ago, and I know you're all younger than I am, but you know.
I like 2002 is like as far back as my knowledge goes. Like DV, RC, like that's all I got.
Don't look at me. I'm probably not much better.
I mean, like I know who the
Yeah,
guys
mid-90s.
Like I know who the guys are. You know what I mean? But like you've got results and who cleaned who out in this race. Like I don't know how you do that.
It's common knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's impressive.
I could tell you were like you're just like I don't know. What,
I didn't know what to ask.
nothing.
I didn't know what to say.
Right.
I was like 500. That's all I could think about the whole time.
Lori's a legend, dude. Yeah.
I should have just brought up Al Dick. I'd be like, what was it like to
I don't
race
think
Al
he knows.
Dick?
I don't think he knows who Al. He knows who Al Dick is, but he wouldn't have any stories. But he would know. Al won a Golden State in the mud, like back in the day. So it was
according to Al, he probably beat Jeff Ward about 1,000 times.
Well, he definitely beat Wardy a few times. Not straight up when Wardy crashed or whatever.
Take what I can get, man.
Yeah,
that's the way I'd look at it.
Ride Engineering's full. KTM Husqvarna gas linkages back in stock, Cade.
Sweet.
The same linkage used by Grant Baylor on his KLM Milwaukee Tools gas. Grant Baylor just won the GNCC.
That's your guy.
No, Stu's my guy. Stu's Blue Crew.
Oh.
Grant is his brother.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
Stu.
Confusing.
Advantages are improved comfort on acceleration bumps and better handling. 3 color options available: black on black, orange on black, and blue on black. Retails for $449, Cade, but with the code PulpFan20, you can save 20% off.
How about that?
So please check that out. Same linkage as Grant Baylor, ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 saves you money on everything from the folks at Ride Engineering. Thank you for those guys. Cade, before we go to commercial break, you were in a bad accident in that LCQ. You got hit hard. You need to call Arthur Draper. He's an attorney.
You think he could help me get some money out of A-Ray?
Absolutely. He's a friend of the show. He takes the time to know the clients and will take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. You just need to call. He only gets paid if you get paid.
All right.
Yeah, so let's take A-Ray right to fucking court.
And Bowers, Orlando.
And Bowers too, Orlando. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. ArthurDraper.com. There's no risk to you. Help is only a phone call away, and Arthur's got your back. ArthurDraper.com. ARTHUR. Draper.com. And please check that out. And A-Ray, look for a subpoena coming real soon. All right, going to commercial break here. We got the Race Tech Rant, so cue one up. Cade Clason. And motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon, and much more coming up here on the show. We'll be right back after this commercial break, everybody.
Yeah, he knocked his dick loose pretty.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires. And Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green.
Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX 2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Steve.
Kiefer.
You want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had?
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So, for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or as Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike?
It's fantastic. Zombie Blows uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology.
We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So, our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate, as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 1-2-3 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Some Creed.
Right?
I dig it.
I picked Creed because that apparently is the first time that you remember pro racing was Creed when Creed was popular.
Well,
2002-ish.
They're still pretty popular now, I think.
No, they're not actually at all.
I listen to them sometimes.
It doesn't mean they're popular. Thanks for listening, everybody. Thanks to Jeff Ward. Great interview. Thank you to Wardy, Nick Way, Cooper Webb, Alex Ray. Which interview was your favorite tonight, Cade?
A-Race sucked.
Yep.
I like talking to Coop. I feel like he's pretty honest.
I do.
Not scared of the scared to talk the shit.
I feel like Marks or Tallon, anytime we have Coop on, he's good. Like he's always good.
I'm eating a cookie, but Marks wants to point to me. So.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'll take it. No, he was really good.
Yeah. He's always good though. Like
that's what I was gonna say. Is I have a weird thing where I didn't like him for a while, and I didn't really have a reason why. But every time he comes on here, I'm like, man, he's pretty chill and he seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
And his interview is really good. So it was really good. That was my favorite so far of the night.
I just want to point out that right as soon as we went to commercial break, Tallon was like, "I'm really tired." So this was Marks. Marks was really tired last show.
I forgot. I was gonna open when you introduced me. I was gonna be like, "Oh, Steve,
So
I'm tired."
Yeah. No, that's what I get for these guys. So there's
pure hard work over there.
4 million monthly listeners for Creed on Spotify still, by the way.
Jesus.
I don't know if that's good or not.
I wish I was one of them. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Racetech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Starcross 5, Maxima USA, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Pro Filter, Scoche, Cambio CBD, FMF. I'm wearing my FMF Drop t-shirt. Just got this. Sign up for it. Get some socks, a shirt every month. They don't sell them either. So, please check it out. FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, our buddy the Noof. AtlasBrace.com, Works Connection, PulpMX 20 is the code to save with WorksConnection.com. OGO Power Sports, if you want a bag from OGO, you want a backpack, I run them both. Email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com and we'll get you a deal. You got OGO?
Oh, dude. Do I
You're
have
OGO guy?
I love OGO. I had the same gear bag from 2013 when I turned pro to this year.
Wow.
And I got they sent me a
9800.
new one.
You had the 9800.
And I still have it.
Yeah.
Still use it.
Right.
Love it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Get Data, Guts Racing, great company for the seats. They do a really good job, and thanks to the folks at Guts Racing. They work with a lot of teams in the pits. They do a lot of great work out there, including the Monster Energy Pro Circuit guys. Art of Sport, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA for wheels, Ride Engineering, Works Chassis Lab, and Intense Cycles all on board with us tonight. And again, sponsored deals for all the codes and to save money. It's a great spot to do it at. Pulp21 is the code to save with Racetech, racetech.com. Please check those guys out. They do all the zombie blows stuff. They have for a number of years. That's your Arizona buddy, Zombie Blows.
He's upset with me right now, but it's okay.
Because you haven't been there?
I haven't been there.
Right. He's just going to ride in the desert anyway. So.
Exactly. He goes and rides in the desert and then goes out and gets fifth.
Right.
Like, that doesn't work for everybody.
Nuclear Blast Yamaha team of Wageman and Munoz use the motors. Of course, the SGB guys use Racetech. Racetech's offering CNC's digitized porting. They're done all in-house in Corona, California. So if you want to, if you're a tuner or an engine builder, Racetech can use an NDA, and they can confidentially and securely CNC port your head so you can offer your customers your best product and intended design every single time with confidence. So it's a team up with Racetech, and with an NDA, you can do your own work, or the Racetech can do your own work easily. They're quickly becoming a leader in engine machining services by investing in industry-leading staff and equipment. Use the Pulp code to save on your Racetech engine or suspension needs. Check it out, please, if you can. Racetech Rat of the Night, Cade Clason.
I only get one, or do I get multiple?
No, you need multiple, sure.
Okay, number one.
Yes.
I'm upset with you.
Okay.
Because you are very hostile on the mountain bike trails.
How do you feel? Please get into it.
We're on e-bikes.
Yep.
And you catch up to people, and you're just riding on their ass, and you're like, right behind you.
Yeah.
That's all you give them, and then you're like swerving all over, trying to get around them.
No, that's fake news.
That is
fake news.
Not
swerving all around them to get behind them. Like,
no, you're just like, instead of waiting, because
I was totally waiting. Did you notice that parking lot that we went to? The first parking lot we hit. I could have caught that guy way before,
yeah.
but I didn't. I let him go to the parking lot because I knew that
we were 100 yards from the parking lot. Not a great excuse. I'm just saying.
You're fucking kidding me.
You are very hostile sometimes when passing non-e-bikers on the
I disagree. First of all, you have to get up to them so they hear you,
correct?
Right? So that's why I'm on their ass, quote unquote. Second of all, right behind you is just whatever. Just when you have to, I don't know. Excuse me, sir. When you have time, I'm right behind you. Like I don't feel like I need to break it all down. Like I there's no hostility.
There seems to be.
If there was hostility, there would have been like like when that guy stopped in the middle of the trail today.
That was really funny, though.
Like, I could have yelled at that guy. Well, I'm not going to. I would never yell at that guy. He didn't mean to do it.
Yeah.
It was really, a mistake.
I wasn't referring to that, but that was a really funny. So we're riding along, and we catch these two guys, and they're just cruising up. But the guy the guy, like, right in front of Steve, he's behind his friend, has headphones in. Doesn't hear Steve asking to get by, but the guy in front of him does. And a few, 100 feet later, the guy pulls over, and his friend stops in the middle of the trail right next to him.
Just like, hey, what's up? Why is my friend stopping?
And Steve and I almost run into the back of him, and then Steve goes off into the bushes to pass him, and then almost falls over.
No, I didn't follow. I just had to unclip and get out of it. But yeah,
it was classic.
I vehemently disagree with your hostility take on this. This is not true. I was very kind. I was generous. I didn't pass people when I didn't have to. Yeah.
I'm speaking for more than just today.
Okay.
But it's okay.
All right. I was telling you about the race I was in 2 weeks, or Daytona weekend, and I was moving over for those guys too, and I didn't even have to.
You did.
I'm going uphill. The uphill guys have the right of way.
There were also signs stating that there was a race happening going in the other direction.
Well, I didn't know about the direction ways. I found that out quickly enough. But yeah, no, fuck off. They didn't rent that for their big race. Like, you don't own the trail. I'm going uphill. But no. Anyways, I recognized there was a race going, and I moved over.
Yes, those dudes should not have yelled at you.
Then they still yelled at me.
They did.
2 guys yelled at me.
I was agreeing with you.
It's a fucking race, man! It's a fucking race! As he zooms by me. And I'm like...
Maybe he's just trying to get you to watch out for the people behind him.
He's
trying to give him a good advantage.
All right, okay.
Number 2.
Yep. Your first take was bad.
Bad.
Okay.
The hostility on social media towards people when their favorite rider is like say A-Ray cleans me out. The hostility towards A-Ray on social media is very unnecessary.
What about Dino when he got held up Kenny?
Yeah.
Like, insane.
Like, not intentional, but like the hostility is not needed.
Right.
We don't, like, no offense, we don't need to hear your million ideas to fix the problem. Like, we know, like, Dean knows he fucked up.
Right.
Or I know I should have stayed in tighter in that corner. There's a million things I could have done in that race. But the fact that everyone on social media feels the need to DM me and tell me all these things that I should have done differently. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
I know.
Right.
Like, I don't need...
Fan is short for fanatic, so I don't know. I don't know anything that's going on in the NCAA tournament right now, but some guy blew a foul shot for the team. They lost because he couldn't make the foul shot. I don't know if it was 1 or 2. Do you guys know anything about this or no?
I saw the screenshots. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so the
guy
posted screenshots of people, what they said to him. I mean, it's inexcusable to say these things to a person who made a mistake on the basketball court.
Yeah.
Like,
if it's so easy, you would be out there.
First of all, if I ruled the world, which would be awesome, by the way.
No.
If I ruled the world, I would send police to each one of these people who made these comments to this guy and haul them out and put them on a boat and drive them out to an island, and they have to live on the island forever and hopefully eat each other to survive. Because you don't deserve to be like a regular working human being, a father, a son, anything else, if you say these things like what were said to this kid.
Mm-hmm. Follower of Christ.
Follower of Christ, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Follower of Christ. You know what I mean? Like there should be, look, I don't even want to open the door, but there should be fucking rules on these people. Like, you can say, oh, man, bummer you missed it, or, anything. But
and I get lots of those, too. Like, and I'm all, like, that's fine.
This stuff was insane, right, Marks? This stuff on the screenshot the guy posted. I mean, it was.
Yeah, it's, Yeah, I got a few of them. Up here. You're effing terrible, bruh. I'm going to get a hacker, find out where you live, and smack the shit out of you.
Yeah.
A lot of things that you can't say in 2021. Hopes of death.
Yeah, I would just that's it. I would just send the police to their door.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's just so unnecessary.
Yeah.
It
is. It's brutal.
Like, I get that we're like mainstream and people get to see us, but that doesn't mean that like it's okay to say things. Like, I always, like, if I want to say something on a post, I always write it and leave it sit there for like a minute and think about all the consequences that could come with that comment.
There's not a bigger Toronto Maple Leaf fan than I am. I've been a fan of them my whole life. You know what I mean? I want them to win the cup before I die more than anything else in the life, really, right? and I live and die by them in the playoffs. You know what I mean? They're my team. They're my team. I would never send a message to a player that screws up or the goalie who lets in his brutal goal.
Mm-hmm.
Never think about sending the message. And you know what's weird is that, like, I don't feel like these two jerkies would. I know them fairly well. I don't feel like anybody I know, Nick Way, yourself, A-Ray, like all these friends I hang out with, a group of 50 people. Maybe Truman would. but
that's debatable.
But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know anybody that would send a player messages like that. I don't feel like I personally know somebody that would do that. We're all reasonable grown adults, you know? But who are these people that are sending all these messages?
Exactly.
Who are they?
I don't get it.
Are they like accountants? Do they work at Walmart? Who are they?
I have no idea.
Right.
You know, and usually they're private.
Right.
So it's like you can't go on and see anything about them most of the time.
Right. Follower of Christ.
Yeah. And like I probably got 20 weird like you suck messages after the heart raft thing.
You suck.
Yeah.
That was great. You came in aggressively and what was
I know,
yeah.
but like
Right.
I don't get it. Like I get he has fans too, and I guess, you know, maybe A-Ray got some shit for the stuff with me.
Yep.
But like if you're my fan and you're sending A-Ray messages, I'm probably gonna shit on you, not him.
Yeah.
You know?
It's ridiculous. Yeah. So yeah.
That's my two.
All right. Do you want to
got
talk about the masks or no?
I don't want to get in trouble.
Why don't you say it in a nice way?
I mean, I just think that riders should follow the mask rules and not be such a pain in the ass on race day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we all know we have to do it.
Right.
It's not really that hard. And I think that the Feld guys could maybe not the Feld guys, but there's a few guys in the pits that it's their job to enforce it, and they are not very lovely to deal with on.
Right. Like they have egos, power trips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they just need to take it a step down,
right,
where we can also be a little bit better and just work
so
together.
One of the guys was telling me in the pits, so Feld is going around and getting people, they're finding people or you're getting a written warning? Is that
Something, yeah.
And so they're going around and saying, hey, put your mask on, right? Which is fine, whatever. Like you said, everybody needs to do that. But then I heard that they were getting people to sign these things, that written warnings, but it was like the same pen, right? And like, that's a perfectly good point. Like, hey, man, I don't want to touch the pen that Cade and A-Ray, and God knows where A-Ray's hands have been. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to touch that pen. I'm not signing your paper. I'm not going near your clipboard, right? Like, all the, like, okay, is that a little extreme? Yes, but not that extreme. We're in the times we live in right now and what we're doing.
You're saying that I have to wear a mask in my pit.
Right.
But you're allowed to come into my pit when you've been in everybody else's pit.
Yep.
Making other people sign this thing for not wearing a mask.
With the pen and the clipboard and everything else. Exactly, yeah. Get out of it. Like, totally.
Yeah.
Like, what you're saying there is a perfect defense. Like, get out of here. Like, yeah, you've been in everybody else's pit. You know, so, yeah. Because if you're going to enforce it, then let's do it right and do it across the board, right? So, okay, all right.
I felt like that was gentle.
Race Tech rant for me. Pulp 21 is the code to save with Race Tech. Get your motor. I mean, honestly, it's just employees that are tired. That's my rant. It's just they have one job a week, you know, one show a week that they have to work in.
Yeah, I am a shitty media guy.
And
No doubt about it.
They abuse me with clips.
I like Dick Cheese.
They come in tired, and they don't give me their honest effort. Cade,
I'm sorry.
That's where I'm at.
I'm really here giving
He
you
was sitting in this
110.
chair last night and looked hot.
Yeah, that's that's what they do. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll race Rider D. We'll get there. We'll race when it's time.
That's all I wanted to hear when Wardy was on the phone.
I know. I chickened out. I pussed out. It's fucking.
I was over here just like, drop it.
Were you tired? Is that why you didn't do it?
No, it's just Wardy doesn't know what's going on. But then he said he listened to DV, which I had no idea he listened, so he might have got the drop.
Maybe
stuff.
he would've.
Right. I didn't know he listened.
Shoot your shot.
Right. I mean, this.
Who's saying that in that clip? Is that actually Brian?
Yeah,
it's Weege.
Yeah, it's Brian.
Or is it? Oh, it's Weege. Okay, I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, we'll race Rider D. We'll get there.
Come on,
we'll race when it's time.
it sounds just like Brian.
Who was it that you were playing the clips for, and you asked who it was, and they actually said Deegan, and you guys all just were like, "Yep."
I think it was Ferry.
And moved on to the next one.
I think it was Ferry.
It sounds like something Timmy.
I think it was Timmy.
That was amazing.
Right. Yeah. It's this. So Ryder D's Instagram. People sent me screenshots Like, it's like, we'll race him when it's time. And Ryder D posted something with Deegan in the photo and said, we'll get there when it's time. Like, it's going off.
That's funny.
If that doesn't make you a Ryder D fan, I don't know what will.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
How about, though, like, we just only got, like, a limited vocab. Like, when I try to press him to say more things, he just goes, yeah.
He was doing them one time, and I think I texted you guys this. I was like, he sounded like a Game of Thrones characters with a bad accent, like trying to put words together.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Underrated intro.
Motorsport.com, those who ride dirt bikes, motorcycles, UTVs, and ATVs. No, Motorsport is the best place for OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear, and accessories. I want to just make an announcement that we got DV hooked up, the folks at Motorsport, for his builds. So we'll be using Motorsport for those guys, so that's really good to hear.
Where was he ordering stuff before?
All over the place because he's cheap as shit. So we just tried to, show him what Motorsport could do.
Okay.
Motorsport, dedicated team of gearheads, have the knowledge and expertise to help get your ride working at peak performance and have you looking good too. Whether you race on the track, ride on the trails, or commute on the street, make your next ride your best ride at motorsport.com. Myself and Ryan Villapoto and Phil Nicoletti, Motorsport. What are you doing?
Videoing.
Motorsport.com athletes. In the middle of the show?
Yeah. I was.
Fuck, man.
You were
Can
yelling at me for
focus
not.
a little bit?
You were doing an ad, and you tell me I need to post about the show.
Camera was on you, bro.
Of course it was. Always is. never hooking me up ever. So these questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter. Tallon goes through the best ones for myself and Cade Clason, and we answer them. So please go through our banner on PulpMX.com and PulpMXShow.com if you're going to make a purchase from Motorsport, and we get a small slice of that. There's specials from Michelin on there right now. There's specials from X-Brand on there right now. So, yeah, do it. I'd really appreciate it.
Ha 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 ha. You told me you do the same thing with Amazon, right?
Yep.
I told you I spent all that money on Amazon.
Yeah, you didn't go through my banner?
So it was in my cart, all the stuff.
Yep.
I went into the app or on the website.
Yep.
Clicked on the banner.
Mhm.
Took me back to the app, and I bought it.
Nice.
Did that do it then?
I don't know. I think so. I don't know if it's in your card, if it already counts, or I don't know how that works, but
I tried.
thank you. Maybe next time try a little better. Try a little harder. All right?
Okay.
Check out my boat, dude.
Why didn't I run that with Wardy?
Yeah, he would have liked that one, I think.
He would have loved that one.
Yeah. We blew that one. That was a
team
effort. Drop the ball right there.
That one would have been better than the Deegan one because he loves chicken stories.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe next time.
Let's do this guy in the corner there.
All right, first one from Make Me a Flagger. What's up with the Utah Sports Commission sponsor? Is this just residual from when they allowed Supercross to come there during peak COVID, or is something else behind it?
No, bro, they paid Supercross money. They wanted the last round of the series to be in Salt Lake. Remember that last year it was going to be the last round. It ended up being 7 last rounds, but
they got their money's worth.
Yeah, and so the Utah Sports Commission, the state, is paying Feld to hold the races there. So great deal if you're Feld Motorsports for sure. Shitty deal if you like to actually go out and party after a Supercross series.
Or if you want a cool stadium to race in.
Yeah, if you want a cool stadium or anything, yeah.
All right, from T Hall 767. Who would win in a tag team race of friends who hate each other? Phil and Troll or Alex and Cade? Let's say Death Cross because we know who would win in motocross.
Oh, so Supercross race, Phil and Troll versus Cade and Alex. Well, Troll's probably the best.
Troll's probably taking the W. That means Cade and A-Ray against Phil. I think we got it.
Yeah.
That's like Canadian Supercross champion.
True.
That's a 1-4 versus a 2-3.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's a problem.
From Jesse 318. RV has been laying low for a while, and his backing out on Moto Fight Club cars was never explained. Anything going on? Can you get him back in soon?
He had a wedding to go to for the Fight Club car thing. There's some rumblings of another Fight Club coming up here, people. So stay tuned. So
Privateer Fight Club.
Yeah,
that'd be sick.
That'd be sick.
That's better than the LCQ Dash for Cash thing we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends if do you guys want to get hurt?
I mean, we risk it already.
I say you make it like a real Fight Club, though.
I haven't talked to RV for a while. I texted with him maybe 2 weeks ago about just really short. I had a question or he had a question. I don't remember. And then that's it. I haven't really. I don't know what's going on with him.
Fight Club would go well with the photo I posted on Instagram Saturday night.
It would.
So maybe we just need a Fight Club Cade and A-Ray. Just like a multi-event Cade and A-Ray competition.
Love it.
From Mac McGuire. How great of a development is it that Chiz has gotten territorial about the use of chiz and chizzing regarding the infant Chiz moniker?
Yeah. First of all, I made up Chiz gonna chiz and chizzing. That was me. I don't remember all the things that I make up or talk about or whatever, but I definitely know I was responsible for chiz and chizzing. Right? Do we agree with that?
I don't know.
Okay,
Sure.
thanks. Anyways, so I'll fucking take it back, Chiz. I'll start taking that shit back. All right.
Ranham 84.
I mean,
Cade.
we did jump. Infant Chiz, we made a bit of a leap.
I mean, infant chiz was a joke.
Right.
That DB, but infant chiz means I'm just way down there, and DB just has some faith.
Yeah.
Ranham 84 for Cade. What has been the biggest improvement in your riding this year, if you can pinpoint one thing or multiple?
Probably my starts. I mean, I don't remember one time starting inside the top 5 ever last year. I've nearly hole shot at a bunch of races, so just putting myself in a good position. And then probably my whoop speed has gotten a lot better too. So, starts and whoop speed.
While we're on topic, from Fresno's Smoothest, huge props on a very real improvements this year. How do you take another step forward in 2022? How do you become a bubble heat race guy and or regular LCQ winner a la Chiz?
I need to get more aggressive. I need to pull the trigger on some of the bigger rhythms some weekends. Like this weekend, I didn't go 3 table onto table. That's something I need to get off my list and just sack up and do it. I know I can do it. So just my aggression and my qualifying times need to get a little bit better. Sometimes you watch me ride and it looks like you're watching paint dry. So aggression level, I need a little bit of A-Ray in my life. Really just need to get a little bit more send in there.
As we said, with Kyle and A-Ray.
Kyle Ray.
Yep.
From Roost Expose, not that it'd be wise, but theoretically, could you intentionally perform poorly on your baseline concussion test to give yourself a better chance at passing if you actually had to take it at a race?
I heard a story about somebody taking their concussion test drunk one time.
Yeah, you could for sure. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I think that's what JT was saying. Some guys did that. So, yeah, why not?
It ain't worth it to me. If I get a concussion, I'm not riding.
From the voice of the drunken people. Pulp affiliation helps a lot of privateers like A-Ray and Cade. Are there ever any riders that try to be more on the show and you turn them away for whatever reason?
I feel like this show, the Monday night show, is special, right? It's our biggest one we do, and I don't want to fill it with privateers, to be honest, because the guys that get the numbers, the reason why this show is good, because I can get Roxon in, I can get Coop on, I can't get Tomac, apparently. But, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can get the big names.
I do. I feel like I can get just about anybody. Ricky Carmichael now. So, yeah, I feel like this show...
But I feel like you have a lot of privateers on.
I have. Yeah, Moran's was just on not that long ago. Starling came in and co-hosted. Yeah.
Peters,
So,
if we're counting him as
yeah, I don't know if I count. But, yeah, you know, so... No, I don't really turn anybody down, but I'll be like, hey, let's do a Privateer Island with you, or you know what I mean? Stuff like that. So this one I feel like needs to be a little more star-driven.
Yeah.
But when Starling was here in studio, did a great job.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job. I listened to the whole show.
Right.
From Keel McStovepipe. What's the deal with Rhino and the knee pad nonsense on his Instagram?
Oh, my God. Did you see this?
So annoying. Like, why does it even matter? Do you think he's winning races? Because I should have asked him this question.
Did you see his rant the next day? I got tagged in on that.
Rant? He's posted it like 6 times.
No, but then he posted Coop winning the shot of the knee. And then I went on there and said, but Tomac's won the most races in the last 5 years and he wears braces. It's like, look, Rhino is out there. I like Rhino. Tell me, Cade, what you can't do with your knee with a knee brace on.
I think I can do more with my knee brace on. I have no ACL in my left knee.
Yeah.
I think I can do more with my knee brace on than without it.
There's nothing a knee brace does that holds you back from extending or anything. When you look at gripping a bike, you look at what knee braces do to a bike, like plastics and graphics.
I think I can grip my bike better with my knee braces on because I feel like they're bigger and bulkier. Like I feel like I have shields on my legs. I love my knee braces.
He is off on this one. He is fucking crazy. And to start pointing, and he said in his rant, like, I'm not saying that Coop is winning because he's without the brace. Yes, you are. You are saying that. You keep saying that over and over. That Webb is not wearing knee braces, and that's why he's winning.
Yeah. Which
is complete garbage.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I'll buy the... I think he's wrong on the neck brace stuff too. When you look at that Atlas brace right here compared to the first generation Leatt, I understand some concerns with that first generation Leon. I get it. But this thing, no, Rhino, you're crazy.
But I don't even get why it matters. Like, it's all like a preference and like a confidence thing. Like, I am confident that I don't think I need a neck brace because I feel more mobile without one, so I don't wear one.
Right.
Where some guys feel more comfortable with one on because it protects them more.
Right.
That's fine.
It's a seatbelt. It's whatever.
It's
yeah.
a personal preference, right? And if Coop, like AJ Cat, wears knee braces or knee pads,
yep.
I think he's freaking nuts. But it's more comfortable for him. Where I could not ride my motorcycle without knee braces.
To say the reason Coop is a badass, one of the reasons he's a badass is because he has no knee braces is insane.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Again, because what does a knee brace hold you back from? You got extension. You have ability to bend. You have ability to put your there's nothing that a knee brace stops you where you're like, oh God.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
that's
so
dumb.
He's out to lunch.
From McNoche 134, Pulp Fantasy has the ability to generate a lot of hate towards riders. Can a rider opt out of being a part of the game, or has a rider tried in the past?
No and no.
On that note,
you want to opt out?
No. We were on the privateer pod area, and I said what I said about giving our info about being in or out. Did any of the experts say anything about that?
No, they wouldn't have listened, I don't think. I mean, Troll did us dirty.
I don't think he did. I mean, he might have done it on purpose just to piss you off.
He didn't do it on purpose.
If he didn't do it on purpose, then it's not dirty. It's only dirty if he did it on purpose.
You got to let people know you're out.
No. You don't.
Why?
Because half the people are dumb enough to pick people who didn't even ride qualifying.
Not half. Some people. Not half of the people.
That's a whole separate issue, though.
But I'm just saying, what difference does it make if at 6 o'clock I put up that I'm hurt? If some people are stupid enough to pick people who aren't even at the race. Because
the amount of people that would pick you, who they think is racing, over, it's not even close. It's not even it's an apples to oranges kind of deal here.
I have people DM me when I'm on their fantasy team all the time, and I look at their team and I'm like, that person's not even here because they're hurt.
Okay, but you're picking morons, so I don't. These morons are DMing you. I don't know.
Well, they're picking me too, so thanks.
Yeah, right. No, listen, Troll is a big time name rider. He's he's a big deal, and he wasn't racing, and he should have let people know. He had about 2 hours to let people know.
Yeah, but what if he didn't know he wasn't going to race till 6:45?
That would have been sweet.
That would have better, yeah.
6:45 would have been cool.
Sweet, yeah.
7:01, not so much.
His first priority needs to be social media?
Yeah. No. His sponsors? What about people paying money?
The sponsors will find out when he's not on the fucking gate.
Oh, wow. So that's how you treat your sponsors? They give you money?
You'll
find out when I'm not on the gate. Fuck you.
I'm just saying, there's people at the race that you have to deal with first before social media.
Nope.
From Jake Dover 12 for Cade.
Wrong. You are wrong, sir.
Let your employee talk.
You are wrong.
No.
From a rider's point of view, what was your favorite and least favorite track so far this year? Also, will Atlanta trump this year's Daytona?
Dude, Atlanta's going to be sick. It's going to be so long.
I'll wait and reserve judgment, but yeah, we'll see.
As long as they have enough dirt, right, and they don't skimp out and make the obstacles 2 feet tall, which I don't think they will. I think they'll have plenty of dirt, and it doesn't rain at all of them, Atlanta's going to be sick. I think it's going to be weird because the heat races are going to be 4 or 5 laps. But my favorite so far was this last weekend, for sure. And my least favorite is Daytona.
Outside of Daytona, what's your least favorite track? Houston won?
I don't even really remember Houston won.
Okay.
No, Houston one wasn't bad. I thought it was a good first race.
Okay.
It had some options. Dallas one sucked. Orlando
1 and 2?
1 and 2 were both pretty bad, so probably Orlando in general.
From Zach Ruth 17. If you could bring in any company to become Supercross's new title sponsor that actually makes sense, what company would that be? I feel like having a big-time outdoors company like Bass Pro Cabela's would be a good fit.
I read this when I was scrolling through, and I think it would be cool to have a sponsor that doesn't conflict with team sponsors. Obviously Monster conflicts with Red Bull, right? Have a title sponsor that can be active with the riders. You know what I mean? To then promote the series and do things like that, where it's hard to have a Cooper Webb in a Monster Energy Supercross commercial. You know what I mean? Or go to a Monster Energy Supercross event where they can only send Adam and Eli. You know, they won't send a privateer because they're not Monster either. You know, where
Right.
if they sponsor the series, in reality, they sponsor all of us.
Mission Tortillas.
Great. Wrap it.
Wrap it.
Wrap it up.
Did you listen to the review show?
Yeah.
Like, thanks, JT. Thanks for breaking that all down for me. I'm like trying to talk. Oh, they'd have to pay Feld, and thanks. Yeah, I thought they could just fucking come in and set up shop in Mission Tortillas, and maybe have an oven there for tortilla chips.
Too pragmatic for his own good there.
Thanks, JT. Thank you. I wasn't sure that Mission couldn't just set up the series and have a $5,000 dash for cash. I wasn't sure. Thanks.
Mission Tortilla chips are pretty good, though.
They sponsor Flat Track. They have a $5,000 2-lap race for 4 of them.
Think about if you put $5,000 on the table for me, A-Ray, Bowers, Starling,
the unspeakable things you guys would do to each other. It's
$5,000.
Right. Seriously, a Flat Track, a sport that, no offense to those guys, doesn't draw anywhere near the interest of Supercross. I mean, it's fucking nothing. They have $5,000 to one guy for a 2-lap sprint every race. I think it's every race. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. That's the same as winning a 250 Supercross purse money.
Is it?
Sure. It's right around there.
That's aggressive. That's pretty bad.
And these guys get it for 2 laps from Mission Tortillas.
Hey man, flat trackers go fast.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not against flat tracks. I'm saying like our sport's so fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like if a company came in to do that, Feld would just be like, no, you can't pay anybody. You can't pay the riders anymore. You pay us. Pay us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we could never do that.
Yep.
I know. It's so fucked up.
It is stupid.
All right.
From Chons, is this the end of Marvin's KTM ride?
I don't know. Still got the outdoors coming. They like him. He's.
I heard Marv's Audi.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
Like he's choosing to be Audi.
Yeah, he's gonna retire. Yeah, I heard that last year that it was gonna be his last year, but I haven't heard anything lately, so I don't know. Yeah.
He'll race outdoors though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From Marshmallow 113, Cade, what's it like being A-Ray's bitch?
Easy.
Oh wow.
It's aggressive. Tallon, you just coming in with the harsh questions.
Oh wow.
How's it feel?
Or if you're a little bitch.
Not a fact. Not a fact. I mean, to be completely honest, I put his ass on the ground, and he just made me miss a tough block. So that ain't much.
From Caleb Hubbard 14. Is this win streak by Webb an indication that Webb has picked it up, or is this the second half drop we have seen in past years from Kenny?
No, I think it's safe to say that Webb has picked it up.
I think he's going faster.
Yeah.
I think he's slightly better than round 1 Cooper Webb.
Right.
Just a little. We didn't really answer that question about what sponsor though would be a good title sponsor.
What?
The question was what was the sponsor you'd like to see?
Yeah, Mission Tortillas.
Okay, Mission Tortillas. Okay.
From Stephen Tate 017, any word on Bobby Hewitt's Instagram post with a picture of Roxon? He posted he's heard lots of rumors.
Oh, really? I didn't see this. I didn't know anything about this.
It was just a black and white photo of Roxon.
And what did it say?
Nothing really. It was just a generic photo. But in the comments, it said he's seen lots of rumors. And I think that's what got people going.
Hold on. Bobby Hewitt posted a photo of Ken Roxon and said he's heard lots of rumors.
That's it?
That's it.
If you don't know, nobody knows.
Oh, here it is. No, Bobby says hashtag Supercross Live. That's it. That's all Bobby said.
Great radio, bros.
I don't understand. How is that anything? Supercross Live, meaning I'm at Supercross, or I love Supercross, and here's a Supercross rider.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Kenny's got a multi-year deal with Honda.
And then Red Dog commented and said, always some truth to every rumor. That might be what people are seeing.
Red Dog's an idiot.
I don't know.
I just read
the questions.
He also could have edited the. Yeah, see, it says edited underneath the caption, so he probably changed it. It probably used to say something else.
Oh, okay. All right, my bad then. Yeah.
Sneaky.
It's from Smorsky 281. Do you think Webb will be a serious contender outdoors like he is indoors?
Oh my God.
No.
No.
He's gonna suck.
Yeah, no. Fuck him.
Tallon, what are you doing over there?
Yeah, what is happening?
Why? What?
How fucking tired are you? What is going on?
All right, last one from
but they don't know shit.
Mac McGuire.
Oh, hold on. Why would you pick that one?
Better than tits.
What did he get last year in points?
Well, he
Third?
crashed out.
He raced one
And then
round.
the year before that? And the year before that?
I don't know, but he was a title contender.
How are you the producer?
I'm going home.
Hey,
I'm going to sleep.
I said in the things, Tallon picks the best ones.
You
Like
did.
that's literally in my intro, but I take that all back. Tallon does not pick the best ones.
It took you over a year to get this rant, so you did pretty good.
Yeah.
Do you think Webb?
It's entertaining. I'm doing my job.
The first one that
I'm
got
bringing
me.
entertainment.
The first one that's got me. Do you think Webb is going well, like fast or something? That's the first one where I'm like, hold on. Yeah, I
you'll
do.
love this next one.
I do. He just swept Dallas, and then that got me thinking, like, that was an odd question for Tallon to ask. And then the next one, do you think Webb will be a title contender?
Hey, wait, is this a mascot? Maybe this is Moser.
Hold on, you're gonna really love this last one. Just let me know when you're ready for it.
We're ready.
Mac McGuire, what was the worst takeout move of last week? A-Ray taking Cade out in the LCQ, or the stairs taking Biden out?
Oh, Biden had problem with those stairs. Yeah.
Probably Biden.
Yeah, probably Biden.
Again, didn't get taken out.
No!
That's horrible.
I'm just saying.
All right. Oh, so
Coop.
my buddy just texted me the thing. It says, Bobby Hewitt, been a long time since I was been at a Supercross race, at Supercross Live, but man, did I hear a bunch of rumors today.
Got it.
Okay. Well, even that. I mean,
that's all you hear all day.
Right,
I feel like
right.
that's
That's
like
all-
your walking Instagram right there. Is all I hear is rumors.
right. I mean, I honestly hear, 10 a weekend, right? So,
Yeah.
I heard too that you got taken out.
Sweet.
Yep.
Didn't happen.
Do you have one from anybody asking if the sun's coming up tomorrow?
Stick it up your ass, Steve.
Do you have anything to be like,
something useful?
You're fucking kidding me.
Cade and Steve at 69 Rever wants to know, will the sun come up tomorrow?
You're a fucking dick.
Wow. Okay.
That's funny. That's bad.
Anonymity.
I don't have that drop, by the way, just to make that clear.
All right.
Whatever.
Can't prove it.
Good show tonight.
I liked it.
Yeah, it's fun. Thanks for coming in.
You guys are
thanks for having me.
fragile little flowers.
Really, really good job this year in Supercross. I mean that.
I'm trying to.
I look forward to the battle with you and A-Ray for $1,000 for the charity of your choice.
That's fine.
He hit me up and said St. Jude.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Does he even know what St. Jude is?
No.
No. Okay. We'll do a Basset Hound rescue for you.
Probably not.
Why not? You said animals.
I said that.
No, we're gonna do Basset rescue for you.
No.
Yeah, done.
No,
It's
we're
done.
not.
Yeah, it's
That's
done.
not done.
Yep, it's done.
It's not a
Stamp it.
fact.
Stamp it. We're off next week, right, Marks? And we're back after that.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All
I
right.
make the schedule.
I am the captain now.
Look at me. I am the captain.
You did tell me earlier that you don't run the show anymore.
I don't. No, my guys, my employees, my tired employees.
It's
do.
like 10 minutes till the show, and we're the only ones here.
Right. No,
It
they
was
come in when they
oh,
want.
goodness, with the fake news.
Tallon picks the best ones.
It was
ask
4:30. I showed up at 4:32.
It was not 4:32.
Bet.
No, it was. It was.
Bet. He's got cameras in here. Go
Yeah, I
look.
know it was. Do I have cameras in there?
You got a camera right there.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's probably good. I've shown my butt cheeks to that thing about 3 times. So.
Thanks to our guests tonight. Thanks to you people. Thanks to our sponsors. All of our guys on board with us. Motorsport.com. All right. Here we go. First thing that comes to your mind. You ready?
Do it.
F you, dude.
Motorsport.com.
The gift card you gave me.
Fly Racing.
Max.
Decal Works.
Why you left Roost.
Vortex Racing.
Sprockets or pistons.
Nope. Race Tech Suspension and Engines.
Rob.
Vertex Pistons.
Same thing.
Okay. X Brand Goggles.
Rich Taylor.
Michelin Starcross 5.
Randy.
Maxima USA.
Lubricants.
Firepower Batteries and Chains.
How good my chains are.
Pro Filter.
You throwing filters away all the time.
Yep. Skosh.
Boom bottle.
Cambio CBD.
THC.
Works Connection.
Levers.
Atlas Neck Brace.
Noof.
FMF.
when they messaged me after Don Lieb and I got into a thing, and he offered me free pipes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Guts Racing.
My seat cover. I love it.
Get Data.
Dan.
OGO Power Sport.
How amazing my gear bags are and how I want the taco bag.
Oh, you want the taco bag?
I want the taco bag so bad.
I can't do the taco bag. I do not. I don't want the taco bag. Don't send me a taco bag.
It's so cool, though.
No, it is not. Have you guys seen that? The OGO?
Taco bag's rad. I'd rock it. 100%.
Taco bag?
Yeah. Anything with tacos.
I actually really wanted the rig bag, but he said no.
Oh. Art of Sport.
Deodorant.
WUSA.
Great wheels.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
Trying to find a job when I'm done.
Ride Engineering.
Clamps.
Works Chassis Lab.
Michael Lindsay.
Intense Cycles.
E-bike rides.
Don't you think you'll go work for FXR when you're all done?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
I have no idea.
You used to do that.
I loved it, yeah.
Yeah.
Andy called me the other day.
He did?
I missed that guy.
What do you want?
He just wanted to say hi.
He's just in my ass.
That's aggressive.
It is aggressive. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to Cade Clason for coming in. Thanks to Swisscore. Marks, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Tallon?
Hey, the YouTube comments say Webb Outdoors. Good question, in my opinion. So thank you.
He's not lying. I'm looking at it.
And then
his name's Dick Harvey, though, so take of that what you will.
Yeah. We're at 325 votes, 62.8% Cade, 37.2 A-Ray.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Well, he's 3 down, but he's got some time to go. Tallon, you need a week off. So
I think I need 3.
I think you need more than that with how bad those questions were.
Yeah.
I'm going to Mexico with you guys.
Screw you guys. I'm out of here. So I want to thanks everybody for listening. Thanks to Pookie and everybody in Swisscore and Moser and JT, of course. Thanks for listening, everybody. Appreciate it. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
You're bringing the ruckus to that ass.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and